All right. Uh, Hello, everybody. Wow, I actually made it on time. Well, a minute on time, but yeah. Okay, well, I'm glad to be here today. And before we begin, this time I will not forget to pray over our session and to beseech the others to watch over the stream to guide us to have a productive conversation and to share information in unity, strength, and in peace. So let us begin. Okay. Well, before we begin, I would just always like to remind all of you again, we have the ongoing campaign that we're doing. We have the drive for the office for a place for Swahili Nation. We have, I will put the GoFundMe right now. So if anybody has a chance, just go to the GoFundMe page and contribute what you can. So today we talk about African unity or African disunity, either one of those. There has been a lot of talk about, back and forth between us as people. Sometimes we talk about what unifies us. Sometimes we speak about more about what really disunifies us. So there's a lot of things that, we always find maybe we don't agree with. Oh, hello, Belet Tesfaye. Good to have you in the house. So historically, before everything, I think we lived in what can be called relative peace, and it's relative to what we have now, which is a lot of disunity, disharmony, just a lot of friction between us as a people. And I mentioned some of the things that divide us. I know that, even amongst ourselves, we're divided by tribes, we have different nations, religions, and so on. But we see that our conditions throughout the world is still, similar. We're still at the same place all over. I hate to think that the only thing that unites us as a people, a global people, is our suffering and oppression. That would be a very tragic thing to have if that's the only thing. So today we're going to look at what is amongst all those divisions, what are some of the things that we still have in common? And that's why I said familiarity, not so much unity as familiarity, because unity implies, oneness, one thing, a monolithic, and everybody always likes to say, well, Africa is 54 whatever countries, and there's Black people all around the world with the most diverse and all this. So we celebrate our diversity and our differences, but we don't really get into our similarities. If we're talking about the diverse part, that can be true, but what about the the we part? Who is the we? What unites us as a people? What makes you see somebody from across the world, from across your country or your continent, and say, oh, okay, well, we're brothers and sisters, and so on. So that's what the question is today. Do we still see each other as brothers and sisters? Do we see each other as, one people, and not the unified one people, but a familiar one people? Because we can't always all be the same, but we can see that we come from the same place, or we come from, we have the same, if not ideology, but a certain fondness for things. So that's something that we always have to remember, because there's a lot of division in the world. There's a lot of fighting, a lot of just a lot of catastrophe and a lot of division all around the world. So yeah, let's see what we can do and how we can make this a better place for understanding for all of us, and we don't all have to be the same. That's one thing that we always have to remember. We don't always have to agree with, with each other. We don't always have to follow the same, blueprint in life. As we know, human beings are diverse people. We're people who, we have a lot of different ideas. Even within our families, you have places that, things that we see in a different way from each other. And the underlying thing is that we should really try to understand each other. And that's why this platform is so important, is that even if we agree, even if we disagree, even if we have different viewpoints, as we do, but we respect each other. We respect what someone has to say. You don't come to someone and say, oh, well, I disagree with you, and therefore, let's do this and this. No, we also have to be mature. We also have to respect each other, and we have to say that, I may be wrong, somebody else may be wrong, and that's okay. It's okay for people to disagree with each other. It's okay for us to be, have different opinions. You're not going to have, you shouldn't be threatened if somebody disagrees with you. That's a very insecure thing to be. So yeah, so let's try to be understanding. Let's try to see where somebody is coming from, and let's try to just be understanding of each other. It's hard, especially when more and more people, we want to be right. We want to be the one to, bring the truth, and everybody else just listens. But, that's not the world. That's not a realistic way to live or to think. So, so before we continue, and we can talk about, the things that sometimes do, divide us. It's not to deny that we have differences. It's not to say that these things don't exist. It's to acknowledge them and say that despite all of them, are there still things that can bring us together? Are there still things that we share in common, that we can work towards? Even the ideal of, of having a family, even the local family and the global family, that's still an ideal that we can say, well, we're still working towards that. So let's see what we can, come together, how we can unify, how we can extend the networks that we have, and how we can really understand each other and become, better people, better Africans, better understanding people. So before we continue, I would like to, play the campaign video for the SNN office. This is, we have been talking about this. We want to have a place, an office, a premise in Tanzania. And it's going to be a place for the SNN nation to have. It's like the capital of SNN, so to speak. It's a place where we can have interviews. We can have, the local people come and share their stories. We can have, a production. We can share, especially with Africans. We want to have a place where even Africans can share. Africans, some of them might not have access to the internet. Unfortunately, some of them might not have a place where they can, sit down and converse. And we want people to invite to come and actually talk to everybody, so we can have that perspective. So, in that terms, we're still raising the funds for the SN office. It's been we're about 30% now, and hoping to, get it by the end of the year, at the latest, but soonest if possible. So let me go ahead and share the information video, and we can take a small short break for SNN. So 1 second. Yes, so there is a GoFundMe page. It's scrolling on it's scrolling right there, and yes, here we go. So let me see. Can you see? We might have to do it again. Oh, there's no audio.
To get Swahili Nation One Africa office. And I'm just here, guys, to ask you that we really, really, really need your help. Why 25,000 euros? Because we need 15,000 euros to secure the place for the whole year, and 5,000 euros to buy furnitures for the office as well as utility. But also we need extra 5,000 euros for the studio. We need to buy camera, we need to buy lightnings, we need to buy green screen, chairs, and some other stuff for the studio. So in total, we need 25,000 euros. And that's why we started a campaign of €5 for 5,000 people. We're just asking to get 5,000 people, and each one of y'all to only give €5 in order to reach our goal of 25,000 euros. And you are free to give more than €5, but we want to ask you guys to participate, to be part of this, because these offices are not for me, but these offices are for the Africa. You know, having offices and doing what we do, it will help us to do our work in a huge capacity more than the way we do right now, because all the time I just do it from home, but there's a lot of things and a lot of opportunity they're passing by simply because you don't have office, the place where we can work. So we're asking you guys to join our hands and please be part of this change. We mentioned earlier that this is going to be the year of action, and guys, this is One Africa in action. Come and collaborate with us, do with us. And one thing I can promise you guys, every single euro that you will give, it will be used for a greater cause, for the office. And you guys will be able to see everything and all the reports and everything that is happening. We need you guys. We cannot do this without you. So please help us out. Until right now, we already raised almost 1,500 euros. But the journey is still long. We still have like more than 24,000 euros to raise. So please help us to spread the word. Share the link of GoFundMe. Go to our page of GoFundMe. Just write Swahili Nation One Africa Funding. You'll see our page there on GoFundMe. And please donate anything you can, and we'll highly appreciate you. Thank you so much. Have a great day. I love you guys.
Okay, so that was that was actually when we were still at 1.5. We have doubled that over the last couple I think it's been a couple of days or a week. So yeah, we're still working on having a place for the Swahili Nation, for the local people, for the international people as well. It will be good to invite all of you. If somebody happens to be in Tanzania, to just the SNN office, meet Mika, meet Paul, meet some of the young people city around. So I think a great place for us to congregate and to have a place. And the importance of having a place to meet cannot be stressed enough, because for a lot of the time we do have these online interactions, and those are great, but they shouldn't replace having connections with people around you. It shouldn't replace the relationships with your community, with your people, with your family, and with those around you. It's one way to meet people, but it's not the only way. You cannot discount that physical aspect of community. And I think increasingly in the modern world, it becomes harder and harder to find places where we can down, places where we can talk and do all that. The social life has become very limited, and so it's important to, even in your local communities, if you can, once in a while, just go out and, well, nowadays it's it depends, but it's always good to still have that personal connection with people. It's good to go out into the world physically and have that interaction, because you do miss that. We are social beings. We're not just digitally social. We're actually social beings, and we should enjoy each other's company socially. So that's one of the reasons why it's important to have a place where we can go. It's important to have community centers. It's important to have places where people can meet, children can go, people can learn, people can share with each other. And yeah, so let's take things from just being on the online, which is a great place to start, but let's make those things a reality in life. So yeah, so go ahead. There's a GoFundMe, and we can support each other and go from there. So the topic for today was Africa unity, unity between Blacks and Africans all around the world, and I use that, interchangeably. So, this includes the diaspora, and we do have a diaspora program on Saturdays with Biggie. So tune into that. So it's the diaspora. It's within the continent. It's outside. And nowadays, this diaspora, we're really just global because there are Africans pretty much everywhere. Unfortunately, sometimes because of the language barrier, we might not be able to, communicate or, be where we need to be. But that still doesn't discount the fact that we're still a global people. We're still people who, want to reach out to each other, want to talk to each other. And so, let's make that happen. And so we tend to sometimes focus so much on the problems that we have, on the divisions, and there are many on the things that make us, maybe disagree, argue, and so on. But what makes us still as a people, what makes us still, fight for that unity, whether it's realistic, idealistic, or, just an ideal, whether it's something that we want to, to achieve, what still makes us want to get together and talk? There has to be something underlying and important that still drives us to come together. And I don't think it should be just because, we are at the bottom. It should be because we do have something in common. One of those things that we know we have in common for sure is the most fundamental, that one of sound, of music. Music is the heart of Africa. The Congo is the heart of Africa, and music music is found everywhere. But for me, the Congo was always the place where music almost sprang from. It's where, the Lingala musicians and, the Conga drum and so on, they had that, that beat, they had that, and it's everywhere in Africa. So when you listen to a song from South Africa, when you listen to a song from, Togo, when you Cameroon, all these places, you do recognize yourself in it, even if you don't understand it. And this is the beauty of it. Even if you don't understand the languages, because that's also something that divides us. It's the language, not just the colonial languages, but also our own tribal languages. Everyone, the diversity is good. We have so many languages, but it also prevents us sometimes from understanding each other. Although that also is a good thing, not a good thing, but there are places where people, because of that very reason, they learn multiple languages. Like people, there are places where they know 6 or 7 different languages, and they can communicate with people from different tribes. So sometimes something that can be a barrier can actually be, a sort of a bond, because when somebody makes the attempt to learn your language, it makes you, respect and honor them. It makes you feel good, and it makes you see, wow, so somebody actually takes time to not just know you, but to try to know your language. So yeah, so language has always been something that has prevented us from, from talking, from, being unified. But it's also something that creates that bond when we actually go past our tribal or national borders, and you go and learn about, somebody else's culture. So music, language, and even when you look at language, some of those divisions in language, it's usually, almost artificially created. Sometimes it's usually just a matter of time, of people just moving around, and language changes. Like the Maasais, they move around a lot. You have people who follow tribes group together, they become big. Some members of the tribe leave and then they go somewhere else. So tribes grow, tribes, break apart, and sometimes they even get back together. And so, yeah. Oh, hello, Mika. Oh, okay. Thought you're there. Okay, so yeah, people move, people join together, people marry within tribes, people have, different, interactions with each other, people trade. And it's always been this interaction and intermixing between all of us, and we have always been, you know, we have always been people who exchanged ideas, information, and even people sometimes, not in a bad way, but, you know, we always, even within our tribes, we always went outside of it. So our interactions have always been very friendly with each other. That's one. And okay, let me see. Oh, welcome, Neo Mfax. Oh, greetings, the learning curve. Good to have you in the house. And okay, so Neo Mfax says war, common enemy, and skin color, all that. So yeah, I was talking about that. We do have divisions and we do have things that unite us. And I was saying that, do we have things that unite us beyond just the, you know, the outside forces, beyond just the, oh, you know, we are at the bottom, or we are all oppressed, or we are this and that? Do we have anything that brings us together as a people that is positive, that is unifying, that is actually good, you know? So, because a lot of the times that we talk about two things, you know, oh, the problems, which is, you know, that's fair enough. We have to talk about the problems before we have, you know, solutions and so on. But, and then we talk about the divisions, which they are, you know, realistically, they are both internally, both, you know, natural, both created and so on. So it does happen. But we do tend to forget that even amongst all that, we're still trying to define ourselves as a people, and we're still trying to be as a people. You cannot be a people just united by war, tragedy, you know, and oppression. There has to be something that is deeper than that. There has to be something that is greater than just suffering. So yeah, so that's where we are today. So we started to catch everybody up. Music. We started with that very distinct sound, that very distinct African black sound that you can hear everywhere. You can hear traces of it in Africa, everywhere in Africa. That beat, that drum, even the percussion. It's not just the drums, by the way. When you look at African musical instruments, a lot of them had the string instruments. They had, you know, the not the marimba. The string had the, like, some of them was just a single string, you know, stretched out of you know, this piece of wood, and then some of them had like a part. But so there was an quite a lot of diversity even in the musical instruments. And so you see that, you know, in every, if you look at the tribal songs, you see that in all of them, there's the music, the drums, you have the strings, and then always there's always the movement of the body. You always have people, you know, dancing and singing and moving, and that's something. Kalimba, oh yes. Greetings, Late Pocket. Greetings, Late Pocket. If I had several hands, let me just thank you for that one, because yes, that's the kalimba. And this, you know, very distinct African sound, I think it's one that we can all, it's not just confined to, you know, within the borders. Everywhere that Africans went, they brought that sound with them. When you listen to you know, the songs of the Brazilians, when you listen to the South American, when you listen to even the African Americans, that beat, that drum, it's always in the songs. And I think that's what you know, boosted, because even rock and roll was, if I learned this correctly, rock and roll was originally you know, black music. It was very black influenced, and then, you know, it became wider, and, you know, nowadays what we know of it is very different. But, you know, that's where it started. And what made rock and roll was because of the drums. They do have very, you know, thudding drums and very fast drums. So that came from us. When you look at even the Argentinian dances, the samba, I don't know all the names for them, but when you look at all the South American and American music, you hear a lot of African beats in them. You even in the names of the songs, of the dances. So that's one thing that you can find the mark, the beat of Africa. It's all around. It's everywhere. It's everywhere that you have, even in the Caribbean. They had the African drum and the beats, and they took that with them. So that's something that within us, everywhere we go, that's something that we will always be a music, a music creating people. Will always have that in common. And even if you look at the modern culture, Neo Emphax says, let's all have one culture in Africa as a frame of reference of what African should be, because our culture has changed due to corruption and American exceptionalism, and now the youth is lost. They don't love culture. Well, yeah, a lot of our culture has been taken away. A lot of our culture has been stripped, has been forgotten, and that's not just from the outside. That's even within ourselves. We don't really take time to learn about our culture, about our history. How many of us even know the traditional songs, even on the continent? It's something that we're losing very gradually. So, this is something and that's why, oh, hello, Led Focket, good to see you, good to have you here. So this is something that we're slowly losing, and this is why we have to constantly, even for the next generation, we have to see what unifies us. We have to find out our sources of unity, so we can even pass that on, because if we do lose the sources of our unity, we won't be able to speak as a people. We won't be able to say, well, oh, we're in this situation, or we need to go here, because who is the we? If we're just disparate, non-related group of people, then why should we care if our people in Brazil are suffering? Why should we care if there's racism in the US? Why should we care if Africans are suffering in Africa? Even in Africa, why should you care if let's say South Africa is under siege, or the Malians are? There has to be something in you that identifies with all those different people, whether you feel however you feel about certain people. There has to be some sort of kinship, because when sometimes people say, well, you don't have a right to comment. What right do we have to comment on anything, really? Because if we're not share something with Mali, then if something is happening to Mali, then we should just be quiet and let it go. If something is happening to the Honduran blacks, then we should just be quiet and let go. So but the reason why we still see each other commenting on each other's affairs is because we feel that we are a part of each other. The reason why you see, African Americans talking about Africa, this, or, even when they reject Africa, even when they say, oh, I don't want to be African, they wouldn't reject it if it wasn't a proposition. Nobody says, oh, I don't want to be Asian, because they know that's not a question. So even with the acceptance or rejection of Africa, you're still, dealing with Africa. There's still a sort of relationship to Africa. Even if you look at Africans from across the globe and say this and that and that, that's still a part of you. That's still a reflection of you. Somebody looking from the outside will still see. And let's not even talk about somebody looking from the outside. We are looking from the inside. We're looking at from the inside. We're looking at each other, and we're saying, are these people a part of us or not? So when you look at somebody, and the kinship is, I think it's more at this point more instinctive than conscious, because even still that division is because consciously we look at each other as different. Consciously we look at, oh, this person is this and that and so on and so forth. But instinctively we know that they're still a part of us. They're still connected to us in some way. So that's still something that is real. And if they're connected, what is it that connects us to each other? What is it that makes us, want to be, in each other's groups, in each other's, company? And what is it that makes us still interested in the affairs of our people everywhere in the world? And yeah. Oh, hello, Beta Medicine Focused. Good to have you in the house. Okay, I'll put up the link soon. Yeah. So we're just looking at amidst all the divisions, amidst all the chaos, amidst all we're all going through as a people. What is it that still? What's the underlying thing that still unites us and says, okay, we're still looking out for each other. We still have a vested interest in what happens in the, in Togo, in Congo, in Britain, in all these places where our people are, because we know what divides us. Oh, there's so many things, from tribalism, even nationalism. Nationalism was a way of unifying people, different tribes, and it elevates one to a certain extent. But at the same time, that nationalism makes you be almost, well, pro your country, but it does give you a bias against other countries. It's a natural bias. It's usually not a negative one, but it still causes that, that divisiveness between two people. You're still looking at somebody as somebody other or different because of their specific borders that were drawn not by you, but by other people. So those are some of the divisions, not to mention, oh, there's so many others. I won't even go into, the religious aspect, because that one is just, too much right now. But we know what the problems are. And I think we're too familiar with the problems at this point. We're too intimate with the details of who did what and why somebody is wrong for this and that and so on. And so this is not just to make us, feel good and have, a kumbaya moment and say, well, oh, we all one. And so we're not all one. In fact, that's one of the problems. We're too different from each other, even within a small space. It's like you have a family of 12 children, and every single one of them has an entirely different personality and needs and interests. So that's why I said not so much the African unity, but familiarity. What is it that we can still recognize in each other as being, part of the general identity, as being part of the general group, and something that overrides an umbrella that brings us all together instead of just the usual demarcations. So, and not just the one, and also I said not just the usual where we all oppressed and so on, or we all have the same enemy and so on. There has to be something that we still feel as a people that unites us, that is bigger than oppression and is stronger than our small differences. So that's what we're talking about. What still makes us one people? What still makes us have, say, I can still put my nose in your business because your business is still my business. And we have to realize that we still, when something is portrayed, it's an image that affects us all as a people. If Africa is portrayed as this backwards, poor, sick, undeveloped country, you bet that wherever you are as a Black person, you're not going to be looking too good. Africa cannot be poor and Black America is the shining star. Yeah, that can still happen. I mean, that can still happen. But as long as your people in another part of the world are not doing well, you don't, appear to be doing well either. Same thing with Africans. We cannot say, oh, Black Americans are this and that and so on, and look down upon them and then think that we come out of there, looking good. It's like in your family, Black people say, if you talk bad about somebody in your family, the whole family looks bad. You don't come off looking better than your brother. Say, oh, my brother is such a lazy this and that and so on, but I'm the best in the family. Yeah, you'll still be looked as better, but something is wrong with the family if one person is doing well and another person is doing so exceptionally poorly. So to some extent, we still have that responsibility to be in charge of not just our image, but the image of us across the world, the image of us, together or separately. But it's still something that we have to come together and say, well, what is it that makes us or defines us? Because if we don't define ourselves, guess what? Somebody else will define it. Or, some of the people in the community who maybe do not care are the ones who are going to be made to represent us as a people. So if we are a people, then we have to say we are this kind of a people. We are, wherever you go, these are some of the African, values or principles or familiar things that you'll say and say, like, yeah, that looks African, that feels African, what is it that still makes us Africans wherever we go? So with that, I will welcome any views, any thoughts, any reflections on the matter? Oh, hello, Marie Antoinette. Good to have you, Yenatan. Good to see you too. So let's see. Oh, yeah. I greeted you, Beta Medicine podcast, Brother Koku. Welcome. So Yenatan says, we are all seen as African by the world first and foremost because of skin color. Yes, we live in that kind of a world. Marie Antoinette is here, so that's good. Neo Mfax was saying that let's have one culture in Africa as a frame of reference to yes, let's have one culture in Africa as a frame of reference of what African culture should be, because our culture has changed. Well, let me talk about that. Should we have one culture in Africa? I don't think that we can have one culture in Africa, only because we have so many different ways of expressing ourselves. We have so many different ways of of doing things. I don't think that having one overall culture, I think there could be one maybe in principle, maybe certain values and principles, but not just the one culture. I think there should be one characteristic, let me say that, one characteristic of different cultures. So the same way with music, you can have, different types of music, but you can still see that common vein in all the different music. You can still recognize the drums, you can still hear, the strings and the guitars and all that, and you can still see wherever you are. If you go to, our South America, if you go to the Caribbean, if you go to America, you still hear that African beat to it. When it comes to the food, we have different ways of cooking food. We have similarities between West African food and, I think like food in the in the southern part of the United States. I know that they have some very similar food to West African food. So those kinds of things are things that run through our culture wherever we are. There are certain kinds of things that you recognize as being African, but it does not have to be one particular way of expressing it. I think that we can have room for different expressions, but still have a general way of looking at things. So, but yes, I do agree that there should be something that is overarching to to recognize as our culture. Swahili culture must be a frame of reference. Well, I do mostly support that. I say that Swahili, especially the language, for me specifically the Swahili language, and language is something that you can have without massively changing the culture. You can still have a language and still practice your culture. So we can have people still, speaking the traditional languages while speaking the lingua franca, of Kiswahili and so on. So I definitely agree with that. I think that, and even if it's not Swahili, even if maybe Swahili is just for one part, I think that every region in Africa should adopt their own African language to have as a means of communication. I know that Rwanda has like 4 languages, if I'm not sure, 4 official languages, English and French, and then they have like 2 African languages. So that's one way of making each other familiar with each other. So we just talk about familiarity. We're not even on unity just yet, just something that we're familiar with, that you hear or you see, and that say it's okay, that has an Africanness to it. So yes, greetings, Marie Antoinette. Good to have you. Oh, okay. Simon Yuji, good to have you. Peace to the chat. Thinking less each other and focus more on our own problems and solve them fast. Okay, yeah, that's a good way to start. Although it would be nice to just focus on our own problems, but sometimes, our own problems become other people's problems. Sometimes other people's problems become our problems. So, that would be nice if we could only solve our own problems. We would, believe me, we would. I think that even in the whole of even the idea of community and society, that comes from the failure of individuals to solve their own problems, because we wouldn't need to come together if everybody knew what to do or knew how to provide for their own means. So while it is it would be nice. I don't think that it's practical or even doable, because that's just not how life is. You need somebody. You need, even in solving problems, sometimes you might have a problem, and you can go round and round trying to get to a solution, and the wheel has been invented. Somebody else already solved that problem that you are personally trying to solve. So I think that, yeah, you should focus on your own problems, because also, yeah, but the other aspect to that is that you can't just always look to others to solve your own problems. So that's, I think, that's a good point to make. You can't just say, oh, well, somebody else is going to come and solve the problem, whether it's somebody in the family, somebody from outside. You have to start thinking of that first, and then when you get to the limit of your own individuality, of your own single effort, then you can say, well, let me see what others also have to to offer. So Hayat says, impossible. Africa is the most diverse continent in many ways. I think that the fact that we share a continent should enable us to tolerate and respect each other's diversity and look out for each other. Very true, Hayat. And greetings as well. That's a very, very important point to make. We are a big continent. People don't really realize the full extent of the continent, and not just the continent. Look, we have a whole continent, and then we have a whole, what do you call the globe? Yeah, what's a whole globe? What's a continent and the whole earth? Yes, we have the whole earth, because nowadays it's not just limited to the borders. As we can see, there are Africans everywhere, the Black people everywhere across the world. So not only do we have to navigate our neighbors on the continent, we have to now throw open the umbrella to a great big geography. That's why even geography separates us. It boxes, but it separates us from our larger tribe outside. So sometimes even our problems here in Africa, there are sometimes solutions that can come from outside. There may be our brothers and sisters in other parts of the world who have actually encountered some problems, especially in managing the global relations, and they may have something that we need, but we simply just don't see it. We will still just focused on our own problems, that we don't see things from diaspora. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Koku. Sometimes words disappear. Words disappear. That aspect of trying to navigate 3 different languages in your head. No, I'm kidding. But yes, so we have the diaspora, we have the continent, we have a big family to deal with. If we had a big family reunion, the first couple of days would probably be just, okay, we'll be like, okay, I'm glad to see you now. And then the second thing would be recriminations. Why didn't you come? Why didn't you do this? Where have you been? We don't know this. That would be the next thing. And then afterwards, which I hope will come to the point where we say, okay, we've been away, we've been, estranged, we have gone through our experiences, we have been apart. So what do we still have to retain together? What do we still have that we can say, okay, we were separated, but this still kept us together. This still, made us recognize each other even from afar. Yeah, it's the way we look at the way we look, obviously, the physical aspect, but what is it in our spirit, in our character, that's still maintained even after all that we have been through, both individually, just our personal experiences, and as a group, as people. There is that generational experience as well, where even though people didn't personally go through certain things in their history, it still affects them in that collective memory, whether it's proven or not. But there are certain things that people still retain even after it has happened. So you still recognize your brothers and your sisters. You still recognize, BJ, Marie Antoinette. We still see each other and we say, hey sis, hey bro, and so on. And we're still familiar. One of the things that I would say also is the value of respect. I think the respect for human life, even though that's deteriorating nowadays, the world is changing, but we have always been a people who valued life, we valued each other's lives, we valued, and maybe that also contributed to a small extent to, I wouldn't say our, not our cowardice. I don't think we're cowardly. I would think our hesitation to cause to cause death, even to to ourselves. You see Africans sometimes, in the most dire conditions, and I used to wonder, wow, how much can people take before they how much can people take? And you see, well, we just have a certain resilience, a certain holding on to life that is very remarkable. We can go through things that you can't imagine people going through, and we can still come out, and we can still come out with some dignity. We can still stand up and still be ourselves, and that to me is because of our value and respect for life, not just our own. You don't just say when things are going bad, you don't just give up and say, okay, there are some times and exceptions, there are, but on the whole, we are a people who will hold on to life no matter what, and we'll try our best to protect it, not just our own, but other people's. So I think that's one thing that we have to say, that it's an African thing. It's something that we're not quick to take life. We're not quick to go to that extreme. Now, to with each other sometimes nowadays, because things have been so turned inwards and against us, we do that to each other. But even in terms of to others, we would still prefer to take the pain than to inflict it. So, that's one of the things that we do. We do have that value and respect for life. We have that respect for family. And that's something that you can see all across the global African family, that we still value those familial bonds, and not just your mother, father, and so on. We have cousins, we have extended grandparents, relatives, all that. We have a big family, even amongst ourselves, but we also have that big family around the world. There's things that we see that even in the family, if something happens to a child in the family, everybody feels that they have a responsibility to at least ameliorate the situation, or to help out in a way, or to take care of each other in the family. And until until recently, we had very, very tight familial bonds. We had and even now, taking care of children, especially in raising them, in bringing them up. That's what we talked about on the last show, about raising children. One thing that is common to a lot of Black people around the world is this idea of having and raising your children to be a part of the community, and especially with the idea of discipline, not so much in terms of punishment, but in terms of, it's everyone's responsibility. Well, it's diminishing now, but it's everyone's responsibility to make sure that the child knows their roles in the community, their roles as an adult, and so on. So the village way of raising children, that it's everyone's responsibility to take care of the children, and that's why even in America, instead of having your children go to the system, it was usually you'd have like the grandparents or somebody in the family take the child and take care of the child, instead of giving it to an orphanage or strangers or something, like in the Western tradition. And even when it comes to the elderly, our vulnerable people, the family is the one that takes care of everyone. So it's not turned over to the state. We didn't have nursing homes and things like that. The elderly in the community would be taken care of by the community, the grandparents and so on. And you see that even in Black American traditions, when they have a big mama and so on. Well, unfortunately, much of that also has been derided in the movies, but that whole idea of the grandmother in the house, and she is taking care of everyone, and she's a shoulder for everyone to lean on. That's a very African concept. It's a very African view of the family, where that protects the innocent and reveres the wise and the elderly. So this respect for both the young and the old is something that we see as a knot that ties, not a knot, whew, that's terrible. It's something that brings us together. It's something that we share in common, the love for family, the bonds that bring us together. It's very strong not just, you know, service, but also ideas, their wisdom, their experiences. And that's why you see in many African society. And this is why it's also important to have places where we can, you know, we can have these kinds of discussions. We used to have in every society a place, a communal place where people would come together and talk and talk about the community's problems as a whole. You know, it would start from, you know, from the young men. The young men had their discussions. It would have, you know, the married men. It would be the elders, and it would be women had their own councils and their own ways of, you know, communicating, and men also had that. There was the village elders and so on. So decision making was a communal thing. You know, making doing things or deciding what was for the community was, there was no one who was exempt from it. You know, obviously not the children and so on, but everyone's opinion and everyone's you know, input was valued. And that is something that we have to continue. And this is why we have things. That's why also with the office, when it opens, is going to be a beautiful thing, because we'll have now a physical place where people can come together, where people can actually meet and shake hands and laugh and smile with each other. So yeah, we need many of those places all around the world. We need places where we can gather and meet and talk and just, you know, share what it is, to the good things about being African, not just always the sad and depressing things, because I still think that there's a great many things to enjoy about being who we are, about, you know, our people and so on. Even while we decry the tragedies, we still are a great people to be. I mean, don't you enjoy being Black? I do. Simon UG says, the idea of sentimental unity is good, but fixing your own nation's problems protects you from other people's problems. Focusing on division or unity is work avoidance locally. Yeah, no, it's not for it's not good to actually focus on sentimental unity. And that's why what I hope that we don't do at all, because either sentimentalizing unity, and that's why I said it's not so much unity as familiarity. We can't talk about being unified until we talk about something that we have in common. So no, I don't think that unity is just something that we should sit around talking about, because you don't need unity actually to progress. You don't need unity to work together. When people start a company, the only thing that they need is direction. They need to know, you know, are you doing your job? What can you do? How can you improve it? And so on. So yeah, I agree that focusing on unity is not, it's not the priority. It's not something that should be, you know, it should be an ideal, but it's not a requirement. I'll say that it's not a requirement for working. It's not a requirement for doing things, for building, for improving ourselves and so on. But it is a good way to focus our aims, because even if you don't want unity, it's still an ideal, still a good ideal to work towards. Fixing your own nation's problems protects you from other people's problems. Well, fixing your nation's problems, one of our nation's problems is the whole idea of disunity. That is one of our problems, you know, the idea of even tribalism, the idea of nationalism. So part of fixing that problem does come with, you know, trying to fix those internal divisions that people may have, and not just internal, sometimes they're also external. There are some nationalistic divisions that also arise there within the country. Sometimes there could be tribalistic divisions as well. So part of the problem is not just about people being united, or people being happy together and dancing around. It's actually civilization. That's all. Civilization is more about different people in the community working together in peace. That's all it is. It's that peaceful. And if you can't have people work together in peace, then you can't have a society, you can't have trade. You need a minimum of some stability to even have a community. So when the community is divided, even though you don't want unity, that's never going to happen. There's no, let's look at a country with maybe 20 different divisions. You can't expect all 20 to come together and say we agree. All you need them to do is saying we agree to do what? To work together. That's all we need. We don't need people to be of the same accord, same mind, same culture. Oh, that would be terrible and boring. We need that diversity. Welcome, BJ, to the stream. welcome, BJ. I'm good. How are you?
Oh, coming a little bit back to normal.
Oh, what happened?
All the things around the house and everything's just falling apart. And as soon as you put out one fire, here comes another.
Sad to hear that, but you know what? Life.
Yeah, and life is so unpleasant sometimes, but you gotta live it anyway.
At least you're not bored.
Never.
Wow, good to hear your laugh. It's always good to hear you.
I'll say with you, Tanzan, you're the best.
Okay, so what are your thoughts on our unity or division as a people, or family? Not unity, I should have just put in our familiarity, because that's all I say that we can, that's where we can start. What is familiar? You don't have to, when you go somewhere, what do you look for? You just look for something that's familiar. You don't want something that's exactly like where you're from. You don't want something, it's going to be different, but you're just looking for, okay, let me just find, if you're an American and you're in Thailand, let me just find one McDonald's, that will sort of, make things a little bit easier. So familiarity is the first step to working together, not necessarily to unity, but just to working together. So yeah, go ahead, Vijay.
Oh, wow. I mean, we find a way to work with everyone else. My only question is always, why can't we work with each other? I mean, what is it about, because being from America, we say, well, with slavery, we spoke different languages, and therefore when they prevented us, all those who spoke the same languages, they split them up, so we couldn't communicate. So we have like this history thing why we're torn apart. But then talking to you guys, why are you guys torn apart? It's something desperately wrong with us, that it just like, it's like we in life, which they changed the psychology books, but when I took it, there was a thing called projectionism. So we project our characteristics upon someone else. So if you're lazy, it's not that you're lazy, it's really I'm lazy, but I'm projecting on you and say you're lazy people because whatever. It's like we project things upon each other instead of resolving the issue with each other. So it's easier to be divided for no apparent reason, that you're not going to like everybody, but we go to work, we get a paycheck. Of course, we don't like everybody in that building, but we find a way to work together so that we can get that paycheck at the end of the week, or every 2 months, or every other, whatever. And so why can't we, as a people, do the same thing?
Very true, very true. And you said, because if the problem was too many languages, then, it should have been solved with the one language, like you see in America. If the problem in Africa is that tribalism, there's too many tribes, then, why wasn't that? So it's the same question you're asking. It's just, yeah, I don't understand it either. If the problem is too many languages, then you have a population that has only one. You'd expect them to be more united than the multiple languages. But we see that in both cases, the result is the same. So there is something fundamental in us that we want to be together, but we don't want to be together,
Right. Because we can't even say the language issue, because anybody else come onto your land in my neighborhood from a co-worker, found the love of his life at one of the local little restaurants, and she didn't even speak English. So language cannot be a problem. It's something within us. So, is it the self-hate? I don't know.
Well, I don't even know if it's the self-hate, because, like I said, well, it could be, but even when you find even the pride amongst us, because there's times when people are very proud of themselves, but they're still against other people. So it's sometimes it's not even, maybe sometimes it's too much self-love and too little other love. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Because it's a lack of respect. Because I find people who will say I, me, mine. And it's always that. And then you say, well, what about someone else? No. They're this. No. But they're doing the same thing you're doing. No. But that's different because I do it over here. So that's different. So we find these little stupid things to keep this colonialized hierarchy that's not getting us anywhere. Everybody else is climbing and we keep sinking.
Mm-hmm. Simon says that, to my internet, the problems in Ethiopia is a product of the obsession with unity. I don't know if it's our obsession with unity. I think sometimes it's we shouldn't strive towards unity. We should strive more towards progress or building something, because unity is just an ideal. But when you have an actual project or something to do, then you'll work towards that vision, and then you'll slowly build up the unity. Unity is not just something that you say, oh, let's come in and be unified. Unified to do what? If you have something you're unifying towards and working, either towards working or building something, or destroying something, all those are projects that you can unify to work together. I don't think that the problem of Africa is our obsession with unity. In fact, it's not even been a priority in many countries right now. I don't see a call for African unity like there was maybe during independence time and so on, and even just global African unity, that time of black is beautiful and this and that, and this whole blackness thing. This is something that is actually not even being talked about right now. So that's why I said calling for unity it's not about that we don't have enough unity. We don't even have a call for it right now, and that's why I'm saying that let's not strive for unity. Let's start with at least finding that familiarity, because as we can see, we don't like each other. We like ourselves, but we don't like each other, and that's also part of not liking ourselves, because we limit our liking to just a few people around you, and you're not seeing what's going on. But yet at the same time, we still want to look and see what's going on the other side, because if we're really as individualistic as we claim that we want to be, then it wouldn't bother us, or we wouldn't even care that Africans are being killed in Morocco. We wouldn't care that black people are being discriminated in America. We wouldn't care to know that Argentina got rid of its black. These are things that we wouldn't care about, and yet we still care, and yet at the same time we still don't want to care. So
and the thing about unity is that maybe it's the definition is different. Every other group is unified, but yet they don't have the same thought processes. They do not have the follow along one path, one line, and all this. Unification means, to me, it's like decency and respect. Can I just get that? You know, I don't have to break bread with you. I don't have to have you sit at my table, but I'm going to teach you with dignity, and I'm going to be respectful of you. If we could just start there, you know, maybe that will lead us to a path of, you know, finding a common ground. Because everybody, you know, with us all around the diaspora, we all have the same issues. So we need to stop dividing ourselves on all these little superficial lines. We're not gaining anything from that.
But that's what we have to do is, instead of dividing ourselves in those lines, then we should start, you know, familiarizing ourselves and blurring those lines. We can't get rid of them, but now we can say we have those lines, yes, but it's part of a bigger whole. Let's welcome Jath Revan. Yes, go ahead, Jath.
Hey, Jath.
Hello, BJ. Hello, Tanzan. You all right? You good?
Welcome. Welcome. Go ahead.
Now, I'm not going to stay too long all the way, because if I can fire thumbs up, I'm going to run away. I'm going to run away.
See, now we're talking about unity, and you're already talking about division.
Okay, sorry. Just that guy is a different one.
Yeah, we're all different, but I'm like this. Beat to whatever drum that makes you happy. Just don't have me start playing the tune. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
You know, to each his own.
Quite an interesting topic and a very good question. Tanzan. Is there anything that can unify? Are you saying Africans or Black Africans?
Oh, all of them. I'm talking about the global African family. I'm talking about all of us all around the world.
Okay. All right. That's a bit tough, because somehow we have to have having shared civilizational cultures. For instance, let's take Europeans, why they were unified. Because of Christendom. Christianity brought them together, and they share a similar civilization, a similar lifestyle. This has been established since the Roman civilization. For the Chinese people, they've been there in an era of continuity. They were the most ancient nation there was. So they've been unified for a long time. So it was not a problem for them to rebuild again.
But you got to remember the history of the Chinese. They were forced to unify. They had major wars and battles in order for that unification. You know, there was several clans that they had to fall under one, because it was going to be to everybody's benefit.
Right. Because the other thing, because the Chinese had already been a nation and disintegrated, and again a nation again, and keep disintegrating, because they keep saying every time they unified, a new dynasty takes over, but the dynasty managed to unify the country. You understand? Because they say, okay, this is the one that has the mandate of heaven. So when they were humiliated for the 100-year period, again, it's similar like a mandate. They were a nation already. So let's ignore that. The Japanese people are nations already, people that have similar religion, similar beliefs, and all that stuff. People who have similar civilizational states as well, they find it easier. That's why you see sometimes North Africans, or like Egyptians with the Arabs, like find it easier to unify with the Arabian world, to the Muslim-speaking world. And Christianity as well does the same thing, at least to African Christians as well. So it does the same thing. People more or less find it easier to tolerate each other when they're the same religion. Now, for Africa, what can we unify on? There is nothing of such, apart from the fact that we're all from the same continent. If it's Black people, then we can. If it's Black people, it's a different case. But for Africans, when I say Africans, I include everybody in the continent, no matter how diverse and different civilizations we are. Maybe I should not have eaten this shit. Sorry. No matter how different civilizations we are, like you have North Africans, they have a similar Islam going on. You have Horn of Africans, they have their thing going on. So they can find some familiar, because they have shared history. But if you look at it, we have shared continental history. The continent shares the same fate of being colonized, the same fate of being raped, pillaged by many other people. We share the same history. We share the same corner of the planet that is doing the worst comparatively against everybody else. Debatable, but our continent is pretty much doing badly. You understand what I mean? So in a way, because of that situation, can people look at that and say, you know what, we ourselves are doing bad. We share the same history. Even Algeria, North Africa, shares the same history of colonization. We share the same history of colonization. So there is this level at which we can actually maybe not unify as civilization, but at least work together to uplift the continent. From that standpoint, I think there's a possibility Africans can actually maybe not unify, but collaborate for the upliftment of the continent. When they say upliftment, for the benefit of everybody, because when we start trading, you know, there's a potential that we could come out of this situation, and the continent could become so stronger, and have such a heavy presence on the planet that other powers will.
Let me just interrupt you there, because you made an excellent point and you brought up a very good word: collaborate. I think that moving forward, we should have that more emphasized than the idea of unity, because so go ahead. I'll just make a note of that. But that was
no. I've always been saying this, that it's more of it to unify people, right? It's hard. Like, let me give you people that could unify. It's tough, even in our little countries. There's these divisions we must establish. Yes, there's the tribal divisions, yes, and then there's the religious divide. You understand what I mean? This is so majorly underestimated, how the religious divide, what it causes. Even in a country like the Gambia and all that stuff, you know, we're from the same people, but we can't intermarry each other.
The thing is, when you say the religious divide, you know, me being in America, there's always been a religious divide, but yet we're unified.
Now, listen. I'm not saying that is not possible. I'm saying it's been underestimated. I'm saying in a state or context of the African Union, or even our regional bodies, measures such as secularism can be introduced to actually try to maintain that. I get that, but still, the way we underestimate is like, how are we unified if we can't even marry each other? Like, I'm not saying that this is just about marriage. The fact that we can't even marry each other because of religion shows that we're not one people. You understand what I mean? So this is
but none of us are one people.
Huh?
None of us are one people. None of us have one mindset of thought process.
What I'm saying is, when people have similar cultures, similar belief systems, similar structure, it's easier for them to seem to be unified. That's what happened.
Exactly. But the only reason I was saying that is that we have a habit of looking at that one dot on that penny that's not shiny and say, oh, the whole penny needs to be thrown out. No,
that's not what I'm saying at all.
No, I know that's not what you're saying, but it's like what I'm saying in that is that we keep clinging on to these things, not to move towards finding, you know, some common thought process to move forward.
The way I see it, the actual common process, right, that you can, because I've debated it so many times with so many people as well, and I'm up for African collaboration continentally, but I think the most likelihood that's going to work, or the most state that we're likely approaching, is probably regional states. You understand me? Making those regional states work. If they work, the African continental could potentially be and strengthened and all that stuff. But the point that you can see different regions of Africa come together is the fact that we find reverence in the fact that we came from this continent, and that this continent has suffered through tremendous history of shame. And whenever it's looked down upon, it's looked very terribly, bad name all around the world. You know, even if you're North Africa, you go say, I'm from Africa. You're not from Africa, but you're different, and all that kind of stuff. You know, the shame. Can we find reverence? Not necessarily reverence, but some kind of something to spur us, to motivate us to do better for the continent. So that is the point.
And what you see in that is just, to me, it's just mind-boggling. And I cannot understand that about my people. Is why am I feeling shame when I have not murdered and pillaged and destroyed anybody?
Right. Yeah. No. Here's another thing, right? I see two different things for Tanzania. If you're talking about Black unity, then I extend that across to the Caribbean nations and America. Black unity, it's a separate thing. I extend that. If you're talking about African collaboration continentally, to do with trade and movement and all that kind of stuff, yes, I'm all up for Africa, and I'm all up for people coming together and making that continent better. You understand? If you're talking about regionalism, then I'm a West African. If you're talking about black unity, then I extend it to all other sub-Saharan. I don't like using the word sub-Saharan African. So there's different points here. But for African unity itself, we need, that's the only Tanzania, that's the only thing I can see to bring Africans together, that we collaborating to uplift the continent. You know, some people will come at it, some people will not. But imagine, Tanzania, what do you say?
Yeah, I agree. And like I said, I prefer to work towards collaboration, because collaboration does not require, you know, everyone to agree, just everyone to want what is best. Collaboration is more like a negotiation, whereas the idea of unity usually entails with it, you know, somebody, you know, leaving, you know, or being less in order to be more, you know, to give up something to get something. So I like the idea of collaboration a lot. Let me invite, Marie Antoinette is here. Welcome, Marie Antoinette. Good to have
Hey,
you.
Marie.
Hi.
Hello, hello.
Hi, BJ. Hi, Darth. How are you?
Good,
Not
good.
too bad, not too bad, not too bad.
Okay, I have a question for Darth. I've seen a trend among many males, not all males, but many of them, on these platforms. When someone joins a stream, the first thing they do is look for differences, such as your accent is different. Where are you from? There's always this immediate need to categorize people and point out differences. And I'm wondering, is that a trauma response? Where is that coming from? We have to start from the small things if we have to diagnose this problem.
No, is it a trauma response? Why males like to categorize it? Is it coming from Western people? It's probably coming from Westerners a lot more than it's coming from Africans. Because in Western society, we live in a way where everything is stratified, everything is categorized. So you already build up that mindset. I don't know about Africa, because Africans, I don't hear them speaking stuff like that. Africans are more gung-ho for unity than they are. People over here are a bit more questioning and all that stuff. They like to put things in categories. Is it from a trauma? Is it from a trauma to, I wouldn't know that entirely, Marie Antoinette, but I'll think on it.
I mean, you're probably right, Darth. I mean, we live in a very cliquish society. Everybody gravitate, and it's not even based upon color lines or whatever. It's about belonging to a group, and you want to, it's like this one thought mindset, and anything outside of that mindset, we want to, like push it to the corner. Right, so what city are you from? What zip code are you from? What state are you from? All these different freaking divided up categories. It's like I can't keep up with any of them. I breathe. Put me in that category. I breathe. That's it. Because it's just sickening and sick, because we lose the focus of what's really important.
That's that's a very good statement you made. But Marie Antoinette, could you just elaborate? Is it coming out positively? Is it a positive curiosity, or is it more like negative and divisive when people ask that? What are you hearing?
When I see it being done by African American males, it's usually a little divisive.
Right. And what type of questions? Is it more like what she said, what city you from and all that kind of stuff, or is it more like I just don't know how to put it.
I think the word I was trying to avoid using is pigeonholed. They think
you're right.
They think they can predict your perspectives just based on demographics.
Okay.
Your life experience, where you come from. So I already know what you're about to say, because I know who you is.
I think that is actually just, is it a male thing? I think, isn't it human nature? Isn't it human nature to want to know? Isn't it human nature that sometimes we like to, like everybody, we like to categorize people so that we know what position they're coming from, and which position we stand at, or at what level we hold ourselves in as well, isn't it? human nature as well, or is it more in the West? Because I don't know, maybe it is in Africa, maybe it's not. But I definitely do understand that feeling now that you put it that way. Yes, I have at times want to know where people come from, and I do ask where they come from. There is a curiosity about where they come from. So for me, it's not coming from a negative standpoint as well. But I can understand the feelings when people want to put people in a certain box or pigeonhole them as well. Yeah, I don't know. Is it from trauma? I can't fully answer that. BJ,
no, I think it's more social conditioning. And in America, it's gotten worse because, you know, if you look at it from the Democrat, Republican, you know, it's almost down to trying to categorize, oh, you're one of those nationalists, you're one of those extremists. It just keep cutting you down into certain categories, and to the point of free will and free thought is just being eliminated out of the scenario completely.
It's not useful as well, because then you could be underestimating people that way as well, and it's not very nuanced and all the stuff. It's not a good thing entirely. Something to go with that, but yeah. Tanzan, what do you have to say? Or Marie Antoinette, what do you have to say about that? Why do you think it's a trauma thing? What led you to look at it from a standpoint that it might be trauma?
Okay, Simon UG made a point that I was thinking but didn't express, that men are programmed to identify threats and competitors. And that's why I was saying, is this a trauma response in terms of trying to identify a threat in every encounter? Simon expressed exactly what I was thinking.
Right. I will definitely qualify what you just said exactly. I think there is a level where, like I said, people want to suss out where you are at and where they are at as well. So it's a level of where they are a response to a threat thing. But isn't that natural with human beings? Don't women show that character sometimes and all that? Don't women ask about each other where they come from?
Of course, I think I'm guilty of that more than anybody else.
Right. So I think it's...
What? No way, not you, Marie Antoinette. You're the nicest, kindest person ever. But when it comes to the men... I will not believe your lies.
I've also survived very well in a communist country. Remember that.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. Wow, interesting. But to your point, though, and that's point, there has never been a stream where two women told each other, you know what, I'll see you, let me give you my details, we'll meet and we'll fight it out, right, Marie Antoinette, BJ?
Oh.
I know.
Right. Yeah.
We'll meet on the corner of that and that. From an online encounter, like I've had, men on streams just going off at
I've been guilty of that. Yeah.
Huh?
I've been guilty of that. Yeah. No, I'm complete.
We ain't got time. I'm not about to break my nails over some spoken words. No.
Over someone's, opinions and thoughts, and that's why I said it's okay to disagree, but yeah, maybe men are different. Oh, Yenatan, today was not my fault. Blame that entirely on Marie Antoinette. So
yes, it's my fault this time. It definitely is my fault.
But is it from a trauma? It's just trauma, such a heavy word to refer to it as trauma. You know what I mean? So,
no, I mean in platforms like these where we all have the same objective of trying to build Africa and build up ourselves as Africans, people don't feel safe and feel the need to pigeonhole people on every encounter. They don't feel safe. If they felt safe, I don't think they would have the strong compulsion to do that with every encounter.
But Marie Antoinette, there are people who live in the best communities, have the highest education, have wonderful jobs, that climb the corporate ladder, and they still have those same characteristics of wanting to pigeonhole. I mean, look at a lot of our social groups, our social sororities, our social organizations. You know, they
There's also
constantly do that all
there
the
is
time.
there is also the aspect that some people like to attack the straw man rather than the topic at hand. Like when people are talking about the topic itself and we're dealing with a topic, some people, as soon as you notice they're starting to lose the topic or lose the debate, they start to go back into personal attacks. So they want to know where you come from. They attack your country to try and get an edge over you. So yes, it's a perceived threat that if you're losing the debate, you're like your voice is going down or something. So there are other people. Their response to that is, I'm gonna attack this I'm gonna attack this person's person himself, or I'm gonna attack his character, his country, where he comes from. So there is that reason for it as well. You see, so before you debate someone, you want to know about his background entirely and all that, so that you can get one edge of him. So you are right in a way. Like when people are talking about unity and all that, it's always those contrarians that come. You know, they get bored of the topic or they don't know how to contribute to the topic, so they switch the conversation back into personal knowing about. I remember when I first came into this channel, nothing about me I wanted known on the internet. Even now, I still stick to that as well. No one can know about me, anything personal about me. If you're gonna talk to me about the topic we're having at hand. Nothing else other than that. I'm over the internet. I don't need you to know me. You don't need me. So I like that setting because we can be able to speak freely about ideas and all that. But some people have like something a bit more than that and all that stuff. So you know, it causes this situation. You know, it causes this situation where people sidetrack off the topic. It's yes, you're right. It's a response to perceived threat, I think, and the threat can be that they are either not losing the talking or losing the conversation. They're at the losing side of the conversation, and that is enough to make somebody want to deviate the conversation and turn it into personal attacks or something like that. If that answers partly your question somewhat.
Yes, it does. Thanks very much, everyone. And Darth, I really appreciate your effort.
Yes.
Yeah, I think we have to be careful because we as Africans are deeply philosophical people, and we when we analyze a situation, it's not the same as when, let's say, someone who has had only who lives in a certain place and only watches one set of news would think. And I said jokingly recently that in the West, people's minds are operating just like artificial intelligence. It's just a bunch of simple algorithms, and we're putting people into pigeonholes. And we have to be careful because if we adopt that kind of thinking, it will place our own endeavors at a disadvantage. We can't lose the intellectual rigor that we have cultivated in ourselves. We can't lose that.
I would like to know examples of where you have actually. Is it on this channel particularly where you have seen that kind of divisive, actually pigeonholing kind of conversation? But I don't think this channel does that.
No, anytime this channel doesn't do it, but anytime you have people from Kaiserian Empire coming over to this channel, it happens.
I knew the girl, but I know what you're talking about. Hey, okay. That's a dusty empire. Don't look at it. Sorry. I'm not gonna be like that.
Pigeonhole.
Like that. Yes, but
I just pigeonholed Kaiserian Empire, by the
way. He has his own.
You see, I'm guilty. I'm guilty myself.
It's a human nature. It's human nature. You know. But yes, Kaizo has his own way of running his show, which I don't agree with. Me and Kaizo, we have disagreed on many panels. From the beginning I met him, we fought on many different panels over the internet and all that kind of stuff. In the end, he managed to stab me Anyways, he kicked me off his channel and all that stuff because yeah. Anyways, you know, so I'm not really with the way he does things. I'm not really with that. I think he has done more damage than actual good, actually. And I don't know if he meant to do it intentionally or not, but he's done a lot of damage. Now, some people could look at it as if he's brought in a lot of like an underbelly, or you understand, of Africa, you know, but there's ways to go about it, but he doesn't bring any solution to heal. He just, there you go, all the dysfunction at display, and there is no solution to heal it or remend it back and all that kind of stuff. It's just let the dysfunction play, and it has done quite nasty. I mean, there's other contributors, but his channel. But anyways, we shall have some new channels emerging to add more energy into this movement as well. We shall have some more channels, new channels to come in, because it's not good. I mean, that's my problems with that channel. He thinks he's doing good, showing all these dysfunction at display, but I think he's done a lot more worse. You know, it's just
but again, some people know how popular controversy and negative energy will bring a bunch of people, get a lot of responses, and people feed on that, and they will manipulate a situation in order to get that energy.
Yeah.
So my thing is often when I'm looking, you know, and searching for stuff, I'm like, I need to see the actions. Words are words. What are your actions? Is, you know, like with SNN, you see Mika doing all these positive things, and he bring forth this platform and these diverse, you know, every day there's a different topics that, you know, if there's something that you're interested in, you can find, and it's consistent. So I'm looking at that consistency. So
but you see, here's the thing, right? Sorry, BJ, to interrupt you.
Oh, no, you get.
Yes, that controversy sells, right? And a lot of people get attracted to it. But at least that channel is known for one thing, for that dust, for that dysfunction, for that, it sets that theme about that channel. You cannot go there to have genuine discussion. You understand what I mean? So you go there to either be trolling or having just a dysfunction and dust in that channel. So that's the theme that is being set, and a lot of people are attracted to it. No problem. But there's a need for quality sometimes, you know, a need for respectability. This channel is a respectable channel. Even when I come here, I don't like to be the way I was, but sometimes it's not some guy gets me going and all that stuff. But I respect this channel, and I know this channel has good debates, very genuine debates, and in the long run, this will stand longer. That one might come in to capitulate. I mean, it capitulated a few weeks ago, all that stuff. You know what I mean?
Let me say something. Let me say something, just, you know, to say something. You know, years ago when the internet first started, and this is when the best time, I think, on the internet, when total anonymity was actually possible, when you had chat rooms where people would just go in there and talk all kinds of nonsense and stuff, and you go in and go out. And let me tell you this, and this is, you know, in defense of, you know, such programs. I think it's a good place for people to air things out, because, you know, life, we can't always be positive. There's some times when you just want to go out and express yourself. I think that, you know, attacking somebody for, you know, those ad hominem attacks, those ones I don't really agree with. I don't think that you should attack somebody personally. You should, you know, make fun of, you can make fun of their beliefs and so on, but sometimes it just becomes very small and mean and personal. But I like the atmosphere that people can just come and talk. And that's an African thing. Like, we know that we Africans like to talk a lot of nonsense. We know that, you know, even growing up, we come together, and what do? We have those, you know, those making fun of each other challenges, you know, that I don't know what you call it, but people just come and talk nonsense to each other. Oh, you know, every day you eat, you know, I don't know, grass and water for breakfast, you know, things like that, nonsense, things like that. And there is a need for that what the danger becomes is when people take these things too seriously, when now they become, and we know when people are taking it seriously, when the levels of emotions just become, you know, ridiculous. Like, guys, it's just online. We're going to live our lives after this. We're going to go on. Somebody on the internet should not rile you up so much that you want to take personal, you want to rearrange your life for somebody that you've never met. I mean, to me, that reaches levels of ridiculousness. But I still say that we have different ways of expressing ourselves. There are people who like that.
But you know what, Tian, what you're saying, that the thing is, everything you stated is in all mutual respect for everybody that you're talking with.
Yes, that's important. That's a good point.
And so that I can rag you, but I love you and respect you. So you're not taking, oh, she's just being, you know, whatever. Right. Now we have no respect for each other, and we want to tear each other down to the point, like you said, people are jumping off of buildings, committing suicide because somebody said something about them, and you're seeing that too much nowadays.
No, that's a good point you raised, that we can make fun of each other, but we still have to maintain that respect. And that's why I say that even amongst our divisions, even amongst our separation, both, you know, spatial, geographic, historical, is there still something that we can say, you know, still gives us that sort of respect to each other? Because you can only respect somebody who you feel is you know, a part of you or part of your family, or, you know, but if you feel that this person is foreign to you or entirely, you know, of a different people, then you won't have any problem going all out. But if you look at somebody as your brother, there's some things that even if you're angry at your brother, you're never going to be, you know, to tell him to his face. You know, there's some ways that even if you tell him, there is going to be in a certain way than you would tell somebody who is a stranger or who is an enemy. So when Marie Antoinette, you're talking about, you know, threats, looking at people,
extending that kind of respect is so tough for people. Like let's say if I met my tribesmen over here on the internet, right? Like my people to them on the internet and all that stuff, and I knew he was from my people in the internet. If he said something stupid, of course, I wouldn't go all out on all that stuff. At that level, I would go all out. I probably, like how the Somalians show each other respect and then switch into their own language and never disrespect each other. But the fact is, we are so, of course, different and diverse that we're not actually the same, because we're different tribes, right? But we are black and all that stuff. It's black enough to extend. But we are African. Is African also enough for us to extend that respect to each other? It's a tough one. You know what I mean? So people will go all out. Like Kenyans will not go at each other's fruits here unless they, you know, unless they're from completely different political standpoints. They won't go all on each other here. So you find when people are in their tribes or nation states or something, and maybe that's the reason why Marie Antoinette even asked or something. Why do people ask that question in the first place as well? You just establish where you come from.
You know what? I'll ask you. I'll just put this one out there: is black enough for me to begin to extend respect? Yeah. Because we use all these things to not respect each other. Is me being living on the same continent as you enough for me to respect you? And respect your differences of opinion, because we seem to always have enough to say the opposite. Oh, I don't have to respect you because of this. I don't have to give you the same sort of common courtesy because of that. Well, maybe we need to flip it around and say maybe it's enough for us to at least honor each other and give enough respect to each other, even if I don't think or live the same way that you do.
I don't think it's going to be tough. People who don't have the same ideology or the same state of mind, because you have to, not necessarily an ideology, but even the same state of mind or the same viewpoint, the same place where you're looking at the world at. You understand? There's some people that look at the world that from a human.
But we see them extend that to every other group on this planet. That's where I get.
It's just we're at different levels. Some people look at it from a humanist standpoint and are able to extend respect to other human beings. Some people look at, you know, having similar ideologies, similar thinking. Pan-Africanists on this channel, even if they disagree with each other to a certain extent, except one guy, even if they disagree with each other, they still show each other respect. Like even with Tunisia, I show Tunisia respect. in fact, I don't actually disagree with him with a lot of things. But even if when I do, I don't go all out just saying rubbish. I don't do that because he's around the same wavelength I am in. You understand me? Even Tanzania, even I'm gonna disagree with her and all that. Like she agrees with Icon Fire's more drastic methods a little bit and all that stuff. But I know we're on the same wavelength because we're looking at the way how she's looking at Africa going the same way I'm looking at it. So I'm not gonna extend that craziness to him. You know what I mean? So there's that level of being at the same thinking or wavelength that actually helps us, you know, apart from our skin. That's the one thing that can help us. So at the end of the day, Tanzania, it just means we must get more people that are on our wavelength.
But then what do you do with the people who are not? That's why I was bringing back to respect. You know,
you have to campaign to win them over. You have to campaign to win them over because you can't just shove them away because there could be many of them. So just because it's like election, you have to try and convince them to come around the way you see things, the way you think. That's how elections are held. That's how things are run in the world, by having the majority. So if we want Africans to collaborate, if you want collaboration in Africa, if you want African economic injury, we have to somewhat like what we are doing here, like what you guys are doing, campaign for it, for many of the African minds to think that way. You know, that in itself, that Pan-Africanist ideology or Pan-Africanist leaning ideology, that desire, if we all desire the same thing, you know, and we all are the same wavelength, we will be enough to extend each other that respect, even if we disagree about how to go about getting it. We will afford each other that respect, you know. So it's a campaign at the end of the day, Tanzan.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
Hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's a very good point. And by the way, for me, I agree. Certain, you know, parts of people's philosophy. There's nobody that, you know, is 100% in agreement with anybody, and that's something that we should also, you know, try to see that, you know, you don't have to agree with everything that somebody says. You just take some of the parts that make sense from somebody's ideology, and leave the rest. You know, we're not obligated to take 100%. Even when you read a book, you read with a critical mind, and even the best book, you'll find something that you agree with and some things that you don't. So for me, I can listen to different people, and I can listen to people even when I disagree. I'll tell you where I disagree, but that's not to say that the places where, even with you, I've agreed with pretty much everything you've said today, that's Reverend. You brought a lot of good points, and especially when it comes to the collaboration thing. I think sometimes we do focus too much on the idea of unity and so on, and all we need to do is just collaborate. All we need to do is work together and find ways to benefit each other. We don't need to like each other. We don't need to agree. We don't need to, you know, all that. And we also need sometimes to be mature. And this is why this question of respect is so important, is that when you're mature enough, you don't get angry at somebody for disagreeing with you. You say, okay, well, you disagree with me on these points and these points, and we can just agree to disagree. It's not, you know, you don't need somebody to validate your point of view. You just need
let me tell you a secret. Let me tell you a secret.
Yes.
I'm a vision. I've had a vision. I'm gonna go into my woo side, right? My woo pseudo. I've had a vision of an African continental region that was such a powerful trade bloc, so powerful and so heavy in the world that the presence was just too heavy for everybody else. You understand what I mean? Like the whole world, like how the United Nations is right now, the whole world looked to Africa. You understand what I mean? It included Arabs, the North Africa, all the regions were powerful. I'd had a vision of that. This is my woo side, by the way. And the United States was just a military skeleton. You understand? Wow. So imagine that, right? Just for the sake of changing the narrative, I mean, economic narrative of the continent, changing the place of the continent, right? And just all this can be achieved by trade. Yes, there's obstacles that we can mention that we're not entirely liberated economically, they still, you know, the Francophone countries are a major impediment to the, not just West Africa, to the whole of African region. You know, these people. So there's ills to be concerned with. There's so much interest in the continent. But at the end of the day, if we collaborated, that region could be so strong that it could be heavy in the world stage. You understand what I mean? Like the United Nations will be pushed aside, and only African matters, an African point of view, purview for the world will have that weight. You understand? The United States will remain, but more like a military skeleton. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So
wow, that's a powerful vision.
That's a powerful vision, and I think this is how things will play out. China and all that will still be. China will be, India will still be, but on continental Africa region, I think people can get to that state. And Tanzania, to be honest, all this unity and loving each other, it's not going to happen, because we can only love each other when we start benefiting from the trade that comes. Like when the continent uplifts itself, then we can be all proud to say we are Africans, we did this, we built up this market, we built up this state. Then you will start to see people start extending respect to each other and having reverence for the continent itself. You know, so we can definitely get there, but it takes steps, and steps are actually very pragmatic steps. They are not steps like, oh, let's unify, let's love each other. Yes, that can happen in a different way, that can happen in a different silo, but we need to put in pragmatic steps in place, like actually trading with each other, building infrastructure to trade with each other. That will help, you know.
And let me also talk about Hayat's comment. She said that some Pan-Africans are very toxic and hateful. I've had them calling for killings of others. For me, this is when you really have to look at their ideology and not so much as the intent of what people say. Because sometimes, what is the ideology of Pan-African? I'm not even talking about Pan-African as a Pan-African. The reason why I don't like that word is because it has that Pan word in it, and you know where that comes from. But in any case, somebody who believes in the progress and benefit of African people, that for me, that's all you need to be. Whatever name you give it, you know, it's just you. Sorry?
Yeah, no, I was agreeing with you. Carry on.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's all it is. You want, you know, the best for African people. You want us to be sovereign wherever we are. We want us, you know, to have a thriving, environment, to have a place for our children to grow up without fear, without oppression. That's all, you know, it is. Whatever name you call it, you care for the African people. That's it. And anybody who cares about African people is not going to, you know, be spouting things like, you know, that sort of hatred, especially for your fellow people. You can't say you like your people and you want, you know, a section of them, you know, to be exterminated. So you have to look at somebody, those contradictions. And that also goes, you know, with religions. If you say your religion is a religion of peace and yet you're calling for hatred, if you say your political system is one of, you know, socialism or taking care of people, and yet you're depriving them of their natural rights, that's, you know, contradiction. If you say that you're for a capitalist free state and yet you're suppressing small businesses and giving tax breaks to big corporations, that's a contradiction. So always look at what that means and what somebody is practicing, and see whether or not somebody is really representing that ideal or just putting on a moniker for the sake of it. So that's all I think about that. So,
DJ, you got something to say? I was gonna say something into what Tanzan. Tanzan also, yes. You look at the person, you look at the ideology behind the person as well, where it's coming from. You also look at the person. You also look at the person and where they're coming from, as well as and what level they are in there. Because some people mistake. Who is going to be online advocating on the interwebs, killing people or killing? Who does that? What kind of person does that? So sometimes when you say, what is your level at picking up nuance? You understand what I mean? How can you take something serious from somebody online saying crazy stuff? You understand what I mean? Can't you yourself see that this person is not entirely there? You understand what I mean? So you should be able to judge what kind of person is speaking those killing people and all that kind of stuff. Yes, it's toxic and all that stuff. It's not good. But I can tell you, you have not heard people who are a bit more sober in their ideology. They don't speak like that. They don't speak in such extremes and all that kind of stuff. It's only crazy people that hold such strong extremism. No, not entirely. I don't like that. Like me and Tunaja have even said many times, like whatever form it's gonna show itself, right? It's gonna have some form of what I'm using the word again, Pan-Africanist leaning to it, or Pan-African. I always said this Pan-Africanism, the way I encompass it, is like it's a movement that kind of encompasses or represents liberation struggles for African peoples, African descent peoples all over the continent and the planet. Now, depending on where the struggle is, it shows itself differently, right? In America, it was the civil rights movements and all that. In Africa and the Caribbean, it was like and colonialism. They wanted to be free from colonialism. You know what I mean? So these are representations of it emerging. You know what I mean? And they continue happening. Any form of Black liberation, in a way, it's kind of like encompassed within that word. Because sometimes, Tanzan, maybe we don't just want to focus on the ideology, but sometimes when you say what can we unify on, it's tough when there's no ideology behind it. But I suppose we can just say forget the ideology, unless I also did speak to I did speak to Tunaja and say perhaps we should not focus on the ideology itself and focus on the actual solutions that are encompassed within the ideology, the actual things that the ideology was advocating for. If we speak more on them, then perhaps people can not be too, you know what I mean? Because people, whenever you come up with an ideology, somebody wants to be contrary to it. Somebody wants to box it. You know what I mean? So you remove the ideology and actually show what the ideology presents. You know what I mean?
And I like what Simon UG says, that let's stop proselytizing Pan-Africanism. Desperation to project our ideas on others is a practice we've inherited from evangelical religion. Convince them through practice and success. And wholeheartedly agree with that. I think that Pan-Africans, if they want to convince, they should build business, they should build schools, they should build anything, a hospital, something that they can say, look, this is what we did. Nobody's going to be convinced with ideas. But like you said, if you benefit from something, and that is not just from proselytizing, also that, you know, the religion spread, it was actually from giving people benefits. Like they would come, they would give the children, you know, sweets and gifts, they would build schools for their members, they would have hospitals and so on. So they showed tangible benefits to being a part of that community. So you cannot convince people if you don't have anything to have. Even, you know, with this new belief systems and so on that are cropping up, one thing that they have is they always have a place. They have a place to congregate, they have a place to meet, they have a place to worship, to build, to whatever it is. They have a place where you can go and say, you know, this is our place. So if and this is not just Pan-Africa, this is for any ideology, this is for any ism, whether political, religious, you know, social, you have to show people what you can do. So I think that, you know, Simon is definitely right. It's time for Pan-Africans to start talking about what we can do, or, you know, how we can show people, rather than, oh, we all won and, you know, we're this and that. You know, I think we all know that we won. I think that at the base of things, even when we come at each other the hardest, even when we are angry, even when we hate each other, I think we still know that we won. The reason why we can hate each other sometimes, I don't like to use that word, Wigi doesn't like it, even when we are not for each other, even when we go against each other, we still know that we are one. Sometimes it's our closeness actually that, you know, brings that sort of tension. It's just, you know, that tension from proximity, not from distance, that from recognizing ourselves in each other and seeing our deficiencies, our failures. When we look at somebody, when we look at each other, we see what we're not doing. So we also tend to project our failures on each other instead of working together to both improve our circumstances and each other's. So definitely good point. Practice rather than, you know, preaching. So yeah.
But you know,
absolutely. And if I think we need to start seeing humanity in others along with the humanity within ourselves. Because we keep thinking we're so different and we marginalize people, it's easier for us to, you know, like dismiss them and treat them badly, because we're now making them less than human. Don't have to agree with everything someone does, but if I see the humanity within them, then I'm like, well, I at least have to give them some form of respect. Now we're like, oh no, they're not worthy of this. You know, it doesn't matter how we treat them because we're mimicking what other people are doing to us.
Yeah, right. You see, so I agree with what the other guy said. Yes, even it's time to stop proselytizing and actually doing some. But just to add some encouragement into that, because sometimes people tend to forget and actually look at what's happening. I will tell you, for the people criticizing Pan-Africanism, what are they doing themselves? What are they doing themselves apart from just sitting on the internet and criticizing Pan-African hasn't done that, hasn't done this, hasn't done that? We're all here. What have they done and what has their solution been? You see, so you always have to send it back to that person. But I can tell you, like, Pan-Africanism is still inspiring some people, even some nations, to still go for independence. You understand what I mean? Like, people don't like to say it, but like it is. Like, look at Barbados recently. We are Burna Boy going there saying the Pan-Africanist president. We don't know if she's Pan-Africanist or not. You understand what I mean? But to the majority of African people, it's still spurring and inspiring people to aim for more independence, for more liberation. It still has a base. Even in Frank Africa, people are still agitating. In Mali, people are still agitating. You know, so they take inspiration from these Pan-Africanist leaders that gave us the independence, that actually achieved something. You know, although they fell short because a lot of them got assassinated during the Cold War, and most of them didn't materialize the economic aspect of it. You can criticize them for many other reasons. There's reasons, there's external influences, and there's failures on their part. You can blame it all on that as well. So they may have fell short on that, but still we are able to say we are independent today. You're Kenyan, and that to an extent, we are not. Our lands belong to ourselves. You know, I say Southern Africa could have gone the way of Native Americans if shit hasn't turned the other way. Sorry, if apartheid hadn't ended. So Pan-Africanism inspired apartheid. So today, some nations are still going, and in fact, some of the most they don't even claim it, but some of the most ardent Pan-Africanists or people who even claim to are doing things in the continent. They're doing things. People who feel this type of way are not wrong in their feelings, and they want to do things when they can, they will do in their own capacity. They're not just people sitting there criticizing, what are you doing? What are you doing? What have you done? You know what I mean, Tanzan? So we have to be careful when people just like to throw a blanket and say, oh, what have Pan-Africanists done? And you forget all the sacrifices and deaths. You know, it's just like I spoke to Arkan Fire last time. The world is different now. We don't just want to send people to death. We don't want people to be martyrs of Pan-Africanism. That's not the case. You know, because back then, the elite were Pan-Africanists, the leaders who gave us Pan-Africanism. But now we need to have the people follow along. You know, follow along, maybe not with the ideology, but like I say, if you focus too much on the ideology, the people are not going to listen to you. So at least what the ideology has, what it has to offer, we need to bring that forward, Tanzan. So we got to be careful. And I agree with you, Jonathan, that it should be regionally for us, because yes, regional. If we work at a regional level, it could work. Both can run in tandem, except different focuses. Energies are focused on different levels, you know, on different things. So both can work in tandem, you know. But more other countries have more struggles than other ones. You know what I'm saying, Tanzan, man? I'm gibbering.
But the thing even here, there are states that have more struggles than other, but because of our unity, how they took these 50 something states and whatever territories around it and unified it under one umbrella, it gave United States power. So even if they start off with the regional east, west, north, south, whatever, they're going to have a bigger voice and can demand more from their resources. Even though, even within that, all 50 of these states up under here, none of us think alike. None of us have the same beliefs. Half of us don't worship the same God.
I would like
so we got to stop pointing at those itty bitty little battles that's not going to change anything, and find what is going to bring forth a unified set of differences. I mean, a commonality that's going to bring forth some real change. Because if we keep fighting these low hanging fruit, nothing's going to change.
Yeah.
Let me go ahead and read. Let me go ahead and read. Jonathan has made some good points, summary of good points in the section. So he says what we need right now is to unite our people and our borders to come in peace. So firstly, uniting people within a country or, within, and then the second part, let me see. The second part is to convince your neighboring country. So you start with your own country first, within that country, and then you widen it to the neighboring countries, and to show that there's self-interest. Because self-interest, that's one thing that I think two people can unify together. And if two thieves can come to an agreement to go and steal, that's a unity right there. You don't have to be good people. You don't have to be, just agree to one thing. And yes.
Exactly.
And
it's underestimated. It's underestimated. I've made this point, and Icon Fire has come at me with such heavy, ferocity. I've made this point. It's underestimated how much important self-interest is as well. And it's only through self-interest, because it's only through self-interest that's why when you use the word collaboration, it doesn't mean I have to like you. I don't have to like you. We just have to work together. We have to work together for self-interest. The fact is, we share the same history, the same region being, it's so funny, Tanzania, what's even happening at the moment. It's so scary how the EU are so interested in North Africa. Like, they are just pumping North Africa to make it stronger. If North Africans get to that, they get to a certain, say, what would make them interested, or say, what would interest me in working with Sub-Saharan Africa? Do you get what I'm saying, Tanzania? If they have that much, if the power balance tilts too much, do you understand? So the European Union is funding North Africa heavily. That is really worrying, So anyways, the point is self-interest, it matters. We don't have to like each other. So the thing is, I said this before, when it's easier for two rich people to work with each other easier than two poor people, right? You understand? Like, poor people will not work and say, why should I work with you? You have failed in your endeavors in life. What me working with you is just gonna result into the same result of both of us failing on a bigger scale. You understand what I mean? But two rich people can say, you have succeeded in your endeavor, you've succeeded. I think if we put our heads together, I trust and respect enough that you are a diligent man, a disciplined man, that we can actually deliver. You understand what I mean? So two rich people work with each other easy, and they protect what they have. You understand what I mean? But poor people have the longest struggle to ever come into that realization that they're collaborating together may actually uplift them from the situation of destitute. It may actually, we may have failed individually, but I bet you, if we can put our heads together, we could succeed and all that stuff. Why is that so hard for people to realize that we just need a system? We just need a system of collaboration, a system to make it work. And that's where it starts at. It's not about loving each other. We love each other after we succeed, after we win.
And we actually love each other.
Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay. I just said, and we love each other more after we succeed. And let me just get to point 5 that Jonathan made about international organizations and government not to come to Africa unless they're equal partners. That is an important point. And this is why collaboration to me is important, because it's just the art of negotiation. It's the art of saying, look, well, we have our self-interest. We both have our self-interest. You want something, I want something. And even when you talk about North Africa, we have to learn to also work or negotiate our economies with them, because like you said, they are on the continent, and this is not just for the North Africa, but on the global scale. And we when we collaborate with each other, firstly, we will get the experience of being able to negotiate with each other. If we can't even talk amongst ourselves, if let's say Togo and the Central African Republic can't even come to an agreement, do you think any of them will come to a negotiation table with the UK and actually demand something? No. If you don't practice it amongst yourself, there's no way you're going to practice it with other people from other places, and they don't even care about you. At least Togo and CAR, when they sit together, they might not like each other, but they don't want to destroy each other. That's one thing that I can say about us as a people. Most of us, we don't really want to destroy somebody else. We're just fighting because we think that there's not going to be enough for us. So, you know, that's one thing, but we have to learn to also treat each other equally if we want to be treated equally by other people. You're not going to, you know, look down on your fellow brother and then you think that somebody else is going to look up to you. No, if you treat your brother like, you know, like trash, guess what? Somebody from outside will treat you as trash as well, because not only are they seeing how you're treating each other, they're also saying that, well, that gives us justification to treat you like that. So you can't demand respect from others if you don't respect your own people. And, you know, this is important. So when we comes to trading with other people or negotiating with other people, if we're to come as equal partners, we also have to treat ourselves equally before we get to that level.
So that's an important part. That's an important part, Tanzan. So Tanzan, how can two poor people, destitute people, or poor people, or badly doing it, like how can two losers? This is the most extreme I'm gonna say it, but I don't want to use that word. Loser. How can two people who are doing badly get to a point where they respect each other?
No. That one, if you look at the homeless situation in America, that is the one group that treats each other with respect and is more unified than most of us. But no one focuses on that.
It's quite interesting.
The poorest people have the most respect than those who have the most money on the planet.
So okay, that comes from a position of understanding the pain of being homeless, the pain of being hungry and all that. That comes from understanding and sharing with each other and all that stuff. But are homeless people likely to work with each other? Even I suppose the working sharing does mean you're working with each other and all that stuff. So that puts my theory into question anyways. So can people who are poor countries, can we develop that respect for each other in Africa?
Yeah, you can if you keep a third party interest not on your priority list. If a third party interest is coming in here keeping division, no, it's not going to work. But if you start treating each other and seeing my self-interest supersedes everybody else's, then yeah, it'll work. The problem is that those who benefit from you being the way you are, having absolutely nothing, chopping each other's heads off, benefits from this continuing.
So that's quite interesting. At the same time, I think
I would say this.
Go on.
To answer your question, I would say this. Firstly, we have to acknowledge I'll just say it, our loserdom. You have to acknowledge that you lost, that we are losers, let's say loser A and loser B. You have to accept that you lost. A lot of the times this is a game but losing does not mean that it's a permanent loss, and victory is not a permanent victory. Because when you look at, sports, there's this clip where somebody's saying sports is going to go on forever and ever. There's never going to be an end. Even if you win this year, next year again, you start all over and go on and on and on and on. There's never going to be, okay, decisively, this is the best, sports team or sports person in the history of sports. So once you recognize that, when you win, you realize, okay, you win. How are you going to maintain your victory? When you lose, you say, okay, I lost. Why did I lose? What do I need to do? And how can I win? Unfortunately, a lot of losers just stay losing and say, well, firstly, some of them, they deny that they lost. They just say, oh, well, sorry?
Yes, I'm agreeing with you. I'm just finding it funny. Carry on.
Yeah, so the first thing is accepting loss, and that's something that it's difficult. It's not easy. Even personal loss, it's something that when you strive after something and you don't get it, it hurts, and an easy way of dealing with it or coping with it is just to deny it. Some people have that sour grape syndrome. Oh, I never wanted it in the first place. But you do. You wanted this and that, whether it's love, riches, relationship, whatever it is, you want it, and it's okay to agree to acknowledge when you don't have it. So as Africans, we can say that, well, we won some things. We won our partial independence, because It's not, we did get independence. We own our own land. We to some extent manage our economies, even if maybe not the best, but we do have some sort of autonomy. It's not like, the pre-60s era where we were just, completely powerless. So we have moved forward. There's some certain things that we have acknowledged. We have to acknowledge. It's not to sit on our laurels and say we have done it. And that's the other danger, that people think that, once you have achieved something, that's the end of it. And we become lax and we let our victory slip away because we don't realize that we have to maintain it. But at the same time, the first thing to say is that we lost the quest for global power. We lost the economic war. We're still losing our negotiating skills and the seat at the international stage of power. So how are we going to do that? Losing is not necessarily, you don't have to wallow in it either. You have to say, this is where we are, but how can we, improve ourselves as a people, first of all? And that's why, here we start with the family. This is something that extends to all areas of life. When you start looking, where have I lost? Where have I, gained? So once you acknowledge that, then you say, well, what do I need to do? You start with yourself. Just with the two countries, you start with your own country. Like Jonathan was saying, you have that internal, internal civility. And then after you have that, even within the family, you start with yourself. How can I make my life more peaceful? How can I improve on the areas? Once you look at that way, then you extend that, to everything else. So the countries, we have to acknowledge that we're not in the best condition, that we have lost the war in so many places. But once you look at that, then you say it's not a reason to be ashamed. Like they say, for falling down is not shameful. It's not getting up that is. So if we don't have a plan for getting up, if we don't say that, this is where we want to go, and you also have to have a vision. Just say, we're poor, this is where we're going to be. That's a very defeatist attitude. At that point, you might as well just sit down and die. Even if you're losing, even if you lose 30 goals to 0, you're still playing, you're still fighting. The game is only over if you just quit entirely and leave the field and say you're not going to do anything. So it's acknowledging, it's coming to terms with the reality, and then starting with ourselves. And then after that, then you go and start making those partnerships and relationships and networks. Yeah.
You see, I like what we're doing here, Tanzan, because we're approaching it from a philosophical standpoint, from an individual standpoint, and also extending from a nation. We're exploring it at that way, and I like that. I would, because Jonathan has been making very, very good solutions, pragmatic, realistic solutions. So I would like him to join in when we go into the realistic implementation of it, like how feasible is this? And I would like Jonathan to come and keep mentioning some of those points that he's mentioning right there, because I don't disagree with them. I agree with them actually, but it's just we're exploring the situation right now. Tanzan asked the question: is it that at what point can Africans unite in? Which point can Africans unite in? And I've thought about it many times. And if you are considering the amount of diversity there is in the continent, there is no other thing that we can unite in apart from if we get to a point where we are looking at it from a humanistic standpoint, and that is like the top level to be at. You understand? But another point we can see it from is the continent itself, and that the continent has been losing. You understand what I mean? Which team do you want? Do you want to be part of the losing team? Which team do you want to be in? You understand what I mean? Which team should you work with? Which team should you work with? How realistic can we? How can we accept the reality that actually working together is the only way we can actually become stronger and stop this losing? How realistic is that? How realistic are we looking at that? You understand me? So that is quite important from my standpoint and all that kind of. I think it's important for us to. Man, I said too much. I'm running out of energy. Sorry. I don't have my fire today, so I'm just saying a whole lot. You understand me? So.
No, you make some very, very good points. It's important for us to remember those lessons. And when it comes to the poor versus the rich working together, BJ, you said about the homeless working together. I would say this. I agree with Simon when he says rich people are good at pooling their finances. And they do that because of they of benefit of that self-interest. They know that if I have $100, you have $100, we put it together, we can make 250, and we both share that. We both made more money together. So they understand the reason for it is self-interest. For me, I think poor people have more need but less incentive. Moral incentive. But the only time that poor people will work together, not the only time they can, but one of the ways that poor people can work together with the rich, it's usually, greed and greed, in the worst way, but not always, self-interest. There's nothing wrong with profit, but with the poor, it's desperation. The only time that will drive poor people to work together is desperation, when it comes to, life and death and survival and things like that. But I don't think,
we have to get to that point to work together. Shit.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying it should come to that. I'm just saying that sometimes that's what it comes to, unfortunately.
No.
But
I'm realizing, Tanzan, I agree with you with everything you just said. But what that just did for me is, it brings me back to another thing that I've said. I'm realizing, unfortunately, Tanzan, I don't just look at things at halfway. I always go to at least see the extreme points of where we have to go to. And yes, it is realistic that it's going to have to get to that point for us to work together. It's going to have to get to that point where we all feel like we're backed up into a corner to actually fight back. Some people, because we are not, why don't Africans work together? Another reason, why don't African leaders work together? Because we're all living in different existences. Some people are actually not doing bad, and they're enjoying in this system. They're benefiting in this system. And some people are doing terribly. So nobody feels like, we're going to actually fight. Some people are saying there's no problem. Stop blaming the white man. Stop blaming the white man. I'm doing well. It's not the white man. You're doing badly and all that kind of stuff. So because I'm doing well, it's not the white man doing this thing to me, which I don't like. Me, I'm a do well person in my own personal life. I do well. I've never blamed the white man or something. I don't care. But I will attribute blame to them where it needs to be. You understand? I'll attribute blame to them. It's not like it's not just attribute. It's like recognizing reality. You understand what I mean? So the fact is that some people don't feel that backed up into a corner, and some people are feeling that way. So it's gonna have to take all of us feeling like that, like we have no other way out except this way, to make us come to that point. That is what you just said. That made me realize that Africans have to feel all completely backed up to a corner. And you know what, Tanzan, Europeans are. I don't like to give credit to them, but they're clever in how they do this. Reward some people a few change, and then take some from another people. Give some people some benefit and take it. So never have a direct approach to these people. Never have a direct, like in your face confrontation. Unless black people are confronted in their face directly, they will not actually come together to fight. You understand me? They've done this many, divide and rule, divide and conquer, and never a direct confrontation. They've always used proxies, our own people against each other. Some of their little people, a little bit of reward to some chiefs and kings, nowadays to some well-to-do business people and all that stuff. So it's never a direct confrontation. So because it's not direct, we don't all feel back to a corner, Tanzan.
That is true. Yeah.
So North Africa right now are getting benefits from the EU. Just give them enough time, they start getting up there. Like somebody was saying, I was going to say that the EU is extending the Marshall Plan to North Africa. So when North Africans get to that level, what would make them want to be part of this union?
And I like what yeah, and that's something also that we have to come to terms with, that we're not just talking about negotiating amongst ourselves, because when you see two poor people, they in fact have some sort of disrespect to each other, because they say, well, you can't do anything to me, and so why should I respect you? But when we acknowledge that we are the losers, and so if you see another loser, you don't look down on a fellow loser because you're both in the same boat. That starts, say, okay, we're both in this boat, we're all losing, how can we start gaining? And that's where desperation starts. For me, I think that we have too much hope. That's another danger, because
that's true. Carry on. Sorry, carry on.
Yeah, no, it's okay. You can, interject, and anybody can.
I will just agree with you. Sorry, I ad libs. I agree with you, but I'm not actually stopping you. I want you to carry on saying what you're saying. Come on.
Yeah, it's fine. So So we don't feel, even when people look at us as being desperate, we still have hope. We have loads and lots of hope that either, you know, even with the personal individual people, we have hope that the government is going to help, or we have hope that, you know, the outside agencies are going to help us, or we just have hope in our ability, which is not bad. We have gone through a lot and we have come out, you know, through a lot of struggles. So we do have a reason to hope. It's just that sometimes that hope impedes our progress when it's time to work, because we put too much, we don't plan enough for the future, but we still put our faith in it. You understand? We just think that somehow things are going to work out even without us planning it, because things have worked out before and we're still here. So sometimes we become too comfortable, instead of seeing that if we don't do something, things are going to get worse and we might not even be here, you know, our future for, you know, to even enjoy that future. So sometimes we do need that, you know, fire and our feet to get us to work, to get up, to do things, especially when the world is changing. Some of us, like you said, some of us are comfortable. Some people, especially, they lead. And Yenat, I think it was Yenatan who said something earlier, that our leaders need to be people who are living in the country, and actually who are living, you know, like Sankara did. He didn't go, like Sankara, Nyerere, some of these leaders, they didn't go on excessive just pillaging the country to make themselves look good. They actually lived the life of the ordinary person, and they understood, you know, they were struggling and facing, you know, in their lives. If you look at most, you know, a lot of African leaders, they don't see that. They are so out of touch with the common person that they can afford to drive their Mercedes through, you know, dirt roads. So we also need a new generation of people who actually feel that pain, feel that loss, because if you feel that loss enough, if you feel, you know, you can be comfortable with your failure, but you're not going to be, it's morally wrong to look at your children and, you know, put them in that same destiny. Even people who have been poor, even people who have been abused, neglected, one of the things that they come out, you know, the positive thing, they say, I don't want my children to go through what I did, or rather, you know, the negative aspects of what I went through. You want your children to be better. So unless they understand what the children of the present are going through, they're not going to have an incentive to change. So I think that sometimes we do have to feel that desperation enough so that people can actually change their situation.
You've just said it, Tanzan. You've said it all. That we need to feel the desperation in order to come together as people. And now, if North Africa, another continent, if North Africa goes the other way, we need to be realistic as well for sub-Saharan African countries. If anybody is not interested, you leave them. Like, for instance, if North Africa is not interested, we still have enough a big block for sub-Saharan African countries to unify on. But there's another problem. They could at the same time do the same Marshall Plan they're doing with North Africa. You understand? So it's a difficult thing, where it's a campaign where we have to win the hearts of mind of many Africans. But it's a tough one. I think we have to start with what's realistic. A lot of Black Africans are feeling it. They want it. So we have to win before we go to the furthest distance of Africans. I'm not coming up saying North Africans are not Africans. They are definitely African people, and they're part of. But with some of them, they may not be into it. You understand what I mean? They may not. Some of them may feel they want to be part of Europe and all that stuff. So if I was implementing this, I'll focus where there is strong fervor for it as well, and actually, what's the word? Solidify it. You know, where there's strong fervor for African unity, solidify that, and make sure that unity is making some progress, and then we can actually go, and then other people might want to join in later. Like how some Somalia wants, some parts of Somalia wants to join the East African Federation. You understand what I mean? They didn't want it before, but now they might want to be part of that. Of course, I don't know if they're gonna be let in. So when something starts to show signs of victory, progress, or something, people want to be a part of it. You know, so you don't want to go to a place where people are not feeling that much for it and saying, let's unify and all that. You waste time. You will waste a lot of time. So I think a lot of African countries, yes, regionally, that's just a system. For us to work regionally, that's a system, and that's a system that must work. That must work. But in order to make sure the regionalism crosses regions and all that stuff, we need to preach that continentalism. You know, we need to preach that. I'm tired of using so many words. I'm not even saying Pan-Africanism, I'm saying continentalism. You know what I mean? We need to extend it. we need this message to extend it to that East Africa, West Africa, Southern Africa, all the way to even North Africa. And in fact, from a political standpoint, I think these leaders, sometimes some of these leaders understand systems enough to understand that, you know what, even though I disagree with this leader, but we all exist as this bloc. We all exist as this political entity, this system. So we must all participate in it and make it work. You understand what I mean? There just has to be somebody that has a mean to make the system actually work. You know, all of them are participating, but nobody has any direction to actually make it work. And that's what the case is with our regional institution. Nobody has direction to actually, like Gaddafi. Gaddafi had an intention to make it work, and people disagree. Mugabe probably had an intention to actually make it work. He gave it direction, but nobody has direction in the African Union, and even to some regional bodies as well. So Tanzania, at the end of the day, we collaboration, unity, or unity is there. Collaboration, economic collaboration, yes, that's there. Infrastructure building, that's there. All of that, we want all of that and all that. So we have to get to a desperate situation? What is that desperate situation going to be? That's what I worry about. Also, you know what, Tanzania? You know what's probably going to happen, Tanzania? You know what's going to happen? Because there's so much large populations of people all around the world. There is also the part of the vision could be Africa, yes, could become stronger. Africa, yes, could be a very huge and heavy hitter for humanity. You understand me? A heavy organization. The African Union could be a heavy organization to even supersede the UN and go past the UN. Yes, it could be there. But it's not going to be just Africans. It's going to be a contribution of many other peoples into Africa. Chinese people, Indian people, everybody from all over the world will be coming to Africa to develop and have their stake as well. So it's not going to be a black continent or an African per se continent. It's everybody coming. That's right now. That's how I see the direction going. So, but for me, if to say the continent itself, yes, the continent has potential and it will be strong, and perhaps my vision is correct. You understand me? But where are we gonna drive it? Where are we gonna go? Are we just gonna become a multiracial continent? We already are, but how far are we gonna be of that?
Well, I still say that you know, let's focus on the idea of self-interest and collaboration. I think that's something that goes beyond ideology. That's something that, even if that's our ideology in, you know, the overarching ideology, I think that the focus should be on that self-interest part of it and the collaboration aspect of it, because even if you do have that ideology, that ideology will come in the fullness of time once you show the, you know, the work, the tangible benefits of it, and then now you can say that, here, see, this is what built this hospital, this is the idea behind this, and so on. So that's one way of promoting that positive image of it. Ajit Dua says too many languages and no national language in most African countries. And this is a good time to talk about that, because when you talk about unity, we also talk about some of the things that divide us. And we know there's a lot. And language is definitely one of them. You know, firstly, you know, we have the colonial languages. And that's why what we talk about is not just something that abstract or Pan-Africanism or this and that. Like I said, it's caring about, you know, making African people all around the world to be better, to have, you know, sovereignty, to have, you know, to be able to live their lives as they wish, or as they manage, not to have somebody tell you what to do. We have to come up with our own definition of what is African, what are our values, principles, and so on. So that's all it means. You just care about your people. That's what it means to be an African. So one of the problems,
the language issue, yeah.
Sorry, yeah, that's a big thing. And Ajay says we have too many languages, and that's what, oh yeah, Deborah, I'll post the link just shortly. And Deborah, oh yeah, I will. So with the language issue, it is a problem. Especially we have two problems: the internal one with the, you know, people speaking different languages, and we also have the external one, which is that all of us, you know, we speak different colonial languages. So you have that division between, you know, the French and the English, and, you know, some a bit of Portuguese and so on. So we have even that. What I would say about the language thing, and Ajay also said that we like to talk more than work. I think actually, I don't think we do. I think we have not even talked enough. Firstly, because of that language barrier. How many of us have, in the English-speaking world, have talked to the French-speaking world? How many of us, and there are even Arabic speakers in Africa to compound that. So we have Arabic, we have French, we have English, we have not Spanish but Portuguese. So how much talking have we really done? We have talked amongst ourselves and infinitum. We have talked amongst with the tribes and then well, we haven't really done enough talking. And in terms of talking, who talks the most? Who has conferences? Who has, the first Berlin conference? Wasn't that a lot of talking? The constitutional, the conference, the Philadelphia Conference for America, when they were drafting the Constitution. Do you know how much talking they were doing? They talked to the dead of the night. They had caskets of wine just being delivered over and over, just talking. European Union, the United Nations. Do you know how much talking it took to bring those organizations into fruition? You know how much talking the G8 or the G10, whatever G is right now, they talk a lot. If anybody talks more than anybody, it's not us, believe me. We hardly talk enough. We have the AU conference once in a while, or we meet for World Cup or something like that. But as to talking, no, Africans have not even begun to talk. And in that respect, let me go ahead and copy the link. So if any African wants to come up here and talk.
And the thing about the talking is I was listening to something, and I guess it was one of those African Union, and it just came upon me. The person asked the question in English, the person on the panel, and it was two different people speaking, was speaking in French. And I'm thinking, who are they really talking to? If you're speaking a question in English, then the Englishman understand exactly what your point is. If you're responding in French, the Frenchman know exactly what you are aiming to do. So when are the Africans going to speak among themselves so that everybody understands what it is? Because you're already giving your oppressor a head start of what direction you're going into because of the language. So the thing is that if you're talking, then you have to talk from a perspective of what's going to benefit the African. Because everybody else is talking from a perspective of what is going to benefit the British man, the French man, the Berlin man, the Chinese man, the Indian man, the Australia, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And they making sure that their needs are being met. When are you guys going to make sure your needs are being met? And you shouldn't have to ask permission from anybody to do that, because no one is asking you permission to make sure that they're taken care of.
Yes, I agree with that. We have not. I guess if you look at it, Tanzan, like when this thing was going, when I was on my younger days, and I used to watch some of these Pan-Africanism ex-leaders and the stories of these people, and what's his name, Dr. Henry Clark. These people used to tape their conversations. So that means a whole bunch of Black people were not exposed to some of these high-level conversations that were being had. You understand what I mean? Many of the people in Africa they know at surface level about these leaders. They know at surface level. You understand what I mean? And
but even like with Henry Clark, the people in the community knew what was going on. That Black Panther, Malcolm X, Martin Luther, all of them, the people of the community knew, and they knew what the community needs were.
Yeah.
They didn't ask nobody else for permission to try to fight for their people.
I think the conversations are necessary because there's huge swaths. It's like Tanzan said, it starts from conversations to actually spread not necessarily an ideology, but a need, a solution or something. It takes conversations to actually. You don't just come in from. If it was that easy, we will not be here talking. If
exactly,
we will not be here talking.
But the thing is also communication. But actions have to be followed behind it. Because and I think a lot of young people and even the older ones during their generation start to walk away because we talk, and things is getting worse. So why am I wasting my time hearing the words if nothing's gonna come of it?
I think also that we have been talking, we have been talking about the self-esteem, the problems and so on. Now we have to talk about the self-interest. You have to get people what people want and give it to them. I think the time for persuading people was in the past when we didn't really know what was going on, and now it's.
Yeah.
Oh, and
before
we continue, let's go ahead and welcome our sister Deborah, and then we'll go ahead. So, Sister Deborah, welcome.
Hello, Deborah.
Hi, Deborah.
Hi. Can you hear us, Sister Deborah? Okay. If you can hear us, I don't know if you.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Hi, hello everybody.
Hello. Yes, it's been a long time, as Jonathan says.
Okay, English little bit talking me, but I think you have asked for language talking or what?
Jonathan, can you translate for us in the comment section, even if you can't come on?
Jonathan needs to come because he's been talking very good solutions, and I want him to add.
I know. I wish he could too, but if he can't, which I understand. But if you could translate for us, we would really appreciate it. So just let us know, in the section if you can translate. We can have Sister Deborah speak, and then you can translate, or anybody who speaks the language. Yes, usually Big E, it used to be Big E translating. That's actually how I got on Swahili Nation, because Big E was talking, and I said, you need to translate more because the sister is saying a lot of good things and you're only giving us like a little short sentence. So Big E and yes.
So Big talking is a little bit, but me asking a comment, I say why challenge? Why no making challenge African woman is why staying home man but only one man? Why challenge? Why no doing challenge technology, challenge economy, challenge any? Why Africa woman? Why still only man? I said this. Why no making challenge? Only sitting in the house, only control the baby, control make food.
You asked a good question. Why this challenge is not just for the men? What can we as African women do?
Yes, all the
Absolutely.
world this example, America, Europe, woman is making like man doing the challenge all over, but Africa woman is one.
And Sister Deborah, Jonathan just said he can translate. So if you feel comfortable speaking in English, it's okay. But if you want to speak, he's going to translate. So yeah, either way. So just let us know if you switch from English to yeah. So either way we can do. So your question is, or your point is, that what can we as women also do to to accept this challenge to make Africa a better place? And let's start with Marie Antoinette, BJ, and then also that it's not just for the women, because both of us have something to contribute.
I have something straight and direct. That's all, and you might not like it.
Go ahead, straight and direct.
I would like for African women to raise more Pan-Africanist kids. Because there's going to be a lot of talented kids that are going to be emerging in Africa in the next century, and they need to have direction. They need to have things. So if they have this message straight from them, from the childhood, they can even defend it stronger when they grow older.
Okay, Marie Antoinette.
Good, but
go ahead.
Good. No, but I know, but good. This good, but only human control challenge, control baby, make food. We should go making outside also. Why some people say all African example no give for human time. Why food no making? Why no making control baby? Why like this? Why no making woman or man also?
Yes, 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 yes,
Example,
yes.
yes,
Yes.
example, Europe, America, any country, man is making food, making baby, but
But you,
Africa man is no.
but you
I am
know,
from
it's
Ethiopia, but yes, I am from Ethiopia, but I know what you know. No, we should change it. Only not to give for a woman, woman.
but you know, Deborah, it's the man that shows the kid how to go about life, navigating it. Very, I'm not
I
saying
know.
I don't like to be very partisan. Women do this, men do that. That's not what I'm being. But most of the time, it's a man that shows the children how to do things pragmatically. I hear it practically, pragmatically how to get things done. You understand what I mean? So he teaches that, he imparts the child. This is how the world is, as naked as it is. But it's the woman that lays the seed and where the child is gonna go. Because the woman is the one that raises the child. She raises the child. So what she teaches the child, that stays deeper within the child than the dad's practical way of achieving things. He learns practical lessons, but the woman sets the direction of the course for the child if he's involved in his life or her life. Do you know what I mean, Tanzan? You know what I mean, Sister Deborah? So we all have different things. Women are so much motivators for men. They are such motivators for men, for children, for their families. They motivate their families to get there. The men are so supposed to, I know where you want to get to, but this is how the world is. And sometimes you're going to have to face it this hard to get it. You understand what I mean? That's what the role of a man
Working
would be.
example.
Uh,
Woman,
uh,
Africa woman is strong. She's doing any. She can work in any. But
yeah, that's true. That's
sometimes why no give for she time? Why no give for she? Uh, mm,
yeah.
example, if you working in with government, uh, which we doing any. Sorry, English, I don't know the little bit talking, but example, all Paris, only human. Example, America, you see, Europe, you see, working man, boy together, home, man, no, woman, she can't talk, African woman is, she can doing any, she doing the challenge for any, but no changes. Still now, African man is doing all the you can't talk in Arabic.
No, I can't talk in Arabic, unfortunately. No.
So,
English for the
so
English.
Sister Deborah, are you saying that the African women work hard, and it would be good for African men to also contribute a little more in the domestic,
Yes.
in the house?
Yes, me say why
Mhm.
challenge making example out also doing for government come also example why not give for African women Thai give with example me in every in government if you work in government
Mhm.
military example general I don't know Arabic. If
Unfortunately.
you doing was government is military example general like this um,
Hmm.
More women in government or
yeah, she can
in
doing but she
politics?
can challenge all everybody but why not give only African doing only in the house? Why not outing? Why not making challenge? Why not making group? Why not making all every but only example come she's staying but she's staying in the house. He's
Okay.
Yeah,
making
and that's
food.
wrong. That's wrong because again, we all have to contribute to the upbringing of our children, but also women have discovered, created, invented things that we till today depend on for our everyday existence. We always try to marginalize a woman's position. I could never understand that. Yes, we're different. Yes, I cannot lift 400 pounds over my head, but I can lift 150. So what does that mean? I can lift 150. He can lift 100. He's stronger. He has abilities that I don't have. I have abilities that he don't have. But we shouldn't marginalize either or. Our
Nope.
children need both. And to just say a woman's place, because we had to fight hard over in America to change that thought process. Women were their husband's property. Children, and because they fought for their rights, the children then started having rights because the children was their husband's property, meaning you could do whatever you want to either or. Because just like your shoes, if you want to toss it in the garbage, go right ahead because that's your property. And it took a long fight for us to get the right to be able to, stand on our own and have value. Because again, it was no time that the women, especially in my community, weren't out there working, taking care of things. We were in the fields just like he was in the field. So if it's a man versus a woman thing, why did we have to pick cotton? You the man, you go out there and pick it. No, Master was saying, y'all both get your butts out there and make sure you bring in a certain number of barrels every day. So it's like we want to pick and choose what a woman's value is versus what a woman's value is not. And today, 2020, things have changed. Again, you got robots replacing a lot of the mechanical services in a lot of these warehouses and in a lot of these companies. So it's not like it was back in the turn of the century where the men had to, steel mill and all, all the hard brute. Even they are now getting assistance. So if there's an opportunity for a woman to do it, I don't think there should be anything wrong with that because it's going to uplift the family as a whole. Because the thing is, in America, a single income household is struggling. You need both parents. Your job is not going to allow you to do the 9 to 5 like you did back in the day. I'm doing my 9 to 5. Dolly Parton wrote a song about it. I bet you she can't write it now because you're doing a 9 to 9, and sometimes a 9 to 9 to 9, just to make sure you bring in that paycheck in. So now who's going to be able to help with the children, help raise them, and help guide them, and all these other things?
A lot of things to consider in there as well. So there's that aspect to consider. But I'm not saying it's not a case where we say women are just not having a bigger role or participate. Now, women, black women have always been participating in politics in Africa, in running of African communities and societies, because there's reasons to that, but we're gonna ignore the reasons. But they've been involved and all that stuff, so that's nothing. But that still doesn't negate the fact that role a mother has in the child's life, or in the child's ideology, or how the child looks at the world from that age. The mother has a huge role in that. And that's why when I said, what can black women do? There's many things that black women can do. There's many things African women can do. But that one is an important one too. That's what I'm saying. It's an important one to how the child looks at the world and all that stuff. I'm not saying to preach, to give them a book and hit them over with a book with Pan-Africanism. But spur in them the idea of a betterment of Africa, ideas of nationalism, caring about your own people and all that stuff like that. Spur that.
Oh yeah, and not to sugarcoat and glorify another man's way of life, because you don't know all the pitfalls that are wrapped around it, And I think that's what the West does so brilliantly. They make everybody believe, America, the land of the opportunity, the home of the free and the home of the brave. And if you've been oppressed where you're at, you're like, I want to go to America because they free there. See, it's all these concepts And just like they use the concept to lure you over here, create your own concept to keep your kids grounded and fighting for where they're at. Because it starts, like you said, with the children.
And let me just take this opportunity to ask the people and everybody if you can just go ahead and like and share. I usually don't, but it's good for just for us just to know that we're doing something right. So if you can just go click like and you can share with people too.
I'll give you 4 likes from all my YouTube channels.
But thank you all. These are conversations we have to have. And Deborah asked a good question, because there is personal responsibility, individual responsibility, but both men and women have also to look at their responsibilities as those people. We are firstly but you're also a man, you're also a woman, you're also, this, we wear many hats. So as women, there are certain things that we're strong in doing. There's certain ways that we can actually affect change for better. Like you said, a lot of the things that men do is actually for women. It's actually, even when it came to going to war, I remember in the First World War in America, one of the ways that they had to motivate the men was they would say that they had this little clip of a coward, and then the women would laugh at him and say, what a cowardly person. And then they also had the picture of a man in uniform coming back after fighting the war, and all the women just looked at him in admiration and all that. So even for men, because not all men want to go fight. Women, men are more, apt to be violent, but not all men want to fight. Most men would rather stay in their homes and enjoy the peace and security. But when society needs to get the men up, it's not just the men who tell the other men to get their morale up. It's also the women who encourage their men to go and fight, and also not just to fight, but to fight for something. As a man, you're fighting so you can come back home to your wife and children. You're fighting so you can protect your community. And so women also have a very important role to play in society. Welcome back, Sister Deborah. I think we had lost you there for a second, but and also to take part in the community. We have women who are good at organizing. We have women who have, economics, who are good in childcare, in organizing. So many things. Women have a certain way, even of networking, even of relations. Sometimes maybe if the men cannot come to an agreement, sometimes it's up to the women to bring peace. So go ahead, Sister.
Black men are a different type of people. They have benefits and advantages and disadvantages to certain things. Like it baffles me sometimes how black women are more serious about business than black men. Unfortunately, I am to admit, black women are more business oriented or serious about business. Like when you give them something to do, they will do it to the excellent tip. You understand? I've seen that a lot, and I wonder, black men are powerful. They're hardworking. Yes, we are. But the amount of motivation it takes for us to actually do something and be serious about it, I don't know. Maybe it's just this generation where a lot of black men are just. I'm not saying it's hard to admit, because some men will disagree with me, because some men are there. You can't generalize. Some men are there that are serious and get shit done. You understand what I mean? But most of the time, you see a lot of black women. They when they intend to get shit done, they intend to get shit done, and that baffles me. Why black men? It seems like black men are more oriented for fun and more stuff that's more active. We are more about fun than women. Why is that, Tanzan? Why are black men more about enjoying and having fun, enjoyment?
I will give this one to Marie Antoinette. Yeah, she's been quiet for a while. Your thoughts?
Because actually, Tanzan, you answered.
Deborah, you'll be next. Let's hear from Marie, and then Deborah, you'll be next. Go ahead, Marie Antoinette.
Tanzan, you answered this question a few weeks ago when you were. I think the main topic wasn't parenting, but the topic somehow landed on parenting after a while. And mothers are very much harder on their daughters, and they prepare them for the harshness of life much more than the sons who are cuddled by the mothers and protected from many of the unpleasant aspects of life. So they are less prepared to be independent and face life.
That is it's interesting. It's interesting you say that. Yes, to a certain extent, yes, black men are most of the time mama's boys. Most of us are mama's boys. We care about them, and that's good. But they do rise to the occasion when they are forced to be independent. They do rise to the occasion and all that stuff. Although it may not show itself in the most, they have an independence. Sometimes it can be a self-destructive independence as well if they're not led rightly. Sometimes they do rise and actually become upstanding members of society. So it's like that. But women stay straight and narrow, and I can see the reason why you do that. But it's a case of, is it just mother? Because you can't just say entirely. One just can't say entirely that it's all entirely on mothering and they can't face. Because black men do rise up to the occasion. It's just this occasion. I think let's put it down here. Let's be more specific. In terms of collaboration and actually working together, black women by far lead. Black women, and maybe it's a man thing, and men don't just like to challenge each other, but black women by far leading societies, and black women work far more cohesively than anybody else. They always make groups, they always make organizations, they always build movement. But here's what happened. There's always an outsider that interjects and causes division. I have seen that many times as well. But black women definitely collaborate easier. Why is it that black women trust each other more to work together than black men? That's quite interesting.
Go ahead, Deborah. You had something to say?
I mean, look at you guys here. Look how unified you people are. Look how unified you are, right? You people could build a community. You understand? So it makes me wonder, if it was a bunch of black men here, egos will be flying. Egos will be flying, I bet you. You understand? So why is it?
So could it be the men's ego is so huge that they have to be the dominant?
That's very, very much true as well. That's very much true. The ego, I think I discussed this with somebody that I met, my Zimbabwean friend. I met my Zimbabwean friend the other week, and I discussed this with him, and I say, so why is that the case that black women are like this? And it's a case to do with the men. We're very independent. Men are actually very independent-minded, especially in Africa. We don't see a need to actually work together that much because there's this level, I don't know how to explain it. There's this level of independence where we are not that stressed. We're not stressed that much. We're not stressed that much. Like perhaps even what.
Could I ask you a question on that one? Because you say you guys are very independent. Where did that mindset come from? Because the colonialists wants us to be independent. So are we taking on their mindset, what they're teaching us to be? Because if you're not a threat if you're isolated. When you become unified, you become a threat.
I'm not saying that's a good thing. I think it's better for us to be a collective. But
but if you know what the source of your thinking is, it's easier for you to start, okay, now I'm aware of what created this thought process. Now I can start working on trying to change the thought process versus, it's just a natural male, response. This is just the way we made. Well, then you think you can't change it.
Yes. I think it's there's a point where you must realize that the way you're going is not the right way, and you must have to come across the other way. But what I'm addressing is the reason why black men are very independently minded, like to the point that it's a detriment to themselves. You understand what I mean? Why it's partly it's to do with ego, but even in the African kingdoms, the tribal chiefs were selling people and all that kind of stuff. So it makes me wonder. I still can't put a figure why black men are very much like that, less cohesive than black women. We see two male lions, they work together in packs and all stuff, they work together. So why can't black men do that?
Let me put this question to Deborah. I know you asked about the women for the challenge, but what is your take on that? Why do you think that it seems as if black men cannot work together? And I say seems because I don't know. I think that we do have, but go ahead.
There's nuance, but...
No, go ahead, Deborah.
No, me not in me no choosing people. Me black whom people, black whom white people no say because all people children of that. I mean no say this all Africa one and me like all African. Me how change in Africa? How Africa now example Africa asking food, they asking money for out, but she have all everybody. She have water, she have gold, she have gas, she have anything. But how was working African people together? Because example, China, look China people, look American people, look European people. Europa working together. You know, if you touch in France, in Spain, you cannot like because example, African country fighting together, no working together, no like sitting together, no me first me like this, no doing example me asking now why no challenge African women say because if you African women is make a league example Ethiopia, Eritrea, Kenya, Uganda, Somalia, all African league, human league together working because wake up, man also, you know, she can work, she can doing African woman, she's strong, she's doing, she can working with government. Example, look, Africa, America, Ethiopia, Paris Federation is now work for a federation in for Ethiopia before boy, but now she can't change in African Ethiopian military. No, now it's so strong. She's doing good in Addis Ababa. Look at Addis Ababa. She's woman. She's changing too much now. Not like years before. Dr. Abiy coming time, she together bringing, not only man bringing, together bringing. Why Africa, another Africa, why not doing like this? Why in Tanzania not doing like this? Why only up for gift only for a man? I like man, me no say no like, but why no working? Because changing to change coming together league example African women league, man league, young league begin to be coming together. You can Africa you can changing, but all no working together. The Ethiopia alone, Kenya alone, Sudan alone, like this. Because now look at Africa, many terrorists coming America coming, she say controlling terrorists, but she's coming taking African gold. She can coming African any. But why Africa making together? Why Africa control terrorists together? Why African military? Why no working? Government why no working? Me say like this. Me no say Africa man is no good. No say me like my brother, my sister, like all African. But why no making together? Why? Why ask food for outing? She has water. Why asking dollar for outside? Why asking America? Why asking Europa? Why not doing Africa together? Why food in asking? Africa she have all every. Me no say black white no not me no using like this. All people like me because all people is the children of God. Me no say this. Me say why not stand in Africa together? Why not working together? Why bring all every like this? I'm sorry for asking me, but like man come in. Me also like man, African man. Me not the no say no like African man. Sorry.
Dr. Folimaf.
No, it's good. We know you like, yeah. No, you're totally welcome to ask that, and that's a valid question. So why can't we work together? And like you said, the building of the Dag Dam in Ethiopia showed us that we can, that we don't have to rely on outside people, that men and women can come together and actually create something. And that's why I say that for the ideology to convince the masses, you have to show what it can actually be done. You don't even have to call it an ideology. You just have to show the practice. For me, the Dag Dam is, it's an epitome of Pan-Africanism. Is Africans who come together, and it doesn't have to be global. It can actually be regional. It can be local. It's just Africans coming together and working and producing something that they can show and point and say, look, this is what we did through our joint efforts. We came together and we did this, and it's a pride factor. I think that's what we can do. One of the self-interest thing is not always just about making money, which it is, but it's also about being proud. If you're losing and you create something, that pride that you create from, even if it's small, you could be poor and you make your own little hut there, and you're proud of it. It's yours, rather than talking about we should do this and that, and you have nothing in your hand. So whatever it is that we create, especially when we do it ourselves, when you don't rely on somebody else. If somebody comes and builds your country, your country looks great, but you didn't really build it. But when you put your hands to it, especially when the whole community comes together, both the men and the women, the children, the old people, even with advice, that's when you actually show pride in what you do, and you say this is really ours, and that gives you motivation to do even more. So
Tanzan, do you know how much of a motivation that is at the moment? The Chinese people, what they've engaged now is that's primary school children. You know what they're showing their kids? They're showing the children videos of the sacrifices the generation before them made. The slave labor, the building, the deaths that happen, all this construction, mega construction, all the death. They show them, and the kids are crying. Do you understand? So the Chinese have an agenda to teach their children how with the pains and sacrifices they had to make to get there. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's important. It's a pride. It's important. It helps build the nation. It makes that nationalism stronger as well. I think it's important and all that stuff. I'm going to stop there because I'm going to mention another point, but later on.
No, that's good. Sister Deborah?
Okay. Example, look, China before like Africa before helping Europa. But China working 24 hours. Working, China people is, look at China people is doing all for China, all clothes, any technology, all. No, Africa community can working. Why not working?
And the thing is, I don't know if you guys have heard, Biden now has had an agreement with South Africa whereby they want to go green and use alternative sources for fuel, and now are talking about closing down a lot of the coal mines in South Africa. At a time that here, they're now starting to, because of the fuel costs, to bring them back online. And I'm like, I'm trying to figure out what's going on with all that, because now you're going to have American presence in South Africa, talking about something that they're not even doing here.
Example, African Day, say African Day. Every year, African Day. But African Day, Sunday was talking, was doing. Only
Yeah.
every year, African Days. Only take example, woman days, all country, woman days, woman days. Woman, what she's doing then day. Why being economy, being political, being
You know, it's interesting. Just taking a few steps back as well before we. It's interesting how we see in nature two male lions recognize the importance of working together, but black men can't, and that's so interesting. And it's maybe I'll emphasize maybe it is down to ego and how the competitiveness of men and how competitive black men are to always outdo each other. You understand what I mean? Nobody wants to see somebody. You see, that's why when you build an organization, you don't want the man next to you. You want to have a secretary female. When you create your own company, you want to have a female secretary that's not going to compete to take over your business, because no man wants to be under the boot of another man. You understand? So that feeling, I think it's so strong in black men that it's like an Achilles heel. It's like a double-edged sword. Competitiveness is good sometimes, feeling wanted, but sometimes like a double-edged sword where you're cutting yourself, in order to get somewhere. You understand? So
yeah, and that has to stop, because again, it's affecting the whole community as a whole. If I'm the only one going to succeed,
yeah,
then everybody's going to fail, because if only one person succeeds, how is that going to hold anything up? If I'm the only one going to eat today, then everybody's going to starve. What kind of common sense does that make? I mean, and we fall into that because everybody's feeding on, they're not just feeding on the black man, they're feeding on the black woman too.
I think to answer Tanzan's questions, women have to play a more significant role to systemize to systemize a process of cohesion in African people. Men have to participate, women have to participate, so that way it doesn't become a kind of men are still competitive, but men are still going to be very competitive, but at least it might be in a controlled format, because it's not just a bunch of men. It's not like just chaos, men just killing each other like the Roman Empire in its last days, killing each other to try and gain power. It's a system that's built, and there's systems in place to facilitate a decent level of either competition or a decent level of cohesion. You know what I mean?
But the only way that works is.
I'm glad you made that point. Because here's what you just said: women have to play a more systemized role in helping the men. Here's one of the greatest downfalls: men of every other race will take advice from women, but not African men. They don't take advice from women. I saw a book by whites who practice, well, you could call it the occult. And in that book, they mentioned the gifts of women, and they recognized the intuition and the intelligence of women, and their ability to multitask. And they will take the advice of women. That's whites, not African men. They squash your intelligence. They make sure you don't shine because they feel better when you don't shine.
I see what you're saying. Yes. Yes, they have studied the roles of women. They understood the role of women in society, and they have a place. Like many times when I see this in Western countries, unfortunately to say, I see a lot more male head organization chiefs, right? And you have female secretaries to do the management and the day-to-day running of the things. That's what I see in these type of corporations and organizations. Men at the top, women, if they empower to manage things as well. And women are very, very good at money. So they recognize that. But at the same time, if you look at it really and truly, in African women have more role to play in the communities and societies, and they're more freer to do that. While you have these patriarchal religion, they're a bit more oppressive to women in a way, except when you come to the West, where they have systems in place to mitigate that as well. So maybe our countries need to evolve and develop systems to allow for women to do that. But from our natural standpoint, women are as free. Even in ancient times, they've played bigger roles as well. So there is truth to what you say, but there's also truth, and there's also non-truths with the West Coast. Like in the Arabian world, women are not free. In the West, women never used to be free until they came up with this. Even today, a lot of them feel some type of way about their women. You should go back to the kitchen and do that. You know what I mean? So a lot of their people feel some type of way. But in Africa, women, in fact, I'm even surprised. They contribute. You know, there are still societies in Africa that are being led by women. I can tell you that. There are still societies in Africa, like little communities. The communities, it's like how it was in the ancient days. Like where I come from, there are women that lead societies. Women play such a big role in the spiritual affairs of the community. They play such a you understand. In fact, where I grew up in Africa, people are stratified by the age group and your peer group, your age group and peer group. So the peer group, they have to find the mother of that group or that club. You know what I mean? And the mother is the person they give the money to. So that could be a woman from any community that they give the money to. So women in Africa, don't underestimate. They play a significant role. I think that this patriarchy, this heavy hit on women's contribution to society has come because of the emergence of Abrahamic or more patriarchal religion or belief systems. I think that's what
was just about to say Abrahamic religion. I'm glad you said so, Dorothy.
I didn't say Abrahamic. I was careful. I said patriarchal religions. Well, they are patriarchal anyway. So yes, you are correct in that. So let's say in Muslim Africa, you will have that happen a lot. But if you talk about like traditional African beliefs, women still play a significant role, especially in the spiritual realm and all that. So it's not natural with Africans to do that to women. In fact, I could even say something so extreme, but I'll keep it there. It's like men should have played a bigger role, but because there was not a need for it, they did it. The men were just left to do what men do, provide, protect, and all that stuff. If the society was based on a warfare, heavy competition, men would have played a bigger role in far-flung reaches of Africa. They would have played a bigger role. You know,
it's also the result of one of the reasons men don't play a bigger role is because of magical thinking due to Abrahamic religion.
Anyways, that's another point of the topic as well. I don't want to sidetrack, but yes. Tanzan, bring us back. Are you there, Tanzan?
I know Tanzan had to step away for a few minutes.
Okay, you have to step away. BJ, what you have to say to that as well? What you have to say?
Oh, can you repeat it real quick?
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Back to this topic as well. Yes, I think the thing is, because Africa lived in a state of abundance and all that stuff, like you knew where to get your food, you knew the environment, you didn't have to struggle that hard to find food. You understand what I mean? There was enough space for everybody. Nobody needed to compete. So when human beings have all these needs met, and these needs are not being deprived or taken away from them, the only way you can develop forward is in your humanities, your community, your social cohesion. Or even your spirituality. That's the only way you can develop forward. You understand what I mean? So because we as Africans had that, the man didn't need to war that much. You understand what I mean? So so what became prominent? Leading a society, managing a community. So women became more prominent in African political life. Even today, I can give an example as the Bijago Islands in Guinea-Bissau as well. The women still rule that society. The men are just standing out. They go and do manly things, like they farm, they climb trees, they do that. But apart from that, the women still rule the community. They still rule the society. It's even today. And I was just thinking, if another company was to come and say, I want to build hotel resorts here and all that stuff, you know, because men don't have a role to play, the women will have to mobilize and fight, or they will have to galvanize the men to fight, you know. So because of that, because there was not that level of competition, it favored a more development in terms of community. So women became more prominent in ancient African societies. I mean, when I say ancient, I mean before colonialism, before Arabian, before the Abrahamic religions. So when the patriarchal religion came, the Abrahamic religion started to come into the continent, that's when the competition increased as well. And also desertification caused for people to move down south. So there was a lot of wars happening in that time as the desert was drying and as the Islamic countries, as the Muslims were coming and Christians were coming, it started to create that competition, and men became more prominent and say, you know what, we can't have women lead us into war. It's not a woman that's going to lead us into war. You know, it started to change by that time. And and you can see today is the more Abrahamic religion type of people that have patriotism entrenched in their communities, in their societies as well. So the women leadership had gone. So it's like the time replaced it, because the time for competition, for scarcity had come. We didn't live in an era of abundance. When things are good, women like to beautify things and maintain things as well. When things are rough and tough and competition is rife, men have to do. I hate speaking in such stratified ways.
Well, no, but I mean, the problem with it is just by the nature of women, we look at the whole picture. Men are focused at the task ahead of them. Yeah. So I'm going to compromise with Tanzan and you and Marie if I know that even though I might not benefit, but my children benefit, if Marie Antoinette benefit, then, you know, it's okay that I ain't getting everything I want. But as a whole, it's going to benefit us all. Where a man may look at it like, well, no, you know what? I don't trust this dude. I don't like him. No matter what he comes out of his mouth, I'm going to shut it down from the get-go. Yeah. And because of that, we're constantly at the conflict, and others are benefiting from those conflicts because of lack of trust. You know, we should not say a man can only do this, a woman can only do that. You look for the best person who's going to have the best interest of the whole and let them do it. Yeah, everybody has talents. Utilize your talents to the maximum capacity and teach the next to do the same. So yeah, I agree with you when you said, you know, it's important for the women, you know, to teach our children about Pan-Africanism, because again, right now, even here, people are forgetting what the struggle was all about.
It's not even about.
I can live in whatever zip code I want to, so I'm free. Yeah. But you're still facing the same problems that our ancestors are facing, and you have to be aware that this system it hasn't changed. And our children have to learn how to navigate through that. So we have to figure out a way first to stop fighting each other all the time, because it's like a losing battle, and they know this.
It's interesting.
Let me throw a small wrench into the machinery and just ask that, do you think that maybe our women were too involved, especially in the military? Do you think that our matrilineal system...
You had to do that. You knew what I was getting at.
Let's just...
You know, when this film is coming out, what's it called? The Last King or something, The Last King. And it's a woman.
The women kings.
Yes. Man, that irks me in so many ways.
Why?
Now, listen. Obviously, it's
I just mentioned. I was in that. My people was in. Women were in that cotton field, getting whipped, getting beaten.
Let's hear that, Reverend.
I told you you're getting to the controversial side of DAF, and I know Dr. Kezo is gonna make a video trying to dissect me after this falling off. Anyways, you know what I mean. So I'm being very choosy with my words. So yes, I see what you're saying. The fact is, the film irks me in many ways because of Hollywood. Just Hollywood making makes me feel somewhat uneasy as well.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
We live in a time where I think men need to rise up and be men and be more prominent, because we live in a time of competition and men need to stand up with their balls, and we live in a time of scarcity. We're not in that abundance period and all that stuff. Women have a role to play in society, yes, in management. Shit, that's fucked. Anyway, sorry. We have a role to play, you know what I mean? But in terms of warfare, although we've been doing badly, that's why I say we need to rise up. In terms of warfare and the competitiveness needed in the world, I think men need to have a stronger role as well. Tanzania, I think the times have changed, and the time for African men to be men has come. You know what I'm saying? Even though
I get what you say, absolutely, because you are right. You know, they are in the past, like, it's the Black woman who is the head of the house, and she is the one who's out there taking care of everything. So they have diminished the male role in our society to almost non-existent.
I bet you, Tanzan, watch this documentary and you will see how, when I watched it, I see how the men became like they were being, like, even what Marie Antoinette actually said, they look like they were being taken care of by their women in this community. It's an ancient older community. They look like they were being taken care of. The men look like they didn't have a role in society apart from being the muscle, obviously. The political system seemed to be ruled by women. And these people still live like this today. And I said, if another corporation, not even an external corporation, somebody else came in with a lot of money from the West, that's another African, and says, I want to buy that land. It could send everything in disarray because, you know, but obviously they exist because of political system and United Nations and all that, as you know. But if things were not like that, I'm telling you, you know, in times of scarcity, men must rise up. In times of scarcity, and that's where Africans we are. We're so scarce, we're almost gonna reach the desperate point. We're almost to the desperate point.
I don't see that. Now, I don't watch movies because I really don't have time, so I don't know anything about the movie. But right now, we are living such a movie. I am seeing adult men spending hours playing video games while the women around them have to battle every single challenge while they are facing these virtual non-existent challenges, sequestering themselves playing video games. The movie is here. We're living it.
Yeah, okay. That's a good point too. That's a good point. Yeah. Some men are falling behind as well. How do we change that? How do we beat it into men that
one word, maturity. One word, maturity.
But Marie Antoinette, you know, they're sitting up there on the beach with the margaritas. They don't want to. They don't want to take that responsibility on.
Hey, I tell you, black men like to enjoy too much. I tell you, it's black men love to enjoy, and that's what I see. That they just love to lay about and enjoy. They don't like the pain and sacrifice needed. Yep. They don't like too much pain and sacrifice. They like to enjoy. They react emotionally. They will fight, of course, to defend themselves individually. They will fight. But other than that, they just want to have a good time. And that is bad because they always say, girls just want to have fun. But it seems like black men just want to have fun.
Yeah. Yep. And the thing is, all the things I do, anything I do, I don't have to take no response. I mean, think about it. That's a winning game. I do not have to take no responsibility for any action I do in my life. Who's going to give that up? So we're going to have to force them to give it up.
Well, I don't know.
Well,
So
no.
somebody
For
go on.
me, in the question of this, I haven't seen the movie, and I probably won't, but I might check out some analysis on it. When it comes to the role we have to play in terms of unifying, we look at the African society, the African family, and so on. And everybody had responsibility. Everybody was accountable, both the men and the women. There was no one who was just, coasting by or being, a burden on the community. And even the people that the community was helping, the old and the young, they also had something to contribute to society. So, it was a shared responsibility. And that said, when it comes to the idea of one battlefield, there was society that there was one tribe where it was said that originally it was the women who ruled the tribe, and then they became very powerful. The men were simply used as a source of labor. They would do hard work and so on. And so the men revolted, and they staged a kind of, they came together and they talked amongst themselves, and they said that they had a plan to get all the women pregnant at the same time, basically.
I'm sorry, Tanzan. Look, I respect women, but I'm all about men rising up to be men and all that stuff. I'm sorry, but anyway.
So when this happened, the head chief lady, she also, so all the women were incapacitated at the time, and so that's how the men regained the power. But in any case,
that's quite a funny folklore story to tell. That's actually funny. That's funny.
Yes, it is. So African women have always had quite a big role in society, in community, and all this. Even though I can't say it was matriarchal. It may have been matrilineal, but in some societies too. But it wasn't, led by women. It was, women had a bigger influence. I would say that. When it comes to the roles, the women would get together and talk, and that's why I say that we had a communal basis of society where everybody's input was equally taken into account. So both the young people, the women, the elders, everyone, obviously it was done for the children, but everyone had a voice to be heard, and then the final voice would be either the council of elders or the chief. But even if it was the chief, if it was one man, it was always under the vote of the whole community. So in saying that, when it comes to war and protection and this, it's not to say that men only have one purpose, and actually war is not an everyday thing. That's why we didn't really have big standing armies in the past. But in terms of defending, let's just say the domestic home, let's just say, make it simple. If you're in the house with your woman and so, you hear a strange noise at the door, who's going to get up and go get it? Let's just start with that. We already know
it's going to be me and my baseball bat.
In times of desperation and scarcity.
Yeah, you can have, but who's going to go? BJ, it's you and the guy is right there. Are you going to go fast? You have your bat, but who's going to go and actually check on the noise?
Me and my baseball bat.
Well, you're a better woman than me.
You would be surprised. You would be surprised.
Oh, how? In what way?
Some men really abdicate their responsibility, and they're more scared than anybody else.
That's true.
I'm not even joking.
Wow.
So in the modern day context, right? Like in the modern day context, where politics has moved away from community or leadership of communities, and it's all nationalized, national stage, regional state. So what role can women play? I suppose, apart, we did mention about helping systemize cohesion in Africa. What role can women play on the wider scale, on a national scale? Because it seems, even with the European countries, it seems like the women didn't play a role in building the nation state.
But that's because the European hierarchy, they again, the concept of the woman being property came out of the European system. So they have a totally different views on the structure of family, a man's role and all that.
Yeah.
You know, because of colonization and slavery for us over here, that's part of why we fall into these roles. That again, we coddled the men because we were trying to protect them and keep them from being lynched. We didn't think on the back end of it when the ropes were not going to be on the trees anymore, that it would wind up being to our own detriment.
Mm.
But there was a couple of things that happened along the path called the mass incarceration and the drugs being dumped into our communities. So there was
like
some extra stuff, but you know, in the long run, it just did not work out the way we thought it was.
I would say for the women, what women can do is exercise their power of choice, exercise their power of motivation, and exercise their power to inspire that courage in the men. For me, when it comes to fighting, I would rather, you know, when it comes to fighting, we all have to, at one point, when things become difficult, like in South Africa, in the Soweto massacre, these people came and gunned down children, innocent, unarmed children, these savage beasts. Like when it comes to dealing with something like that, then everybody has to be, you know, armed and protected and have to enter the fight. But when it comes to the, you know, the first stage, who is going to organize this and all that, I would say that the men are, because they're stronger, they're braver, and for many reasons they should be the ones who are there at the front. What the women can do is the discipline, the acting that, you know, we're going to, and women also have the power of reward, and that's what, you know, a lot of the things that men do, it's for women. You know, even that whole story of Helen of Troy and so on, a whole group of people killed each other over one woman. So exercising that influence, that power on the men, so that, you know, even as mothers, you don't teach your sons to be weak, you teach them to fight. Well, not you teaching them, I'm saying that you put them in a position where they learn how to fight. Not, you don't put them in the house because you're afraid of them getting hurt. You know, that's when you need, because a man can, you know, a woman, if she sees a child climbing a tree, the first thing she thinks, oh, he's going to fall and hurt himself. But, you know, for a father will say he's, you know, exploring his territory, and he's, you know, he's adventurous, and that's what he should do. So we need both sides of that coin. And for women especially, like when it comes to your choice of partner, that's one thing that women have. Women have the power to reward the men that they consider, you know, good and strong and courageous and all that. And that's why women are attracted to successful men, because they are the ones who embody the kind of qualities they want. And when the other men see that, they say, oh, so this is what the women want. They want this kind of, you know, image of success or manhood or virility. And the same thing with women. You know, we both reward each other through this stamp. But especially when it comes to men, if women, you know, say, like even on the negative side, if women say, well, the popular, you know, the depiction of manhood is a angry, you know, bad boy, you know, doing bad things, and if women decide that, then that's what, you know, some men will gravitate towards. That will be the ideal of manhood. But if women decide that, no, we want a man who is, you know, responsible, or that will be the ideal that, you know, a lot of men will also aspire to. So as women, we have a lot of power to you know, to influence men towards.
Absolutely, and that's where women have fallen short, because it's a saying, like, you dropped your dime, I picked it up. You know, what happens is like, oh, I demand that you do this, and you're gonna have to behave like this, and I'm not gonna accept any kind of behavior from you. You have to treat me with respect and dignity. Well, then the next chick say, oh, you don't have to do any of that. I'll just, you know, and that's where our problem is, that we have to, you know, stand as an allegiance and say, no, none of us gonna accept nothing less than this type of behavior, and men will change. And on the flip side, the same thing with the way the women are acting, is that this is what the men want. So they, you know, it's just like a double-edged sword, and we just, you know, and we have to do better.
Don't you?
Go on.
Don't you think to some extent Western societies have weaponized women while creating this image of someone who's very benevolent and kind and I mean, look at the role that Priti Patel has taken in keeping people of African descent out of Britain. They have lost the opportunities they used to have in getting scholarships, and all this new legislation concerning people of African descent, depriving them of opportunities. Priti Patel is the poster child for all those endeavors. In Western societies now, they have weaponized the women, and that's why in the USA there's this term Karen. A Karen is one of the greatest weapons of the Caucasian community in the USA. They have created this image of a benevolent being, but that is one of their most lethal weapons.
Let me say something. That's quite interesting, and I agree with you. Yes, they will use anything necessary, anything they can to make sure they get up to their ends. They will use it. They will use it. They will use women. It will seem like it's benevolent. It will seem like it's all altruistic or something, but they will use it, and they have their own means at the end. Of course, Priti Patel, she was something. She comes from Uganda. She's Ugandan origin, so she has that hate already for black people already, and she's married to a white man. Most of the time, when you see ethnic people marry white men or something like that, I don't know all the time, but they tend to have some kind of hatred of others, especially if it's Indian woman marry a black. They end up hating black people. You know what I'm saying? So Priti Patel has her reasons. She has her incentives for hating black people. So Boris Johnson, of course, being that racist dickhead, he's gonna take and put her in front to do all those dirty things as well. But yes, they have used, and they are using. Even in America, they have used black women as well. It seems that, oh, we're here to help black women. Here, you can get these food stamps and all that kind of stuff. Get rid of that man, he's not needed, and all that stuff. You know, even in Africa right now, I take caution when they say women should take more leadership roles in Africa and should be more in power. I'm very, very cautious about that as well. I say, maybe we can go 50-50. But when they advocate that so much, and I'm like, what are they aiming to get? I say,
right.
So that makes me a bit cautious and all that stuff. Because I know the times have changed and we live in a time of competition. I say,
because anytime they pushing something so hard, it's never for your own benefit.
You see what I'm saying? So they're pushing African women to have more of a role in politics. Now, I was going to ask a question. I say,
they wouldn't take any woman, you know. They will make sure they choose women who they have passed through the World Economic Forum training. They wouldn't take just any woman. They want an indoctrinated woman in Africa. That's what they want.
Right. You see that's another thing. Yes, an indoctrinated woman. You understand me? So it's quite interesting. When you put a man, I want to ask a question first. Are women less corruptible than men? Is it true women are less corruptible or more? Are they more susceptible to corruption, or are men more susceptible to corruption?
It depends. In the past, I would say no, they're not more corruptible. But today's society, it depends on the woman, because everybody's bought and sold by a nickel. You got a nickel? Okay, I'll do it.
Because men are so competitive, they can't fall into their own whims and become into egos and become corrupt to get to or outdo the other man. But the corruption of a woman comes from another person's influence. A woman can start off great with piousness and all that, but she can be easily corrupted depending on the pressure that comes towards her and depending on the type of person or the type of man. Because women are attracted to men, right? I'm being completely a donut here. Women are attracted to men. And sometimes when a man exemplifies all the qualities that a
she's
man
looking for,
women can be easily overtaken by that. I'm sorry. That's kill me. That. You know what I'm saying. You know what I'm getting at.
Yeah, you're being sexist. But let me say
this. You see, when the conversation gets there, we go. Because
the opposite side is true too. Because men can be manipulated by that pretty little girl too.
Oh yeah, that's true.
No. Okay. Let me say this. When it comes to power, women in power, I think that women in power are more vulnerable than men in power. not just because they're women, but because for a woman to survive, especially in the cutthroat, she has to be very, you know, almost
Ruthless.
take on masculine tendencies. You know, like you see with, you know, the German president and, you know, the rest of them. Yes, or she has to have a very, you know, persuasive way of expressing herself. She has to have very high feminine charms, or she has to adopt very masculine ones, because men will listen to a woman who they think is their intellectual equal, or they're equal in some way, whether in politics or economics or all that. They will listen to her, but they will still challenge her. That if she wants to be treated like one of the boys, then she has to expect to be, you know, challenged like one of the boys. And this is something that men do to each other. They do challenge them. So if a woman puts herself in that position, she has to be ready to take it, you know, with the rules. She can't, you know, apply feminine rules to things and so on. So, and there are women who are fully capable of doing that. You know, they're capable of navigating that sphere, and you know, more it's great for them. Now, on the other hand, sorry.
Go.
Yeah. On the other hand, a woman can also achieve that by other ways, but this is a very difficult one to achieve, because it takes not just transcending that whole male hegemony, but also becoming a very strong female woman. You know, there's a strong man and there's a strong woman. And by strong, I don't mean like, oh, aggressive and all that. Being strong in the feminine aspects of strength, when it comes to being able to speak, being able to command attention and so on, not by being loud, but by being able to express yourself and others and commanding that respect. So women can and do that, but when it comes to being in power, what they're vulnerable is that they are still women, you know, and if she's married, she still has the protection of her husband, but she will still be out there left to, you know, that whole sexuality, because when two men go at each other, they're just going at each other like man to man. But when a woman is in the equation, there's also that idea of, or that she's still woman. So that's why you find a lot of, you know, harassment and so something that women deal with, and not so much men. Men, they only deal with each other in terms of that power aspect, but as a woman, you still have to deal with the sexual and power aspect of it. So a woman really has to know how to, you know, to be strong, how to know how to be strong in her femininity, as well as how to navigate masculinity. So
and like I said, there is nuance in the world and all that stuff. It's never always black and white, and as well, because there's been many prominent women leaders, even in England here, Queen Boudica with the red hair or something, made the main arose. There's been many stories of even the Queen in, I think it is Somalian Queen or something, and Queen Nzinga in Congo as well. So women that have shown the need for men to fight, or have galvanized men to fight for the leader. So it's never always like that. But I always wondered, if the society was more competitive and more masculine and more men and all that kind of stuff, and more, I wonder what level of, probably some tribes would have disappeared by now or something. If Europeans hadn't colonized Africa and Africa had gone that way of entering deep competition, I'm sure some tribes would have disappeared, but the weapons we would have gained from learning to kill each other that much would have probably given us a fighting advantage to not be colonized. Sorry, fucking shit. But Tanzan, I agree with you. I think
you're saying that it's Eve, it's the fault of Eve.
No, Tanzan. It's a fault that I explored. It's just an exploration. I've not stamped it and say that's the only way. It's just an exploration. So Tanzan, it seems like because things are nuanced and are 50-50, you never truly know. And yes, women do. Adding the equation of women in political life could help systemize things in Africa in terms of, because women are very good with cohesion as well. So it could help have a checks and balances for the over competition of men, like overly competitive. So it might help keep it in balance, or it could either go the other way in forms of men could compete. But no, at the political area, I don't think men will compete for women. I don't know about that. It could either help balance it or it could increase the competition. I don't know. Either way, because things are nuanced, you can't have women not play a role. They have to have a role to play in this bringing of African unity, not unity even, helping with spur spur ideas of trade or even helping in building that system. I think you can, in the modern day, you can't just leave women to just not a rule. I think they should recognize the things that are intrinsically natural to them and plus more and add plus more. That's what I think. That's me being politically correct. And I think that's the correct way to be. They should recognize their natural instincts or what is intrinsic to them and plus more. And the plus more means play a bigger role in the politics of Africa, along with men.
And really that's critical because we see things in a much more broader perspective. And there may be things that men just don't see. We complement each other, and that's why things are out of balance because we don't want to get back in balance. It's either you do it or I do it, and it no matter what system we have, when one tries to dominate the other, it's going to always be out of balance, and that's where we are. And we try to force something to be in balance that can't be in balance because we're not allowing an equal perspective on anything. We're trying to force our way into African methodology up under a Western way of doing things, and it's not going to work because it's not even working for the West right now. So we're going to keep the patriarchal, structure, and we're going to force it to be, women are less and this. And, how is that good? How can you have a lesser being the mother of your children, and they're going to raise your children? They're going to have that same belief, and their kids are going to have that belief, and it's going to always be out of balance.
Somebody say something before I go off on another tangent.
Well, for me, it's yes. We have the different roles, and African women have always played a bigger part in the community, I think, than every other group of women. We have been, not just with the mothers and the grandmothers, but also in determining our own fate or our own way of doing things. Because even when you look at right now, people are talking about, women's rights and, reproductive rights and all that. But in African society, that would have been something that, firstly, was, the community had already decided on the idea of, children and marriage and family and all of that stuff. So there was already a system in place for every stage of your life, your birth to your death. There was a procedure for it, and you're not alone. You always had a group of people with the passage with the age groups. So it was something that you experiencing. Life was almost planned for you for every stage of it, and you had that experience with other people. When it came to women's dominion was, they had, in some places they even had different religions for the men and the women. I know also in I think it was the Garifuna, they had a system of religion and even language where the women had a slightly different language than the men. So it's also important for men to have places where they can have their talk as men, and also for women to have that. I think part of the competition that Black men have is because their battles are always in front of women and the whole group. There's few places where Black men can just go by themselves and talk and just plan things. And you see that in a lot of Western society, they have all kinds of boys clubs and exclusive, places where they can just go off and do their own thing and plan. I think it's as important for men and women to work together as it is for them to work separately.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Go on, Tanzan. Go finish your point. That's a good point you're making.
So Black men have not gotten that space where they can see it. Maybe in the barbershop, I know that there's a strong tradition there, but not in so many places where they can exclusively just work and build without that pressure of looking big and strong for against each other, yes, but when women are also involved, then it becomes a sort of showmanship and this exaggerated preening and prancing and all this stuff. So That's one thing.
Tanzan, how deep do you want me to go and just and bring her deep? How deep do you want me to go? Like I could really say, you know, but I'm gonna find a way to say that, see if you suss out what I'm trying to say.
Right? Okay, I'll pause there for now. You can go ahead.
So yes, that's true what you're saying. Yes. If you look at African societies or communities before these patriarchal religions started coming, yes, women had huge prominent roles. I can even show you a video. I was going to send you a video, but I know Dr. Case is going to want to use that video and start chatting shit about West Africans, so I'm going to leave it. You understand a bit? So, yes, women had a stronger role to play. And in terms of the men, when they gather together, there's a feeling about it of we can do anything. We can go and conquer. We can take over. We can build and do it. When men congregate together and they're not doing things to impress women, they are actually very productive, and especially when they have a prominent role. And as you say, they came up with a plan when they were together, came up with a plan to impregnate the women. You see, that's men congregating together. They come up with a plan that seeks expansion, especially. Men seek expansion when they're together. They want to build something new. They want to do something new when they have that space. You understand? So the issue is, especially in the area of tools, because men are akin to building tools, working with tools to actually build stuff, expand stuff, and all that stuff. So that is when a society is led by men. Tools are built because tools are needed, you know, especially when they're competing. Tools to kill each other are built ever more as well. You know, things are expanded, you know. It's not a case where you say, man, these are good people over there. Say, no, we want to take over them. We want to add them a part of us as well. So that's something to say. So what do you make of what I just said there, Tanzan?
Well, I make of it that men left to their own devices are rapacious, ruthless, and just bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty. I'm exaggerating, but the other thing is this, and that's why I say that the reason why we Africans did not completely genocide each other is because we had that balance of, the men, were planning those conquests and so on, but we also had the communal tempering, I would say, where even though that spirit of, just going about and the young men just going on a crazy ramp was tempered by the wisdom of the old men, by the gentility of the women, by the thought of the children and so on. So even though we had that, the men had that drive, it's a natural masculine drive, but it was also, so there was still expansion. The men still had that expansion because Africans did not stay in one place. All of us migrated from place to place, and not just because of wars, but expansion, agricultural or military. So the men still had that they could still expand, but it was also, the excesses were tempered by the rest of the society, especially the women. The women had a larger part to play, and so we stopped each other from just that whole genociding, that whole Western.
So if you women had let men just expanded and build tools and all that stuff, maybe we would have been more technologically advanced.
Yes, we would have been, and that's why it's a double-edged sword. We stopped each other from, doing to each other what other Europeans did to each other. By the same time, we stopped the men from becoming, as technologically adept at warfare as the Europeans. So it's one of those. It's almost like not that we call the men, like here, but in a way we did. I don't know if you're understanding.
Let me back up your point, Tanzan. You're right. It's a double-edged sword because.
And after we're done, we'll welcome Carrasco.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
When you look at it today, Tanzan, you can see that African people are the most sometimes people actually, we're very human. We're very human-like, or we're the most. People, they say they come to civilize us, but we are actually civilized according to our means. We were very more human, very social. We're very social people, very human people as well. So we are a bit more advanced in that area. You understand? But never mind. Somebody's gonna have to say something. But let me give you an example. Look at France, right? France is known to have an effeminate culture. They in all of European countries, Germany, England, they say French people are very effeminate and all that kind of stuff. It's a female culture and all that stuff. So, but the French were actually very conquerors and all that. But once they gained that abundance from pillaging African countries and they had the wealth now, the environment now is for them to enjoy their wealth. Even inside France, they developed a way of becoming sophisticated. Even Greeks back then, when they were seen as effeminate, the Greek people. Things that have to do with sophistication. Sophistication, it seems to be some form of effeminate, like the refinement of humanity or refinement of human cohesion and sociability. It's kind of effeminate. You understand me? So France was the leader of Europe when Europeans looked to seem civilized from their savagery and barbarism. They looked to France. Germany, they looked to France. You know, all the Northern European countries look to France when they seek to be like. That's why you can see all the buildings, architecture of French architecture. You understand what I mean? So the Russians, especially, when they looked to be civilized in order to stop what they were doing, you know, they went to France. They learned from France, and France was known to be very effeminate. You understand? So it's a double-edged sword. So to be sophisticated or refined as a human being, you know, it can seem effeminate. You know, but to be a man, that is not. That is like manliness is just a savagery. To be man is to be a savage.
Wow. Okay. On that interesting note,
you know?
I'll let Carrasco have a word. Greetings, Carrasco.
Greetings to the panel. Hello, Dart. Hello, Maria Antoinette, and the delectable Tanzan. Someday, maybe we'll get to see each other, but if not, you're still delectable anyway. Okay. I want to. I think Dot has made some, really interesting points. One I agree with. One I don't agree with. The one I don't agree with is that it's not black and white. I respect your idea of nuances, your notion of differences, shades here and there, but this thing is really black and white. That to understand the world, really, you have to understand that there's a dark race and there's a light race, and this is the dichotomy. Every other thing in the middle is just here and there. This is it, and this one doesn't want, is so afraid of this one coming to power, so that it has to put stumbling blocks. It has to act savage so that this doesn't come into power. So this is the basis of the world. Then about women having more power, I agree with you on that, because the more deeper I look into African cultures, right, before religions from other places, the more I find out that Africa wasn't a patriarchal system in the sense that we think. It was more like there are two parallel systems, the patriarchal system and the matriarchal system, with just the patriarchal system a little bit ahead, jotting out, like, because men had to explore, men had to go to war, and so on and so forth. So therefore, that aspect had to be projected in any society. So if you're outside looking in, you'll know that, yeah, these people are capable of fighting you back if you want to fight them. Having said that, the whole system that we're living in, the world order now, has to be turned upside down. It is a male-dominated, or male-centered. So much so that we have the religion of, the other side. They say the father, the son, and then it's only logical that if there's a father and a son, there should be a mother. But then they give even that role to another mythical whatever, to another man, and say it's the Holy Ghost. This is crazy. As a matter of fact, I'll go deeper and say it is even crazy to think that the man appeared first. If you study science and higher, I don't want to say some certain word, but if you're a scientist, you understand that it's more likely that the female came first. It is more likely that a kind of being that could birth another one came first, and then created one that was, to in my opinion, a little bit sterile, because it couldn't carry, it couldn't it couldn't carry a child for itself. Having said that, we should also look at my own daily experiences, because when I go around here in the States, what I've noticed is that other people, whether they be Hispanics or let me not use that Hispanic, let me use a more specific thing, whether Mexicans or white people, they have, in the presence of black men, they very protective of their women, right? And then they also have something they try to do. They also try to, in the presence of black men, discredit black women. So I find this very troubling. So you want me now that, okay, let me just spill the beans because I don't like giving certain information about me. For a long time I was in the security line. I'm still, still got my certificates and whatever, but don't really do that no more. However, because I did this job, I was able to be posted in several places, and I saw this was consistent, that other groups of men, for instance, I'm in a store and I'm looking at the customers there, because this is my job. I have to look at people, even though in my normal life I don't like this, but because I am a security guard, I have to watch everybody. It's imperative. So I look at both men and women, and I would notice sometimes Hispanic men shield their women from being looked at with their own bodies. They do not even want you to look at their women at all. And then they would still have the guts to come to me and tell me some dumb stuff about a black woman and find it funny. I just keep a straight face and don't laugh. So we have to take our women more seriously and agree that the system that must come must be matriarchal, or at least represent as such. The role of men is to say, we put our woman in the center and we will surround her, and whoever will try to break our ranks, we want to see that person. We will stab, we will kill, we will mock, we will murder any other group of men that will try that. So we will now say we need to go to a certain extremes that even like other races would need to start saying, no, you can't marry our women. Because I see this all the time. It's the black woman is just like it's free for all. They can say anything about the black woman, they can treat her anyhow, they can act anyway, but then it's not the other way. When it comes to their own women, you need to see, just in sometimes I'm at the mall, I see a white woman dating a black man. I swear many times I've looked around and seen white men that are looking with so much disgust and hate, so much so that some will stop in their tracks and just keep focusing. So I'm like, yeah, but when we see other races with our women, it's okay, it's free, it's game. No, we need to stop all this stuff. This is black and white. The black woman must be sacred. If your own black woman is not that good enough, but the conceptual image of the black woman must be sacred. We will kill, we will murder, we will mock for the mothers of the universe, for the mothers of the earth and our mothers. That's where
can I just interject there so I can let you carry on?
You can carry on. I'm done actually.
No,
for now.
It's interesting you make. It's the same way we are with our nation states, just like we are with our tribes, right? If it's to do with our nation state, like these artificial nations, we don't give a fuck what happens to it. We don't care what the Westerns do. Like, we care to an extent when it affects us individually. Sometimes we show to care, but we don't care that much as we care for our tribes if it was affecting our own people. You understand? So for us black men, if it's another black woman dating another white guy, we don't care. We say, you do your own thing. But if it's my sister dating a white man, I'm all up in arms. That's not happening. That's not happening. You understand? That's not happening. I'm like, no, it's my sister. I don't want this. You understand? So it's interesting how we are like that. So why can't we extend that thing towards the nation, towards even other wider black women? But we're like that when it comes to our own family. That's interesting. My care to
Oh,
expand
and Yes, let's go ahead and welcome Biggie to the conversation. Hello,
Welcome,
Biggie.
Biggie.
Oh, I didn't even notice Biggie is there.
Yes, yes.
Hey, creeped in on us.
Good afternoon, good evening,
Good
and good
evening.
morning for some of you. In Africa, it's already in the morning hours, and I've been listening. And times and again, I'll tell you, I cannot hold certain of that conversation because really you bring some subject that are really real, live, and we experience it every day. It's an everyday thing. What I say, the first thing is that when it comes to the continent aspect of it, the difference between a man and woman is clear. Men do what men got to do, and women got to do what the woman is going to do. But there was somewhere that all these things start becoming kind of fuzzy. There's no distinguished a line of duty. So the more I see it, even in the diaspora, the new kids that are born, they've been always being shoo shoo, don't worry, don't go out, always in the bedroom, always doing whatever they feel like doing, never been engaged in any other community aspect of, oh, let me go and see my friend, or let me, no, they're going to be texting, they'll be doing this. This is on the West Side, African living in the West Side. But when it comes in general between men and women, both have to be busy. If they're not busy, they will be stray, just talking this and that. This is what I heard, and this is what the guy's beating up his wife, and this guy is no, he tells him no. It becomes non-tangent busyness. So the woman also would start losing respect for the man because now he's bickering in the kitchen with her instead of taking the criticism and walk away. For me, once I listen to the first sentence, the next one, if you don't say okay, you're not moving nowhere. She's gonna bring you the whole baggage, and you're gonna hear it all. And if you're gonna keep doing it, it's good. It becomes like a routine. Like you said, when a black woman start embarrassing her man in public, it's a shame. No matter what, you take it home. Whether it's white, but you don't see a lot of white going off like that. But unless she's a Karen that goes off on anything, but in general, usually when you have this kind of differences, you don't take it to public. That comes about because now I can do whatever I feel. I can do whatever I can. It's just this super ego that kicks in, and the other side that responding is even bigger because he's a male. And he's not going to take that stuff. If he can smack her in front of the public, he would do it. But he walks away. And I've seen it several times. And I've even pulled the lady and I said, how can you embarrass your man? But he doesn't listen. I said, do that in your house. This public, everybody's looking at you like crazy woman. But I approached you because what you did was wrong. Because he wanted toys for his daughter. And he said, I love this. I'll buy it, And that was just simple argument. Why you have to call him name and everything else? Because that ego, I can do whatever, It's just like, you can't. If there's no respect to one another, you won't see no change. They have to get busy. Both sexes have to get busy and start understanding that his wife, she's the daughter of another mother, and you're a son of another mother. So, would you disrespect your mother on both sides the way you're acting now? No, that's when the respect comes. You both being in the 9 month incubation or shorter sometimes, but again, you still came in from your mother womb. So you have to come back to your motherly respect from both sides because he's another mother's son. She doesn't want to see her son being disrespected. The same thing. She is a mother from. She's a daughter from another mother that she doesn't want to see the same thing. Unless we don't realize that and start having the basics understanding of communicating and have that basic mother give you life. You're born because of mothers, not because of fathers. Father has already done what he's got to do in one shot. You're in. The rest of the 9 months is mama. And if you don't respect that, you have no respect for others. That's what I keep saying. You know, there's no African that shall be no African that raises his arm against another African, because we have mothers, very dear mothers, the way they raised us. Whether it's abroad in Africa, mothers supposed to be respected. If you respect your mother, you should respect the others. That's the point that I want to make, that both sexes have to work and they got to be busy. But the way this new technology and everything else, you still can get busy with technology if you really want to be busy, but it doesn't mean you have to disrespect the other sexes because they're female or he's male, whichever comes. So the respect comes once you understand who you're dealing with is also a son, a daughter of another mother. As much as your mother loves you, she loves her children too. So we got to go to the basics, trying to get this rekindled, the basic respect of mothers.
Thank you, Beji. That was very well said, and you brought us back to what we were saying earlier about the matter of respect. And you know, we're talking about what unifies us as a people, what divides us as a people, and what we talk about. It applies both to people personally in your life, to your relationships, to your relationship with the bigger African family. You know, it's not just one. If you practice things in your private life, it will come out in your, you know, in your public life. It will spill over. So when you talk about what divides us, we're divided by so many things, you know, religion, tribalism, and now the new division is this division of men versus women, when it's really should be men and women. What is to gain, you know, between the war between the sexes? Who wins, and what do you win? You know, if the men win, what do they win? They win, you know, a land without women. What kind of a place is that? And if the women win, they learn to be, you know, by themselves, chattering alone, you know, in the dark. There's no win-win situation here. So as much as we are divided by, you know, society, modernity, ideas, and so on, we still have to see what is it that still unifies us, you know, despite all of this, despite our differences, our disagreements, our arguments, and all this, and how can we use that to, as that Reverend said earlier, to collaborate. We don't have to like each other that much, you know. We women don't have to like everything that men do, and the same with men. You know, men don't have to just, you know, you don't have to like shopping. You don't have to like all the things that women like. That's why we need our separate societies where we can both do the things that we like outside. You don't need to rely on a woman for your sole, you know, existence. And the same thing with women. You should also have an inner life and a life with your both your sex and your partner. So
let me just give yes.
Be
like
brief,
what
though.
Hamza,
We do have two new people. Well, half
no,
new.
I was just
BJ was here. Okay, go ahead, Dad, and then I'll go to Theo, and then BJ joined us back. So Dad and Theo and BJ, go ahead.
I'm just gonna basically open up the question in the sense that the question was asked that considering our differences, our diversity, and our differences, what is it in Africa that can actually unify us? At which point can we actually meet in the middle? Can not even unify us, that can make us work cohesively or collaborate? At which point, what can we stand on? The question. And the other part where I went off on a tangent was what role can women play in nation building, in especially in these modern times in Africa? What role can they play politically, and what role can they play, even as a community, as like that, even as rearing kids, what role can they play in building or helping this thing that we all want, some form of economic collaboration or cohesion, you know? So what can we fall back on and what can we play? So that was all I was going on the tangent about. That's all.
Go ahead, Theo.
Oh, good evening, everyone. Thanks for having me on.
Greetings. Welcome.
Evening.
Welcome.
Thanks. Actually, I guess I would like to listen in for a little while longer before I add. I just want to make sure I'm on topic and well informed with where we are in the conversation. I've been listening for a little bit, but I just kind of want to, if you can come back to me, because I don't want to.
No, we can come back to you. That's fine. I just to catch you up a little bit. We started talking about divisions in Africa, Black people as a general global family. And while we do come and talk about the problems and the, you know, all these things that divide us, the question is, what is the one thing that can keep us together? What is our unifying factor? Is it just tragedy and oppression? Is it just being at the bottom? Is there anything that we can, you know, find a basis in? And I started with familiarity, not so much unity, but familiarity. Just being able to say, to recognize that, okay, that person is a part of a we. You know, who is the we? That person is. I think somebody has the mic on. Maybe we can mute for a bit. Go ahead. Thank you. So, what is the we? How do we start? Where do we first stand before we go out and talk about all the different, you know, fragmentations? And so that was the one thing. And the other question was, is being Black and African enough for us to form a sort of brotherhood on? That's the one. And then also when it comes to unity, unity implies, you know, a union or almost like a monolith. But what we should start with is a collaboration where Africans, Blacks, people all around the world, we talk about self-interest. That's something that we can both agree on. If you can come together, you don't have to like each other, but we can come on different ideas and say, okay, we both want to improve our communities. We both want, you know, maybe somebody has resources, somebody has capital. What are the ways that we can actually work towards and build something, instead of always just talking about the sentimental feelings of unity, which is great, but if we have something tangible, it's more important. It shows greatness. And when it comes to also with the men and the women, you know, we can talk about men and women and so on, but when you see a strong marriage, especially when you see a family, you know, man, woman, and they're raising their children, they're part of the community, that says a lot more than any, you know, sermons we can preach about love. That is the tangible manifestation of that African love. So what are some of the values that we as Black people all around the world share? What are some of the things that we can say and say, okay, that's what we want for ourselves as a people, and both relationships with ourselves, with our fellow tribes, with our fellow Africans across the world, and with ourselves. So that's our quick catch up. I'll let BJ have a word. Yes.
Tanzan,
yeah, the thing is, we need to come together, and now we got to the point that the man is my enemy. I am the man enemy. Where did this stuff come from? You know, again, in the past, our ancestors, even through all of our strife, turmoil, all the oppression that we went through, we worked together. You know, the women used to have to, you know, they were working here in the white man's homes, and we kept our ears open and we fed that information back to our men and said, this is what's going down. This is what was happening. It was never a monolith, me versus you. Now all of a sudden we're in a society that, oh, you know, I don't need you. You're my problem. You're causing all my issues. And then we're reacting to that like, oh, well, I'm your problem, I'm all your issues, then I'm just going to step back. And that's leaving all of our children vulnerable as an easy target. You know, we rise together or we fall together. There's always has to be balance, and no one understands what the terminology of balance means, let alone respect. So I won't even throw out the terminology of common decency, because that's really goes over everybody's head. But being ratchet, oh yeah, that's a good thing. You know, and we need to come back to self, and no one wants to do that.
And
Can I
we
say
have
this?
to, yeah, one thing that I just want to throw that in this topic, everybody can comment on that. There was a saying, behind a successful man, there's a woman. And usually, they refer it for some men that are, for the men that are married. But is does it mean that even the single man had a female friend that really supports him? Behind every man, there's a woman for his success. Or did we lose that information somewhere? The harmony between couples, what her man represent, what she represent. Because for me, my wife is a domestic engineer. I'll tell you that. Because they engineered everything when it comes to kids with everything else. She should be paid more than me if you're talking monetary. But what does it mean there's a woman behind it? Did we lost that sense? And those that are successful and still using that are becoming very few, where we cannot replicate it. So I'll leave it to the panel to comment on that.
Can
So,
I speak?
okay.
Okay, Theo, you haven't spoken. Go ahead. I'll speak after you.
Well, I just want to shed light and not to really like harp on the negative aspect, but to shed light on something that I think is really at the base, or could be at the base of a lot of discontent, disorganization, disunity in society, and rather that from the family all the way up, to the broader society. And it's the competing for resources. It's so nefarious, I guess. It can even pit brother against brother, right? Sister against sister, never mind husband against wife. And so in society as a whole, we have people who go out into the world because of the nature of things, first and foremost, competing for resources. And relationships oftentimes become a means to that end, right? And when that happens, when you're caught up in the hustle and bustle and you're competing, you're trying to get things for yourself, and you start looking at other people as a means for that, especially in a selfish way, but in a desperate way, more often, I think, those people become dispensable, right? And relationships are easily fragmented, when you have that type of when society operates like that. So whenever society is deprived, right, it doesn't have to be fully, right, but when society is deprived in any type of way, or even a minute way, it creates some type of it interferes with the integrity, right? And so the greater the deprivation, then the greater the interference with the integrity of the society and of the family. So I think a lot of what we see going on with the discontent in families and in society is that everyone is so busy trying to ensure that they're okay, right? So even in a marriage, right, people want to win. People want to, it gets contentious. No one wants to short end of the stick at the very least. And when you have a lot of deprivation, that stuff is exacerbated. The contention is exacerbated. It makes its way down to the kids. You know, arguments happen, you know, concerning money, concerning like just a lot around just survival, ways of survival. So I feel like, you know, in a utopic way, I would like to believe that if everyone had all that they needed, right? If we got society to a place to where no one was hungry, right? No one was worried about food, at least. No one was worried about shelter. If we could get rid of some of these worries, right? The greater we could get rid of them, the greater we'll reach a place of peace, not only in society, but within the family. But so long as those things exist, it's just going to always cause a unease within society and the family, because there's always going to be, it's just something, that thing that's always going to nag. It's going to nag at the man. It's going to nag at the woman, you know. And that might not be every individual's case, but the way it permeates through society, it affects everyone to a degree. So we're all trying to hold on to what we got to get more and forward. And, you know, the competition is stiff, and, you know, it just affects our mentality and the way we approach, you know, life and relationships and stuff like that. So.
You know, and Theo, the problem is that if I'm fighting so hard to make sure I'm okay, what ends up happening is nobody's okay. The kids ain't okay. My man's not okay. So then no one's okay.
Right, and then we become judgmental, right? I feel like I'm holding up more of my end than you are. You know what I mean? And my insecurity, you know, about the whole situation may cause me to drill down more on you, or worry about what you spending, what are you doing, how are you contributing, what are you bringing to the table, what are you taking out of, you know, the collective, you know. And I know that's not all to it, but stuff like that is a big part of it. You know, that's why they say here in America, at least, they say most marriages in it, most divorces are over finances. So I can only imagine, just on a grand scale, you know, especially, you know, when you look at the state of African Americans and Africans, you know, and I just hate to say it, but it's a reality. It almost like, you know, kind of
brother,
goes hand in hand.
Let me go in. You made some good points, but I want us to look at certain things. Like we talk about our unity, right? Our unity has to be achieved on several levels. So we first of all need to take a look at the world order. The world order, Europeans, if there is one idea that they are united on, it's that they are the dominant and they are the better race. In other words, God is a white man. Now, when you have an ideology like this that has been running for centuries, for decades, you know, and has infiltrated institutions, has infiltrated systems, people, great minds, they are great minds, whether they be scientists, philosophers, or whatever, this fundamental idea has driven their work. Now, it's so consolidated that it's a system that will take some time to dismantle. If an ideal situation would be now, if we could say the black woman is God, and we could all come to a consensus. Now, this is one level. This is an ideological level. Or let's say, okay, the black man is God, but to me, it's really the black woman. But let's say the black man is God. This is an ideology that will start to drive certain kind of thinking. Now, that's on an ideological level. And it's very important because we do not take into consideration sometimes how much ideas drive people, how it filters into the different facets of societies and drives inventions and things like that. Then, when we talk about coming together and working together, that can only be facilitated, because the way I see it now is just maybe diners doing it here, this other guy doing it here, and so it's not really coordinated. It's people doing what they can. if that would work, it has to be a real project, like nations, like South Africa is doing it, Nigeria, we're all doing it at the same time. And so there's that inter-trade and sharing of ideas and products and all of this, and intellectual property and all that back and forth. If we could do that, but I think the level that we are now, what Pan-Africanists and other individuals are doing, they are trying to create a kind of second layer, because it seems like the government doesn't do enough to push this kind of agenda. So people are trying to do, but it would really, people are trying to do what they can. It would really work if we had the first layer, the first tier, which is the government, people in high-ranking places, people, real policy makers. Then when they push, then what we do on the peripheries can have more effect. Then there's that. Then I also want to speak about the African Americans, the dichotomy I see between the sexes. Like, you know, as much as I commend our brothers for being red pill and all that things, I feel that the lashing out at African American women, whatever they are, I know they have their faults too, but that says a lot about the community. That says a lot. If what men do is continually lash out against their women, and I think one fundamental problem with reason for that is that we have to understand women. Women are attracted to power. There's nothing really that that is what, because probably that they have evolved over time, because they didn't have, in patriarchal systems, they didn't have a direct input on power. They had to either manipulate,
attach themselves to it.
Attach themselves to it. So women are fundamentally attracted to power. Now,
hello everyone. Sorry, I sort of went in and out for a second there. But let me just interrupt to say a very, very big asante sana. That's thank you very much to and a welcome to Ra Gienyame. I hope I said that right. Ra Giemane just gave us a big cash up, and he says my mom and dad are Haitian and Jamaican immigrants. They moved down to DC from New York poor as heck when I was just born, and my older brother was 5, but they both say they were happiest together when they had nothing. That's interesting. That's interesting. And they had each other. I wouldn't even say that they had nothing. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's my phone ringing.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so
okay, now we lost you for a second.
Oh, me? Oh, wow. What is going on today? Can you hear me now?
No, you're good now. You're good now.
Oh, okay. So I would say to Ra, sometimes you think you have nothing, but you do have a lot. You have a lot. You had, the courage to face the future. You have each other's support. You have that belief in yourself, and you have that determination. So sometimes we have nothing. No, it's not nothing. It's a lot, and that's why they were able to build a lot more from that, because they had quite a lot. Sometimes we just value things on a monetary value, but even as Africans, we don't see some of the things that we lost as people. We don't see that socialization, that just that their happiness, that enjoying being who you are, so so again, thank you very much, Ragie Nyame, and welcome, and go ahead, gentlemen.
Okay, so
hey, I'm gonna step off for a moment, make a phone call, and I'll come right back on.
All right, okay, brother. Yeah, all right, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Yeah, so Dad did ask a question: how do we involve women? Okay. So it's all about, like, there's a perception. I feel there's a perception of African women worldwide. So I've just tried to talk about what African American brothers always complain about African women, how it causes them to be perceived. But you can also spread that one, and you see how African women are treated in Mediterranean countries. It's the same disregard. And so other men might be scared of you because of your muscles, but once they disrespect your woman, it shows it goes a lot of way to tell you how they feel. So I feel we have to make the African woman sacred. We have to protect her from outside forces and inside forces. Now, if we have a healthy woman, a healthy women who our laws protect on the inside, who do not suffer for, who are not victims of, assault, FGM, female genital mutilation, and all these kind of things. If we do the inside work, and then there's a different perception of the black woman, then then if it shows that we respect our women, and then if you touch one, it's like you touch all of us, then I think that the perception from outside races will begin to change. And I think for sure, what I want to say is that we have to tackle this unity stuff at different levels, at ideological levels, at economic levels, at levels that has to do with healthcare and respect. I'll give you a quick example. Like in my country, Nigeria, there's northern Nigeria, there's southern Nigeria. Now, there's something that happens in southern markets. Now, if a woman comes to the market and she's looking for what to buy, she's walking through the market, men selling wares can actually reach out to her and pull her by the hand and say, come and see, and this and that and that. So, like, many women do not like that, but it's just become a culture now. Like, women will complain, but it just keeps going on. But if you go to northern Nigeria, you find nobody tugging or pulling at a northern woman. And just so happens that the northerners are the rulers of the country. So respect for your mothers, for your daughters, should be instilled. We should protect African women from inside forces again and outside forces. If we have an African woman being thrown down from a story building in Tunis, there should be a delegation there to complain about this. A couple of years back, me and a friend of mine, we started an organization to reach out to women who are trapped in this Mediterranean country, but we had to close it down because there was not enough funds at the time, and some people were, using funds, recklessly. Anyway, that's for sure. But my point is this: that things like this need to be put in place. Because you're not going to come and find in Nigeria a Lebanese woman or a Tunisian woman or a Moroccan woman being pulled around or dragged around in the street or thrown from a second. You can't even touch her, let alone throw her from a story building. And so we have to start to look into these things. We protect our most vulnerable first and send the idea out that you cannot touch our most vulnerable. Just like other races of men are jealous about their women and their girls especially. That's why I park the bus for now.
I think this shows the wisdom of schools of thought outside of Abrahamic religion. I'm a follower of Abrahamic religions, but if you observe carefully the way members of these religions relate to women and the way members of the type of spirituality that Carrasco has embraced relate to women, they understand the sacred nature of women. They understand the imperative to respect women. But there's a subconscious contempt for women in the Abrahamic religions. And I am a member of all three. I wouldn't say a member, but I am someone who has studied schools of thought of all three Abrahamic religions. It is just a simple observation. I'm not knocking the religions, but it is an observation. And we have to be wise enough to know what to embrace and what is harmful and doesn't work and should be respectfully rejected.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fair enough. And one thing, you said, Marie Antoinette, the other day about the institutions, the religious institutions. And this is not just for religion. This goes for everything. when the world, or when the world comes to a sort of crisis, an existential, moral, complex, tension that we are at this moment, we have to really look at everything and question and analyze everything, and that includes the traditional institutions that we had, both as traditional Africans and the newer religious institution. Nothing should be beyond analysis. Nothing should be beyond question. And so, even our sacred cows, even the stuff that we romanticize and sentimentalize and so on, even when it comes to African unity, while we want it, we have to also look at the problem right in the eye and say, sometimes that might not work. Sometimes, people are just very, against, working together, against being unified. But one thing that we have to say, people are always going to be self-interested. If you offer somebody something that they can use, that will be far more powerful than trying to convince them about your views. In fact, if you want to convince them about your views, offer them something in return. That's one way to bribe people mentally. But in any case, when we look at and the society, we have to analyze everything. And even us personally, we shouldn't be afraid to question not just each other, but ourselves. Look at your life, look at your beliefs. Where did you get them? How are they working out for you personally? How are they helping you and your community and your family and so on? We are in a time of questioning, and this may be the only time we have, because in the future, it might even come to a time where you're not even allowed to ask questions. Or if you do ask, there are not going to be any answers or anybody willing to even tackle the problem. So sometimes we say, oh, people talk too much and so on. But I think we have just begun to talk, because for a long time we were kept away from each other. We were told, don't talk to this person, or don't hang out with this person, or keep your relations local. And even though right now we're being delocalized, as a group, as a people, most people are not even in the community they live in. And that's to say that you don't know who your neighbors are, you don't know who, your council members are, who represents you. People are just living their lives. But at the same time, we are building these kinds of networks and connections where we can still talk despite this alienation that the modern world forces us into. So, my internet, yeah, you're right. We should question everything. We should question our beliefs, our practices, even our relationships to each other. We have to question that and see what is working and what is not. So, yeah, I'll let someone speak.
Yes, one thing I want to add to Marie Antoinette, she's right. On the Abrahamic religion, if really you look at the scriptures and everything else, they're very complex, okay? And you can read them over and over, back and forth. Every day you're going to be changing your mind on what you thought you understood. So what happened is it only takes one that runs away with one topic, and he's going to make it like a blaster, and this is the way it was, and this is the way it is. So men and women, when they start listening to this person or this guidance like King James and all that, they had the first Bible to begin with. We've been isolated from all religion aspects of it as Christian. We don't even understand if we were Christian at the time. But on the 4th century already, before that, during Queen Sheba and Solomon, so many things been written. And before that, you got the Moses story. Moses married an Ethiopian woman. What did he find her? Did he go to Israel to find her, or on his way in Ethiopia somewhere? There's a lot of things that's misunderstood. So it's just the most influential person will pick things, and he will use it specifically when it comes to men and women and to his own advantages. Okay? But those scriptures are written. It's up to you to understand it. Like you said, Marie Antoinette, it's your observation, because really it's my observation myself on what I see, how people tend to use for their own benefit in the name of scriptures. You've seen it. And it's always going to hit the woman. Always. 100%. Because the man is the one that's going to be influencing this whole thing. While people don't have any problem living according to the love that's been given to them as a husband and wife, And as brothers and sisters, it's there. And those written words are to have peace and love. That's all it promotes. But people kind of twist the things, and then whoever can run with his super ego and try to convince people otherwise, like Jesus is not white, it's not blue eye. We should understand that because whoever depict that moment to turn this whole thing around to oppress the blacks and to show them it's only white that you have to bow down for. Jesus is black. He's a little fro. We already put so many documents in the Bible. That was paintings of Ethiopian paintings. Guess what you have in the Christian Museum? The oldest Bible is the Ethiopian Bible. Why were we denied our Christianity? We were as isolated for a long time. And at the same time, now when it comes to the men and women, and the ego and the libidos in the super egos, and whatever they show you on the internet, whatever they show you on this show, everything is okay. Why? Because somebody is using few things that's been written in those Abrahamic codes and use that to their own advantages. And it makes it, I always said, religion is personal. It's up to you to read deeply about it. Read about it. Read the Quran, read the Bible, read the Torah. And you'll find actually the Old Testament when it comes to the Torah and the Muslim world advances because they take also the New Testament and as well Revelation. It's just the way they see Jesus is different. Okay? So people will take this religion. My religion is better than you, even though they're all Abrahamic. It's like you got the same God. So what is your issue? So it will come infiltrate in the family structure. Or it comes between the men and women. And whichever part that, since we got all this connectivity, technology is so influential right now, you got to watch what you're reading. What you're reading, you have to be, everything that you see in Google is not true. People believe Google is like a Bible. Right now, I don't trust Google. There are certain specific things that we can trust it because it might be direction, addresses, and stuff like that. I can trust it. But when it comes to the men and women, the way of life, and certain things that's been coded, and guess what? Even that is being rewritten. And sometimes when I find some story, it's just, I'm like, no, that's not the way it went. I start arguing about it, but how many of us are there to correct whatever the Google is posting? Okay? So we have this technology. Now we have to move on forward in gender, okay? And understand what the divide is because it's getting complicated. The more information you got, the more you're going to process, and every instant that you experience in your life is going to be mirroring on what you experienced. So you have to be very careful on certain things that we know what's right and what's just. You have your own self-intuition. That self-intuition is your guidance. If you don't feel good about what you heard, you don't feel good about what you see, question that. Don't just pass it back because everybody does it. You have to question it. For us in Africa, we've been, this is the way it went. Africa became 500 years forward because of internet. Sometimes they tell you too much knowledge, it can hurt if you don't use it accordingly. So, in men and women in general, uh, my brother said it already. A lot of the divorces happen in the finance aspect of it. You know why? It's not being grateful. You're not grateful of what you have. You don't appreciate today. You want more, more, and more, and you're doing the same thing over and over. You've never been thankful. You didn't sit down and being grateful about it. Sometimes the woman cannot. She's really taking care of the children and everything, and she doesn't even have time to get to do her hair. So the man should step in and say, "Yeah, honey, I just got this. I got your back. Why don't you go and do your hair? Why don't you do this?" Guess what? In return, the woman will give him tenfold support. Honey, you okay? I'll support you. Whatever that happens, I'm there for you. Men don't take much, really, to be appreciated by women. The fact that your woman look at you dead in your eyes, said, "I love you, I'll care for you. Is there anything you need?" The man melts. Woman has 100% total control of the men. It's just the way you're going to approach it. Because we don't go out there and shopping and trying to look, I'm going to do this. Well, there's exceptions. But on the average, man, when you go and buy a shirt, a man knows exactly what shirt he's going to buy, which store he's going to go. He's in and out. He doesn't even go window shopping, but it's still the window happen, but that's not his point. The women will go to the mall. She will go in every store that she can find the best deal. So we have to understand and respect on that level, on basic level of when it comes to finance. The other thing that's going to break you away is loyalty. How faithful are you? You understand now, they even identify people that have a problem when it comes to sexuality. It's not that they don't like their women, but they have sexual issue. So that infidelity would be created. So when you understand, the first thing is you got help, you got money, and you have power. And if you use these three things that you're going to live with forever, you're a loser. Health is a blessing that you're healthy. Power is because you've been identified and supported by the people. And wealth is because you're business savvy. These three can be taken away from you anytime in life. No guarantee. But if you're using these three in order to promote yourself and influence others, you're a loser. Because you have no guarantee of these three. But if you are grateful on what you have and maintain your health, maintain your wealth, and maintain your power by helping others, you will have a long-lasting life on earth and out of earth. So these are the three things that really are a problem between men and women. Because he thinks he's got power for the rest of his life. He thinks he's got health for the rest of his life. He got power for the rest of his life, and he can dominate her. It's not going to work. So, my brothers and sisters, I'll tell you this much. Do not take pride of these three things that you're going to have them forever. One is going to give if you're proud of it. But if you maintain and you're grateful of it, it will give you abundance. It will be passing from your wife and even your children and grandchildren. These are the three problems that we have in the world. Not just African affairs, but with this new technology and everything else that's been infused, that's been given to us. Even when you look at your cell phone, and you're looking at certain YouTube stuff, you got all these things that you read, and subconsciously you're reading them. But he said, I don't have time for this one. I'm going to get back to you. I'm going to pass for that one. Guess what? All this, our brain calculates so fast than any server ever that you created in this world in a split second. All that process, though, it clouds your vision. So we have to be careful to get back to the way with no technology and adopt the technology. As the Italian said, piano, piano, slowly, start to understand it. That's right, piano, piano, slowly, do not jump. It's creating havoc in the world. It's not just only an African issue, not even in the Arab uprising, knowing that you know what kind of religion that they have. It's becoming really, really a problem. I would say that, when it comes to being a Muslim, they're very strict on you, the way you're going to be practicing a religion. Christianity can be a little bit there, it can adapt, it can evolve. When it comes to the Jewish, when it comes to that Sabbath, when it comes to that, they are really strict about it. But again, how many people that we lose in between these Abrahamic religions? We're at the point right now, it doesn't matter. I'm going to do what I can do best today. Tomorrow, I don't know. And that creates the selfishness. And as you live that way with a partner, with children, what kind of example are you going to be? If you're the dad that comes in and argue, you didn't even drink, and you're going to be arguing, and children are going to copy that, and then the next thing you hit the booze, hey, you understand what the results is going to be at the end of the day.
Biggie, I was laughing with my mic mute, so I wanted my mic on, so whenever he says something funny, I can laugh again into the mic this time.
Yes.
Hey, can I say
welcome Senuti. Senuti has been in the back. Welcome, Senuti, sis.
Hi, Senu. That's Senu.
Thank you, guys. How are you, everybody?
How are you?
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you, family. How's everybody?
Well,
doing well.
Good. So, I know it's a sensitive when it comes to that. I hear you, Biggie, right? What you were just saying, your comments, when you associate, the religion and everything into it. But do you think that unites us in Africa? Question
unite
just out
us
there.
if we use it. Yeah. The question is, it's not religion that's going to unite you.
I know, but the thing is, that was brought to us, right? It was brought to us, and so something that's not okay. Tawahado, Orthodox. That's the one. Actually, that's the oldest religion in Ethiopia, right? Am I right?
Yes, before the Greeks, before anybody, before anybody.
Exactly. Thank you. The Greeks actually got that from us.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So, and the Greeks got their technology from not only from us, from us, the technology as well, going back to to Kemetic and so forth, right? So now even Tawahado or the Orthodox being the original, my thing is that's not what's being practiced across the continent. So the book that we have now, it's like a book of many books, right?
Yes.
And so it's been altered many times. And so, and the thing is, this was brought to us. They brought, they stole what we had. So me personally, I would love to know the original, the old books in Ethiopia, to know more because we invented that. It was us. We were very spiritual people. We still are. But you have to understand what's being spread across the continent. It's not the original book. That is not what it is. Because a lot of things that's in the Bible, it's against Black people.
Yeah, and the thing is that they find that if we can change your Bible and change your belief, I don't never have to waste a nickel on buying a bullet because I've already got you under control.
Thank you. Yeah, we're controlled through our minds. You know, like you go to Zambia, you go to Zambia, you go to Ethiopia. First of all, even if you go to Ethiopia, like people sit there on their knees, even Zambia, anywhere, right? They kneel down and pray for things to happen. We were told if you pray, it will happen for you. So these same people that did this to us in Europe and all that, why don't they pray in their knees, and why their place developed and not us? You see, so the argument is not about, the religion is can be personal, but it was not brought to us as a personal thing. It was brought to us to mind control. So the thing is, like, whether we want to talk about this or not, we have to address the fact that, maybe I'm gearing off a little bit, but in our East African community, I can speak for my community. Biggie, you're the same community as well, but we have in our churches, and this is why I don't go to that, they have these pictures, right, of saints, all European, and no one's saying anything. So, so if we know, and some of our elders know that it was originally, us. It was originally. So why are they not changing it? Why are they accepting it? Do we want to be more white? Do we want to be more closer to white?
Well, I don't think.
And that makes absolutely
no. This is not to you, Biggie. Let's not be sensitive. No, hold on. Let me finish. No, let me finish, and then I'll hear you out. What I'm saying is, when I see this, I have lots of cousins around me, my family members around me. I address this to them. They think I'm crazy, or they'll give me an answer to say, well, it's just a picture. I'm not really praying to the picture. It's just a picture. So why is it on your wall? Because the thing is, we have to think a little bit deeper. We're too comfortable in the way we are. We don't want to be discomfort. We don't want to challenge what we're told, from parents to parents and so forth, right? So for us to even as a people to evolve, we need to get back to our own spiritual ways, and whatever that is, we have to look back and look at our history. Until that happens, we're lost. We will never get along.
And the thing, Senyuti, is that if Ethiopia is written in the Bible, why wouldn't an Ethiopian face be on those walls? And I say that because here we were taught, the people of God is in the Bible, that you're blessed by your deeds. And we internally feel like and then for years, but because you're the children of Ham, you've been cursed. So we were always walking around thinking we're cursed, and therefore our condition is because we've been cursed by God.
Yeah. May I ask a question, please? May I ask? I agree with everything you've said, Sanity. I have one question. Now, I feel extremely unprotected, and I'll tell you why I feel unprotected. Because we have no elders with courage. We have elders who have a lot of information, a lot of knowledge, and a lot of information that was passed down to them. But our elders have no courage. And do you know how I have come to this conclusion? Whenever I try to address the parts of religion that we need to change, someone from generations before me will always, doesn't matter which forum I'm on, they will always try to hedge and say, okay, we can't rock the boat too much because the perpetrators of injustices within religion might be harmed, and we have to protect the perpetrators of evil at all costs. This is the way the elders have been. That's the role that the elders have been playing always. It doesn't matter whether it's Swahili Nation, whether it's in my church. It doesn't
You're
matter.
absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. Because you're absolutely right. Yeah.
Older than I am, who will come in and say, wait, no, you can't rock the boat. We can't discuss this. We can't. It could be something as awful as sexual misconduct by people in authority in the church. There will always be someone older than me trying to protect the perpetrators of
Put it on the
evil
rug, yeah.
in the church. Why do the elders have this need to protect the perpetrators of evil? Do they not feel any empathy for those who have been wronged, the victims of sexual abuse in the church? Why do the elders always feel the need to protect these people from discussion and analysis? And that is why I feel so vulnerable and unprotected. Because
like you yeah, so like you said, Antoinette, like you said, they, you know, like the elders, right? So I think it's that the mentality, right? Like, don't rock the boat, right? Everything's peaceful, and we're, you know, we've gone through so much pain, especially, you know now, and why go back, and let's just move forward. But we cannot move forward until because we're moving forward but with lies, right? So this is why I think our generation, this generation, you know, if you're like 40 and below, even there are great people that are in their 50 and 60 that are very knowledgeable, that will give you what it is, right? So, but most of them, like, even in my, I was baptized as an Orthodox, right? Tawahdo, Orthodox, yeah. So, and then you follow because it's in my family. But then when I dig in, I'm like, I'm going. Even my mom would tell me to go. We would go, but we don't know where we're going. Like, you know what I mean? She wasn't very religious per se, but she would use it if we don't follow and say, okay, this is going to happen, right? But she wasn't like a church goer. We'd go on holidays and this and that. But then you ask these questions, and it's like, they don't want you to they don't want to like delve into it. It's just accept what you hear and move forward. You have to believe this thing. You have to believe. Don't question it. Yeah. Just move forward and believe it.
That way.
So I'm tired of like
that way also.
Yeah, so I'm so tired of like, you know, like they've been brainwashed. I guess they went through a lot, I understand, but at the same time, it's like enough is enough, because it's not helping our people. It's not helping our people.
I had this.
Look.
I got one
and
thing.
I'm a very, you know,
one thing, okay. When it came to the Ge'ez rite in Catholicism, right, which is really derived from the Orthodox, okay, the Catholic went ahead and they start teaching the Bible. In order to get your first communion, you have to go through the Bible and understand your faith, and then you go for your first communion, okay? But in the Orthodox faith, everything was given in Ge'ez. And even your parents might not even understand Ge'ez. You understand? It's just, you're just going to follow through what is being said and having your faith in there. It's just like, really, when it comes to the Quran is written in Arabic. But you have Americans and they have other language people that don't even understand what it means, but they follow as a faith. You understand? But Orthodox Church is catching up in the last 15 years. Orthodox Church is catching up in having Sunday schools. So really a Sunday school where you're going to stay and learn what Ge'ez is and what the Bible is written. So that's why there was so many answers that cannot be answered by the parents, because the parents are not really deaconized. You know, they're not deacon. They don't practice Ge'ez.
You're missing the point, Biggie. You're missing the point.
Exactly.
You're missing the point. I hear what you're saying, but you're missing the whole point. It's not about yeah. So if it,
where did I go? Yesterday was Monday.
Huh? Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Yeah,
background.
Oh, it's a background noise. Okay.
Right.
No, I was just gonna say, Biggie, I understand what you're saying, but you're just missing the whole point, because the thing is, okay, my grandmother, God rest her soul, she used to recognize, she would memorize in Giz. She knew how to say things in Giz. She didn't know how to read, but she
But
knew she
right,
can recite the words. She knew, right, in
right.
Giz. So, and this is like in the village, right? Like back, So, but what I'm saying to you is now, even you
Does
have
she
these young.
understand Giz? My question is,
Yes, she does
does she
understand Giz.
understand
Yeah.
Giz? She
Yes.
speaks Giz.
Yeah.
Does she speak Giz?
She
Because
understands
we
it.
used to recite, because we used to
So
recite not knowing the meaning.
I get what you're saying. To me, I rather even revive the Giz and teach our children that, and the language of Giz, because that's the original language, like one of the historical language in Ethiopia, right? So, and
It
especially in
goes
the and it goes way, way, way
Aramaic
back.
thing. It goes
Exactly.
Aramaic thing.
Okay, but right now you have to understand the book that's being that's not what's being practiced. You know what I mean? It's not what's the people across the globe, diasporas, African diasporas, even the Africans in Africa, right? So it has been tainted. It has been, filtered. Plus,
That's
to
what I
me,
said.
like
I
to me,
told you
I just
that.
look at.
It's already translated, and people took it in a different way. Somebody that has power, like King James, changed certain wordings. He doesn't want to have certain Bible
But
text in
that's my
there.
issue. What
He
I'm
did
saying
so
to you,
many
right?
things. Right.
Yeah.
But
But what I'm
the
saying
point,
is that's why I said, when you really go, because for me, I understand goods, and
But
also
but
I
you're going
understand
based
what
on the argument. Yeah, you're going based on the argument of the original back in the
the
days, right?
you
But that's
see.
not what's in reality. You see?
Sinuti, I think you're
So,
saying basically the whole book itself has to just be evaluated for what it
Yeah,
is, and take the good and leave the bad. Don't accept the book wholesale, because it's not even something that's indigenous to, or belongs to East Africa. Is that what you're saying?
yes, in Ethiopia.
but
Ethiopia
that's
was
what's.
isolated
Yeah,
for that because
I
we
understand
had,
that.
do you know there was a point where how the pyramids were made and all that? There's a
Yeah,
secret in there. They don't want that to be
this is
revealed.
how much our brain has been so, backward, brainwashed, because Ethiopians, the real Israelites, the Israels, the Jews, the real Jews, I'm sorry, they're going to the country Israel to, to live there, where it started all in Ethiopia. Yes, back in the days, Israel actually was part of Africa. If you look way, way back before the Nile split, right? So it was but these people have made us believe who's the original people and so forth, right? So, which is false. So the thing is, to me, like this religion, it's a different, it's like forgiveness and all this stuff, and all this brainwashing things that we've been like, pray,
So
look at the sky and kneel and ask for things for us to happen. You go to Zambia, you go to anywhere, you see these things, and it's like everywhere in Africa actually. And he's
can I
still,
ask you a few questions?
and to me, what really annoys the heck out of me is the pictures, because picture says 1,000 words without actually telling you. When you have a white picture on your wall, and a lot of our children are seeing this, and in the Habesha community especially, when even like in Ethiopia in the churches, like, come on. See, we know, but why are we so subliminal? Like, why are we so accepting to brainwash, to openly get brainwashed? We're like, okay, yeah, we know we're getting money for it, so it's all good, but we know it's not true. So
And
at what point is it true? And like, you know what I mean? So we have to put our foot down in the ground and say, you know, we have to be almost like militant, say no, like change.
yeah,
Can I want to share with
Now,
you how
not
much
yesterday. Yeah,
Sanuti,
sorry, go ahead.
I want to
Yeah.
share with you why what you're saying really does matter, right? So I was in a home of an Ethiopian friend, and they had all their pictures related to Christianity were white Europeans. and I brought it up, right? In the conversation, what came out of that conversation was that white people are good because their heart is white, meaning it's pure. That's why, you know, so it's kind of that psychology, right? That gets, you know, when you associate, you know, something you revere with a particular image, you start to revere that image wherever you see it in the world, right?
Exactly.
So, and that's, I think, what has happened not only in Ethiopia, even though I've noticed, like, when it comes to Ethiopians, and I'm not digging on it, is I see it a lot, you know, when it, you know, the white images. We've become more conscious over the years, I think, in the United States. But growing up, my grandmother had this big picture on the wall, as long as I can remember, of Jesus with blue eyes, long blonde hair. And so when I was going to Sunday school, and they were showing these, I always associated God and all of those folks with being white people. And it played into my psychology about where I thought, you know, salvation lied, you know, as far as on earth, right? I always felt like there's more respite, you know, away from oppression to be amongst white people. Like white people are, you know, their society, their presence, you know, is just above black people. And this is me as a kid. Like really, if I think back, that was my psychology, is that, you know, white people just by their nature were just, granted, they did live, you know, on whole, you know, across the board, on average, better than a lot of black folks. But, you know, those images, along with, you know, what you see in reality, it just really pushes it in your psychology. Like,
Yeah,
you know,
yeah,
white people
and
know something, you know?
indoctrinates you because
Right.
in the Bible says, you know, he's going to protect his chosen people. He's going to always be there. He's going to, you know, no matter what, he's going to take care of his people. We're being oppressed, and you see the white people are taken care of. Then you're going to automatically think those must be internally his chosen people, even though in your reality, you know that can't be so.
Yeah,
Well, no, I
I
didn't know.
agree.
I didn't
I
know that.
agree.
I didn't know it couldn't be so.
And
I actually thought, you know, I had to develop like a consciousness, you know, African consciousness, black consciousness. I had to reprogram myself, deprogram, reprogram.
Same
Like
here.
this was, I wasn't, and it wasn't overnight. It was, and I was an adult, you
yeah,
know, when a lot of this
it
stuff,
takes some time.
And
It
And
takes
see,
yeah.
some
I
time.
guess I was sort of lucky because I said if these people are the chosen people, why is things the way it is? They're in control. So even
They're
as a
not
young
chosen.
age, I sort of disconnected the dots because if 1 + 1 = 3, no, that's not true. 1 + 1 is always 2, and I kept following the path and seeing, wait, this doesn't add up. This doesn't add up, and it kept not adding up. And I think that's why I sort of always sort of had a hands distance when it came to, you know, religion, because it's like this doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
I mean, yeah,
for me, one
mhm.
thing was this: coming from Nigeria, and not to be pompous, but I factually had met a lot of intelligent Nigerians. So for me, I'm not one of those people who thought that white people were more intelligent than black. No, but I did have a bias, and that bias was that they were more morally upright. And the reason that there is so much we're so much problem in Africa is that we're smart, but we do not have morals. And because they have morals, even if they are not so smart, they they do better. And only when I came to the West and I started to find out things and I read a lot of stuff, then I found out that this wasn't the case. And like you, brother Theo, it became a process of me. I went through a phase of psychological death, and I'm big on introspection, and people should do self work on themselves.
Mhm.
So because I'm aware on some certain levels, I knew I went through a certain death, and I had to rebirth myself and come to understand that no,
Right.
there was
And it's a
something wrong.
continual process, and
Yeah.
maybe not in that aspect, but just in life, just going through that and knowing how you could be mind bended, right, and programmed that just makes you move. Once you go through that process one time, I think you start to like move through life knowing that you can't just take things for granted. You know what I mean? You
And
always
the
got to
truth will
have
be hidden,
introspection.
and you got to find it.
But you know what removes that indoctrination is when you know better, when you learn something new, when you learn something new, when you know something better as well. The truth completely kills that lie, because now the truth, like how they say like a lie, if you make a lie and you repeat it many times or it plays in somebody's mind enough or something, it's gonna have that. But also the truth has the same effect as well.
Right.
No matter how much the lie wants to take hold of you, the truth will always be a countermeasure as well. So you knowing better tends to remove you away from that stuff. So that's why they say educated people are very knowledgeable people, and they tend to end up not becoming quite religious people. The more educated you become, the more you start to wean off from that.
But I think
not all educated people are smart. Like educated book theories, yeah, I have a lot of people that I know that are intelligent. They know the theory. They went to universities. They have the degree, this and this and that, but they don't. That's whose books were they? Who taught them? Whose education system are we learning from? So because you're educated and you have a degree, you can master. I don't care if you have 10 masters, 10 degrees, whatever.
No, but
if you're not, you have to separate educated from like school. Like there's educated, and then there's people who receive degrees. They're not always one and the same.
Right.
Yeah, but if you're a theory books like university, you're not going exactly. You're not like because I have
some people got good memories, right?
Let's let Stenuti finish. You guys have been unfair on Stenuti today.
No, it's all good. It's all good. No, it's all good. It's all good. I mean, we're all putting our
point is when you're educated.
But before we continue, the focus raised a good point, and I think one of you did too. I think it was Bijo Mari, when you talk about European morals. Or I think, was it you, Dad, who talked about, saying that the Europeans are more moral than us or something?
No,
that was the thought.
He's saying that. No way.
Okay. Okay. That was Carrasco. Yeah, so even in that terms, we redefine things, our basic perspective, based on what they tell us. So whether some of us think that they are divine, or think that they are cleverer than us, because even the educated people, I always tell people that even when it comes to STEM is the highest white, worshipping area ever. When you go into STEM, all your heroes are going to be dead white people from, the Newtons, and they name everything after themselves, the laws, the principles, all of that. Mm-hmm. So how can you get away from a STEM education and still have some sort of African pride?
And Tanzan, where did they get those?
I got an answer for that too. I have an answer for that question you just asked, Miss Tanzan.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead.
So I think what has to happen, right, is that we have to look at it like there are individuals amongst all people, right, who are going to do great things. And so what we have a tendency to do, though, is we see this one person, right? And it goes back to what we were saying about Jesus and these images. So we see this one person who comes from this group of people who does something great. And all of a sudden we think everybody that comes behind him is just as great, right? When the truth is there are geniuses amongst all people. And then there are people who are not so genius, amongst all people. So we have to be able to,
geniuses that are promoted are all look the same and they don't look like you.
But
so we never
what you have to do is
that we could do that for a lot of people. They think that's not possible because they all look like Einstein.
But you have to. What you have to do is you have to continually be vigilant and recognize the genius that you see elsewhere, or somehow, like we've all had to do, come to like a place where we understand like this genius we see over here, that doesn't look like us, doesn't discredit us, and it does not give credit to all the people that it looks like. So because the reason why that's important is because we can't throw away knowledge simply because that it doesn't come from us. right? So there's information, there's discoveries, there are things. And this is what I truly believe. I think people who are quote unquote geniuses, those are people who really just came to conclusions faster than somebody else, right? Just because maybe the location that they were in and the environment and, you know, some other things, you know, that has something to do with their biology in some aspects. But I think discoveries, right? And this is why people patent stuff, because when we look for solutions to problems, like most of the solutions are going to be the same. And given enough time, those solutions will be discovered in multiple different places if the problem is the same, right?
Absolutely.
Because
Yep.
Absolutely.
it follows logic. It's just that some people come to the conclusion before others sometimes, and it may just be
Or
because
is
of their
it that
circumstance.
they want the conclusion to come from a certain person?
Well, I think sometimes it appears that way because of the circumstance, and then not only that, but yeah, some people have media, some people, you know, have more of a mass
I
media
understand what you
apparatus
said.
to
I
kind of
understand.
and you can't discount like they created this whole idea of patents and just being able to like push, because that discovery that was, you know, made in Europe may have been made somewhere else in the world. It's just that it was quietly done somewhere else. But I would say this too. When you look at like when you cling too hard to tradition, right? And you shun, you know, science and let's say STEM related things, that discourages young minds, right? From developing. You know, and not to throw away traditions. And, you know, I understand exactly what you were saying earlier, Ms. Tanzan, but I think, you know, you have to have a society that fosters
Innovation.
innovation, curiosity, questioning, right? We all know Black folks, I don't care where you at, like our
But
elders teach
Theo,
us not to
even with
question.
what you just stated, all the things you're talking about, they're trying to suppress all of it from all aspects. Science, music, you know, is being pulled from the schools. We're now using computers for everything. So I mean, they don't teach phonics in schools anymore. Why are they trying to now suppress that innovation in us?
I don't know. I can't say that because, you know, this day
To
and
dumb
age,
you
I mean,
down.
you're seeing innovation. You're seeing it come from like all segments. You come from different parts of the world, right?
No, but I'm
Um,
talking about the mass. I mean, you know, music. Something. I mean, when was the last time you heard of a Jimi Hendrix coming through our community? You don't hear that anymore because music has been taken out of the school system. People are not going to church at the same rates that they were because I mean, some of our greatest, and I just using music as an example. Some of our great artists was groomed in the church. And if they wasn't getting in the church, they would go to school, band, all this. I mean, how many instruments did Prince actually play? Where did he learn all that? And so I'm saying, as far as the masses, those opportunities are being pulled away where
so
they should be, like you're saying, fostered. Every kid should be able to explore every ability that they have. But
mm.
we're slowly shutting all those doors down. And the other question is, why would you want to shut them down?
It's about
What are they
control.
afraid of?
It's about control. It's the same reason they want the population at about 500 million. Because the thing with human beings is that we are expressions of our creator. The more human beings you have, the more the possibility of having more geniuses. And then once you have geniuses everywhere from Africa to China, all around the world, then
And you won't be dependent upon them.
yeah, people would
Oh,
live their own lives. And
interruption time.
Okay.
Just just to make a point on what Theo said and the STEM thing. You see, everything in the world right now, we are on a different system. We were used to be on the African program. Now we're on a different program. So we have to realize when you send your children outside of the house, you have very little control of what they see. And most of that will be from somebody else that you might not want to have tea with. So what we say is not that you reject knowledge, it's how you look at it and what you intend to do with it. So I go back to what Gaddafi told the Libyan students when he sent them out. He told them, I'm sending you out to the West not to go lose yourself between the legs of a Western woman, but to go get that and bring that back to the country. And so not that you should be afraid of tackling their system. You should go in there with a mentality of conquest. You're there going to conquer science. You're going to conquer mathematics. You're going to conquer and then create that technology, not in their places, but bring that back to Africa and then create technology in Africa. So it's not to make people afraid of knowledge. It's to make them almost entitled to it. That if these people can do this with that knowledge, imagine what I can do with it.
Gotcha.
So let's welcome Brother Koku from the. I said he was scared. He's proven he's not. So go ahead.
Tanzan, I'm gonna take a break as well. It's been nice chatting to you guys.
Thank you so much, Dad.
Likewise.
Yeah,
Take care.
I know you're gonna listen to us behind the
We'll make sure I can
I'm gonna listen. It's just it's time for bedtime and all that.
No, it's understandable. We've been on for quite some time, and thank you so much for your contribution. So
Miss Tanzan, yes. Can I just want to say, I've been wanting to say this for the longest, but when you speak, and I wanted to say this when you spoke earlier. I was just waiting for the right moment, but you remind me, right? Because you speak with such wisdom, you remind me of why I strongly believe women should never be pushed to the background of pushing society forward, right? Just listening to you and the wisdom and the manner in which you deliver, it just reinforces my opinion that women should never be placed in a submissive place or like second to men in being involved in society, not just the household.
True.
And I just strongly believe that, as long with also with the other sisters that are on the panel, it's too many great women in this world and great minds that belong to women that should be allowed to share it with us all, and I just don't think we benefit as a society when we take half of our brains and push it, relegate it to one segment,
And Theo, can you imagine what we could do if we work together as one unit?
Yeah.
So I understand why they're doing all this. It makes perfect sense. If we came together and did what we were supposed to do,
but it's not. The sad thing is the they sometimes is us. You know what I mean? It's the idea.
They've indoctrinated us and conditioned us to see you as the enemy.
And not only that, but the idea that women should be submissive, right? It's sometimes an ego thing. It's as men we want to be, and we want to be. Everybody want to be loved.
To what you were saying,
and why would I want you to be submissive?
If I could add to that, to what you're saying,
I don't buy into Western civilization definition of what I'm supposed to be. Because if it was right, this world wouldn't be so screwed up.
Wow! First of all, let me thank you so much, Theo, for your kind words. And let's do this so that we can be nice and hospitable as the Africans that we are. So thank you very much. I am grateful for your words, and I don't take it. Asante sana. You see how far just learning a few words of a language goes. That's why I say Swahili is so important. It just Here's the thing. I didn't realize the importance of Swahili until I came to America. When I had some Black Americans saying some Swahili, they even had a word for chuma, which was steal, and would say, "Oh, we will sit and we learn Swahili in this." I was like, "Whoa, really? Oh my goodness! I didn't know it went that far." So
me and some friends of mine.